This is it, the final split of the NACL 2025 season. Rising stars, returning giants, and one last shot at promotion. The Skies will fight to hold their spot, but the challengers are hungry. With new teams from open qualifiers and a revamped format, anything can happen. This isn't just another split. It's the last stop before the LTA, before the big stage. NACL Split 2 starts July 17th. Let's finish the fight.
Hello and welcome everyone to NACL Split 2. It's week 4 and you know what that means. Oh, you don't? Well, don't worry, I'm the professional. I'm here to help you with that. That means it's the last week of the regular season, the last chance for our teams to stake their claim for their playoff seeding run. So join us while we get to work for the race of seeding. For the broadcast desk, my name is Eric Desrox-Patran. Joining me, the man, the myth, the legend, the toughest street in town. It is Beatdown Boulevard. How you doing, B?
Doing great with an intro like that, Eric, and it's true. It's the last week of regular split play. This very short regular season is coming to an end, and the standings are by no means locked, with really one team being the only one who have locked themselves into playoffs. Everyone else, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ties going on. We'll get to that in just a moment, because if you want to stay up to date with the league and everything going on, go ahead and follow us on Twitter at WatchNACL. And of course, you have two platforms that you can use for your broadcast pleasure, and that is both Twitch and YouTube at NACL on both of those. Again, I've already talked about it. I personally prefer mobile when it comes to YouTube, Twitch when it comes to the desktop, but whatever you prefer, hey, you got it. But you can only vote on Twitch, by the way, so
yes,
get your votes in. Sure to do it on Twitch.
So even if you use the not as great platform of Twitch, you really should open it just so you can vote on MVP, vote for who you think is going to win. It's a really fun way to participate with the broadcast, much like keeping up with our socials. And, you know, Eric, as he never reminds you as fans, you don't follow enough, you don't interact enough, he's not going to start the stream. Those delays that we saw last time, all his fault.
Yeah, remember Blue Otter versus Conviction? That was me.
That didn't happen.
I didn't see our follower count going on, so I canceled the match outright.
He ruined it.
Yeah.
Like, this guy's crazy. He'll do anything, guy. Please.
I have a lot of red buttons over here. Follow me. Whoa, producers.
That was probably him, too.
Yeah. Our producers, wink, wink. Anyway, we do have to move on and start talking about how we got here, because it's definitely been a hell of a road throughout the last 3 weeks of play. So we want to get into the recap of what happened Friday, week 3, day 2, because it seemed like it was going to be an easy day of league. It got somewhat wild. It started off with the Hounds of Dorado facing Conviction. Conviction, they kind of got, you know, the dream draft that later ended up unkillable by game end.
Yeah, there's really not much to say about this one. It's unfortunate because Dorado Gaming, after their win against Winthrop the day prior, really started to seem like this team was starting to come into their own. Maybe we would have seen a little more for them at the end of the week, but no, Conviction put them down pretty soundly, so they still have a couple matches this week to make it up. I think most of these matches, Eric, pretty standard. They went as much as you could expect, as much as a lot of us on the caster desk predicted, except one. Which one I'm thinking?
I mean, results-wise, up until the end, but I mean, this Vancouver one was pretty interesting off of Shimmer, you know, actually pulling out the Shyvana. Didn't really do too much because it got poked down quite a bit. It was cool seeing Dragoon once again on the Darius, but then we have DZ versus Blue, which was a smooth win for DZ. Even Samikin, who was able to get one of his signature champs, DZ just focused him down and sent him to oblivion in lane.
Yeah, they did. And I think Blue Otter really as a team have been probably having the toughest time with the short regular split, going through multiple roster changes at the starting of the split during the last 2 weeks. So they still have a chance to get it together this week, but we'll have to see if they can make it happen. And
you can see right there, Winthrop's birthday present to Pilskar. That's Denethor's dad. He was having his birthday just a day after this one, but hey, they're able to take a stylish win, even on Denethor having his tried and true Camille. And of course, you know, Wilson really did pop off a long sword in that game, which, you know, always a lot of fun to see. Winthrop being able to clutch out that victory, but this is the one that I wanted to get to right here, the big one. Supernova go against Citadel, and not only did Big Bradley and the boys step up to the plate, they would shed doubts and hand Supernova their first loss.
I mean, not only is this a much-needed win from Citadel, but the fact that they did it to our undefeated first seed at the time really speaks to the ceiling that we kind of expected when we looked at this roster last split in qualifiers, this split in the league. And while the standings don't really reflect it, I really feel like being able to beat a team like Supernova, who a lot of us tout as top 2, who are going to fight Disguise for their spot in the LTA North, that's saying something. So maybe the Citadel we were hoping for has finally come to game.
So on these standings, I mean, there's a lot of ties going on. There's a 3-way for 2nd, there's a 2-way for 5th, and there's a 3-way for 7th. I'm going to be looking mostly at the 7th place teams because 8th place is the cutoff for playoffs. All those 7th place teams will be going against each other. Personally, I watched SummerSlam last weekend, the triple threat, you know, Naomi, Rhea, Io.
Sure.
That was like the best one. I see a triple threat right here. You're going to have Blue versus Dog today, CCG versus Dog tomorrow, and then CCG versus Blue on Friday. Those matches are pretty much the make or break for playoff seeding.
Yeah, and for some people, when you think about for some of these teams, when you think about the schedule over these next couple of days, today could be that deciding factor on whether or not they're actually going to be able to make that cutoff. Not only do you have to avoid the bottom 2 to stay in the league, you also have the chance to go through playoffs. You also have the chance to play for the LTA North spot. But let's look at our schedule for the day. Eric, why don't you go ahead and do the play-by-play thing and read it top to bottom?
Why do I got to do the whole thing? I've been breaking that.
Is that not
whole
what
trend.
you've been? Is that not what you guys do? I feel like
No. I pick out the ones that I find most interesting, which is going to be the first
No,
one, and
don't
then the
break
second
out
one,
of your
and then
role.
the third one, and then the fourth
Do your
one. And
job. Boo, boo.
I'm saying it in order, and you're not even listening to me, B.
You're true. I'm sorry.
No.
Let's go.
There are definitely some interesting ones for this. I think Dark Zero versus Citadel is one of the standouts for me, just because of, you know, Citadel stock kind of going to the sky after that Dark Zero game. And of course, Winthrop, they've been looking decent on the season so far. I want to see how they're going to shape up against Luminosity. My personal interest is going to be on that triple threat I was talking about.
Yeah.
It already starts with Blue Otter and Dorado.
Our first match of the day, really important for both of these teams. We'll get into it as we get a little closer, but they're 2-4 in the standings, part of that tie for 7th that we mentioned. And both of their schedules are exceptionally difficult going forward, so today is going to be a really important match for the rest of them. I agree. I think Winthrop LG will be really interesting because I think Winthrop, the way they've been playing towards the end of last split and this split, I kind of feel like they're a team that can beat anyone. So it'll be really fun to see how they match up against Luminosity Gaming.
I mean, I've always seen them as a team that holds at least really good early game starts, and it's usually around their mid to late game. If they can fix that up, I do believe they might be able to contend with a team like Luminosity Gaming. But, you know, that's going to be later on in the day. We got to focus on our first match of the day, which is going to be Dorado versus Blue Otter. Now, again, this is a pretty important game. Considering that these are all teams that are tied for 7th place. Blue Otter were able to get some breathing room when Conviction forfeited last week due to time constraints. So that did give the dub over to Blue Otter to allow them to get their 2nd win of the season. And that makes this game so much more important now.
Yeah, and honestly, if you think about the matchup and how both those teams have been playing, would Blue Otter have gotten the win? Likely not, but the fact that they did gives them this opportunity to really take control of their own destiny going into playoffs. And it is in a way kind of reminiscent of how things worked out for them the first split we saw them play last summer, where, you know, they had not a great record and they managed to win their way into the playoff bracket. So they have a chance to do that one today. I did say it earlier. I think this team has been hurt the most by the short split that we've been having here in split 2. Just the fact that Blue Otter have gone through a lot of roster changes. First you have Low Jazz coming in, then you lose Chrome. Now you have Low Jazz going out for Kryra. There's really just a lot of shakeups and not a lot of time to acclimate.
Yeah, let's pull up the rosters so we can break that down a little bit more. And yeah, I definitely got to agree with that, because when you don't have time and the season is so short, every game is so valuable in trying to find that, you know, cohesion together as a unit, as a team. You know, Array did step in week 2. We had Kryra step in week 3. So now this is going to be, you know, really the first week that we get to see this team having some time together to be able to try and work out a lot of those issues that they've had.
Yeah, and by the way, very critical match to work out these issues in, Eric. It's really sink or swim for this team. Dorado Gaming is going to be their best chance at a win, which should give them a really good shot with 3 wins to be able to make it into top 8, avoid the promotion relegation tournament, and of course, have a chance to continue working on themselves throughout that playoffs, because it is that full double elimination bracket. They along with everyone else, will get the 2 live, so it would be fun to see a little more of this team before the split ends.
And their opponents on the Rift will be Dorado Gaming. Now, this is a team that, you know, they said in the past that they don't have that clear leadership just yet. It's something they've been working on. We're starting to see them scale. You know, it was a pretty smooth win against Winthrop University that got the hype going. But are we starting to see this a little bit too late is going to be the question, because they really need to do well in this week if they want that playoff seeding.
Well, that's going to be decided today, Eric, because for both of these teams, a win here could really mean everything. And both of these teams, unfortunately, despite some of the struggles they've had this split, it's going to be decided today whether or not it's too late for them to be able to get it all together. Because again, both teams' future matches are exceptionally difficult. So really, the win here could be the decider for the rest of their season.
And this is definitely going to be a tough one. Again, these teams are both at 7th place. They both stand at 2 and 4 on the season thus far. For Blue Otter, that conviction forfeit really was a breath of life, but they have to run right here and right now and make things work, because realistically, their only win was against Vancouver Impact, and that was before Shimmer joined the team. The same Shimmer that caused that upset against CCG. So now Blue Otter, a lot of questions are still on them.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they'll be able to get it together today. I mean, if you look at the players individually, I do think they are actually pretty good. I have a high opinion of Kryra. I think all of us who follow Tier 2 these last couple of years have a pretty high opinion of Array. So you got to imagine that this team has a lot of firepower, a lot going for them. It's just a matter or not of whether they can capitalize on that in this last week of gameplay. And on Dorado Gaming, it's very cool just to see how some of these newer players have really started to step up in the last recent weeks. I know Dorado's most recent match wasn't as great from them, but the win against Winthrop, I think, inspired a lot of confidence, especially when you look at how good a newer player like Sushi played, how good a bit of a more experienced player like Shoji managed to clutch up while playing on these here as well. Makes for pretty exciting narrative.
Yeah, even some good plays coming out of Ariana, which is always great to see. We are going to pull up the predictions from the casters and see how we're feeling on the desk as a whole as a broadcast team. And we're split down the middle on this one. I'm personally going Dorado.
It's never happened.
Pete, you're going Blue Otter.
Yeah, I think it's, first of all, it is interesting to see. I'm pretty sure we've never been split down the middle so far this year. So I think that's pretty neat. Also, I personally went for Blue Otter. Just looking at the players as individuals, I think both of these teams have a lot of cohesion issues to be working out. And in that scenario, with such a short amount of time, I'm just kind of going for, pound for pound, lane for lane, the team who I think is going to perform.
I mean, for me, choosing Dorado, a lot of that was being convinced off of the Winthrop win more than anything else. I still have yet to see what I want to see from Blue Otter. I was very curious as to how they were actually going to do in the regular season, given how they did back in summer 24. 5th place in the regular season, 5th place in playoffs. 3 members still core who are in this. That is Rovex, Samikin, and Quacker. And I kind of had much higher hopes for this squad, but it seems like what we were talking about earlier, the best of one and how quickly you have to adapt with new members coming in, has hurt them a lot, but I definitely don't put them out of the race. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and pull up our sponsors for NACL Split 2. That is going to be prodiff.gg. If you want to learn how to play like some of the players that you're going to see here today on NACL Split 2, well, be sure to go to prodiff.gg. You can get one-on-one coaching from a lot of players who are both in the NACL and LTA North. And of course, we have qualifiers for the NACL. So if you get good enough from that coaching, you can go ahead and try and qualify to play in this league as a whole. But it starts with good coaching, and prodiff.gg has that.
There you go. If you want to get a part of that, just go ahead and scan the QR code. I believe I know how this camera works. Yes, right below my index finger. And you can get started, get your one-on-one coaching from the pros themselves. And, if you're a person like Eric who only does ARAM,
I need ARAM.
Not much they can do for you. But maybe they'll expand for that in the future. But, someone is
get my mechanical play better, like
you could use that.
How to right-click heads a little bit better.
Not how League of Legends works, but I appreciate the analogy coming from shooters myself.
All right, well, we're ready for the draft now, so let's get into this right now. Dorado, Blue Otter. Should be interesting to see how it shapes up. Now, a lot of teams have been focusing onto the mid lane. They see Blue Otter. They know Samikin has some artillery mages he's very good at, Zoe being one of the biggest ones. You can see that taken off the board right from the get-go.
I mean, speaking of mid-bans, Blue Otter are throwing 2 Shochi's way right off the bat, no hesitation. I think they saw the Azir game from the other day. I just want to deny that from Shochi at any opportunity. And the Orianna as well. So it does remove some of Wombo combo potential.
Yeah, Maokai going to be the next taken away from Kaido. Only one more ban here. And curious to see what really does get taken. This does leave up champions like the Varus, the Trundle. And one of the ones that we saw a lot on Friday was the Scion. Has actually been propping up more and more in priority as just this unkillable tank.
True. I think it's been interesting to see the priorities across different teams and in these best-of-1 scenarios, even though it's not really the fearless experience that we're used to. It is interesting to see how different these drafts can look from time to time. That Talia hover, a little more of I think what's been pretty common these last couple of months of the year. And it does open up a lot of really strong pairings, even if Phi is out of the picture. Oh, Shochi, you'd be so based, actually. That'd be so cool.
I wouldn't be upset by Shochi doing that because I would see it as just normal Shochi things. This guy has a wealth of champions that he can play. Even when I talked to him, he called it a champion galaxy, so he's very outright about that. We had content in the past where it was like 23 champions and we asked one cook too many recipes.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was 25. Like, it was 20, a lot.
Including an accidental Katarina lock-in. But
yes,
we are going to
exactly.
see the Ziggs for now. We will see where that gets placed, if it's going to be Shochi or Sushi. And what will come up next, they were hovering over towards that Nami, but I would expect something like a jungler to at least try and take away this duo of mid-jungle that can work well with the Talia. I think J4 is a decent one to that regard, and they're still going to look to lock that in.
Yeah, I mean, you leave up the Xin, which I think pairs with Talia much better, but I like the idea here because you are working with the Zig. I'm expecting this to be in Shochi's hands in the mid lane, just because you can outrange the Talia, you can push lane really well, and of course, the Wombo combo is nice because you can have multiple people in that Cataclysm. That Mega Inferno Bomb is guaranteed to go huge.
All right, here we go. We're going to get some magic damage on the board now. Much more of it.
I was going to say.
Gets pulled in over for Quacker. And this does play with a lot of that terrain manipulation and ability to set up around neutral objectives, especially if you can use the Weaver's Wall and Equalizer in good synergy. It's a lot of damage that you're going to have to deal with, and it does make the Cataclysm questionable as to when is the best time to place it, because you don't want it to turn into that hot pot.
Right, that's a good one. And yeah, I mean, unsurprisingly, we are going to see the Xin come through, and it is nice, maybe with the use of that Crescent Guard, you can create a little space for your team. Because I'm seeing Rumble, Talia, even with that Unraveled Earth, you are less, not so mobile champions. I think a champion like Jarvan can look to punish that, so having a jungler that can make space, I think will do Fryra and the rest of Blue Otter really well.
If we go for this Aurora, it still puts a lot of questions where it can go. I mean, I would expect Ariana more than anything else. You never know with Shochi teams, man. That's the thing. Like, even though there's a standard set, like, when we had Shochi and Minui back in the day playing together and they both had these like, hot swappable champion pools, we never really knew, man.
Bro, nobody plays big R bot anymore. Like, I miss those days. That was good. I think it's probably Aurora top just because that is a common answer alongside the Galio into Rumble. It is a good lane matchup. Yeah, I think at this point you need a marksman as well. So I'm thinking the setup is probably going to be Ziggs mid, Aurora top, and then you just need to go for something AD intense in the bottom lane just to kind of even out the damage profile.
And it's interesting seeing the way the draft has shaped up as we've headed later into the regular season, because champions like Varus would have been picked a long time ago in the earlier weeks, but now just sliding on by as we focus on the solo lanes more than anything else.
Yeah, it is really interesting. Again, those shifting priorities depending on the team has been really interesting. Maybe we can still see the Varus come through. I think the fact that a top lane is already been picked, for Blue Otter, not a whole lot of people building many resistances, could actually set up a good Varus angle for Dorado Gaming. It will give you that bit of poke alongside the Ziggs, so it will make your objective setup a lot more dangerous. So we really could see Sushi go that route.
So right now it's going to be support bans from Dorado. They're getting rid of a lot of those engaged supports, a lot of the supports that can hold you down for moves like the Equalizer or just the ganks that will be coming out from the Xin Zhao. ADC bans from Blue Otter as we wait for the last one, taking away the Senna. Sushi did play that last week. And the Yunara, one of the new champions to hit the Rift, going to be banned away.
Fair enough. Paying some respects to Sushi's willingness to likely pilot the champion. So now, I mean, Sushi has a couple options here. If anything, you could just pick. I think you got to blind something here, so you likely want to put your support on 5. So I think Sushi's picking, and I'm thinking it's probably going to be, I think it's like Ezreal is a good pick for him. I think Varus would end up being pretty good, but instead they actually want to just grab the tankiest support available, which is kind of interesting because you pick Alistar like that. I feel like Blue Otter in a position where Rovex can play Braum, will be able to eat up a lot of that range damage coming through on the side of Dorado, but we'll see if they actually want to play it. Oh no, it's Rakan.
It's just always nice having that hard engage, and same can be said both ways right now for both supports. I mean, especially for Alistar, who once you pop the R, you do get a lot of extra resistances, just percent damage reduction that really helps out to be a frontline tank from the support role. But still, snappy engages out of Rakan for Blue Otter, and now we're just waiting for the ADCs to come through on the final picks.
All right, so Corki is definitely more into that scaling bucket, playing more into later on. I think that means, for the most part, there's a lot of pressure on Samikin and Kryra in particular to be able to kind of get this ball rolling into that early game. Level 6, maybe even early skirmishes, Talia and Xin are really strong. They're able to fight well with a lot of duos, and I think they'll be all right with what's probably going to be Ziggs and J4 as well. So with that in mind, I think that does mean Array is just going to be playing Farming Simulator this game.
It's pretty interesting between those two teams because, like, some of the hot priorities that we've seen in the past, I mean, I already talked about the Varus, but the Trundle is another one. They usually slide by for these somewhat unconventional picks, not too much out of the wheelhouse, but just more for the comfort of these teams. As Kai'Sa being that last pick there, I mean, it does pair well with the Alistar, so it does give you some pretty strong front line, as well as your own ability to dive and follow through with a lot of the ganks and fights and skirmishes that Dorado will be looking for.
Yeah, you have more than enough setup with the Alistar and J4 to get a really good killer instinct in, allows Sushi to reposition in these team fights. And this is exciting because when they beat Winthrop University, Sushi pulled out the Kai'Sa, had a really great performance alongside Shoji on the Azir. So it is nice to see him pull out this champion again, especially in a really critical match for both of these teams. A reminder, guys, both of these teams have very difficult schedules ahead of them. This win could very well decide whether or not they'll make top 8 and go to playoffs.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, both teams 2-4 right now, so this is one of those crucial games that they have because if you look at the schedules going forward for some of these squads, Dorado will have CCG and LG. You know, CCG is questionable if it's doable. Sometimes you can flip a coin for their outcome, whereas Blue Otter will have CTG and CCG. So again, that triple threat really does make for an interesting setup starting off this week's play.
Right. So, I mean, with that in mind, both of these teams, again, best of one. This is the first and only chance. So going to be really important for both of them to start off on the right foot. Again, Blue Otter's comp. A lot of the early game, you're looking at Kryra and Samikin to make things happen. And for Dorado, really, I don't think you actually want to be doing much kind of top to bottom. The only one I'm expecting to really get a lot done is, you know, Aurora, you're in a favorable matchup. A J4, you have so much ability to set up your teammates on your own, but I'm thinking Kaido's role this game is going to be more about whether or not he's going to be able to respond to ganks, to keep his laners in an okay position, to keep this early game slow.
So I know we got two fan favorite teams, so we want to see what fan base is louder. Let us know in Twitch chat. Who do you think is going to take the dubs? Do we got any dogs barking on the rift? Go ahead and put hashtag DOG. Or if you're here for the romp stomp, go ahead and put in hashtag Blue Otter. You know, we're already split with the casters, even split on this desk right here. Oh, that's the one thing that always comes out. Blue Otter fans, they're pretty up there, man.
They are. I mean, give it a minute. We're seeing a lot of back and forth here, and there's a bit of fighting actually going on back and forth. So you really mean it when you said, you know, these are two of the more popular teams in the split. So we'll see kind of where we even out. It's kind of crazy that we even out at 50-50 actually.
Yeah.
After all that back and forth. So there you go, guys. Oh no, Blue Otter.
Back and forth again.
I really want to know what that final number is going to be when we go into game because like it's still moving.
Yeah, it's pretty tight on. I mean, again, a lot of fan favorites. Shochi's been one of my favorite players to watch throughout the season. throughout the seasons that we've had them within here. And Blue Otter has been another team that's a big favorite to watch from how unpredictable some of their games can go when it comes to these top teams. Of course, this is not a top team they're going against. This is the battle around 7th place. So you need to send both of these teams your energy if you want them to proceed into playoffs.
Yeah,
Hands up.
really important. Really bad, true.
Spirit bomb.
Hands up, guys. Yeah, give both of them your energy, or give one team your energy if you have a preference. We don't judge. Fandom is fandom. I was gonna say fandom is great. Not sure I believe that, but you know what? That's not important, Eric. What do you think?
I mean, we know our predictions. I'm going Dorado, man. So.
Are you sure you don't want to change your mind? I mean, Dorado Gaming, they have slightly less fans. Doesn't that impact your opinion in the slightest? Being
No.
wishy-washy that you are?
No, if Shochi has no fans, I am dead. All right, so and you can see I've been very consistent throughout the season of voting for Dorado.
That's true.
Even in the games where they're completely condemned to death, I still vote for them.
You know what? Fair enough. I can respect the consistency if nothing, and being a Shochi fan if nothing else. I'm also a Shochi fan, but I'm also a
ABG
fan of
Saturday,
getting
man.
the most predictions right, and I'm not dignifying that with a response.
I mean, fine enough. I mean, I still think there's a lot of potential for Blue Otter. I do think they have a good draft as well that can see that potential come through. The thing that's going to be interesting to me is how this early game does unfold, because I've seen Dorado do well when they get early game leads, even though it's been far and few between. Blue Otter, it's been kind of a struggle for them, so we'll see if they're able to bring it together and take it to Dorado, as we are ready now to hit the rift for Dorado Gaming versus Blue Otter.
Right, tied for 7th place and a difficult schedule ahead. Both of these teams need to get the leg up over the other today to make a real stride towards making it into playoffs or having to fight for their chance to remain in the NACL next year. Best of one, only chance left. Eric, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, man. I'm doing fine. Right now, I'm calm. Everything's going to break down a little bit later. I was talking earlier about SummerSlam. They made that a 2-night event now. So we at NACL, we had to one-up that and make this week a 3-night event.
Yeah?
Yeah. We got a super week, man.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, we do. I don't know. I didn't feel the excitement about the Super Week, so I don't really believe you.
Why not?
Bro,
Come
sell
on,
it to me
the
again.
battle
Try
of the
again.
7th place teams, bro. CCG,
There we
Blue
go.
Otter, Dorado.
Okay. See, that's the energy. Thank you.
And we get one every single day. It's the
Yes.
battle to make the playoffs. The cutoff is
Yes.
8th place. That is
Yes.
hype.
Yes. Thank you, Eric. I am engaged. I'm sold. Thank you. That's all I
Go.
needed. Was that too much to ask?
You know, it wasn't. It wasn't my bad, man.
Your fault. Agreed.
All right. Again, one of the things we brought out is the potential scaling that we've been seeing. If you guys remember last week, their win against Winthrop, one of the things that Ariana talked about is they don't exactly have one leader. Everyone really does try and contribute to the shot calls, which can sometimes be a little bit disastrous, but you know, it's kind of part of finding your rhythm, and we'll see if they can find that in this game.
Yeah, really important. Again, a lot of that onus on Kryra, Samikin. They have a lot of power in this early game to skirmish, find some advantages, especially once they hit that level 6 mark. And for Dorado Gaming, Kaido, he's playing the J4. I think he's going to be the one who needs to kind of keep this game a little slow for his team. Because, you know, Kaisa, Ziggs, we don't want to do anything right now, Eric, unless a really obvious good opportunity shows up.
We want to farm. We want to take
Yes.
tower plates, power
Yeah.
plates. I was
And
about to say for a
turrets if
second.
you're Ziggs.
Yeah. And a lot of turrets. Always put down the satchel. So it always feels good when you are able to get a tempo lead on the Ziggs comp is when you can start playing the map like that. That's something that Blue Otter have to be careful of, because any misstep can result in a tower gone just like that.
Oh yeah, even with the nerfs to the satchel that happened in recent patches,
Kind of
still very powerful ability. It's still fun.
Yeah.
We're looking at our two jungles on this cam. Kryra, again, who joined in week 3, player who we first saw debut on CCG, showed a lot of promise, a lot of skill, a lot of potential It is nice to see him back in the league versus the rookie Kaido, who has been honestly pretty solid, especially in that series win against Winthrop University. He had a lot of good early game plays. I think he was reading Wilson really well, and most importantly, he had a lot of clutch smites.
Right now, Blue Otter focusing down into the bottom lane mixture. We'll find that pulverized, but here comes Cairo now jumping in. It's a tough fight if Dorado want to take it, and this is why moving forward is going to be Blue Otter catching out Kaido. Kaido looks to turn it around. Flag and Drake gets a knock up onto Rovex. Shochi now going to arrive. Same thing with Samikin. The battle line's now going to be drawn, but Kryra over the wall. Seismic Shovel finds Shochi, who has to flash back. Flag and Drake to create some distance. Kaido does not go down. Falls to about 71 health before he finds his escape.
Yeah, so some small summoners burned, and Shochi flashed for Kryra's flash. I think it's Kryra that is really worth, just because you still have that gap closing tool, and it does mean Shochi playing the Ziggs is a little vulnerable for the next couple of minutes. Surprisingly, early and very deadly skirmish coming through here. I want to give a quick shout out to Shochi in case we don't see a replay. The satchel charge literally saved him in Kaido's life. Nice, it was nice.
Yeah, people kind of remember Satchel Charge. Ziggs use, gives them distance. It also knocks back any enemies that might be on top of it, so very useful, very useful.
Very useful and very nicely done. No actual deaths came through, no first blood. Kaido's just going to get a little information on Kryra. We're going to have a bit of a lane swap come through. Quacker committing his teleport to catch that wave on the bottom side of the map. And for members of Dorado Gaming, works out a little nicer for them just because no one really has to spend any resources. Never mind, Oriana's going to TP. I lied. I take it back. Eric, you say something now.
I was going to say something a little bit earlier, but we kind of got into that fight, so I'll bring it back up anyway.
Okay.
Kryra was actually an addition that came in, as we talked about in week 3. But this is someone that Samikin's also played with back on CCG. Not Samikin, excuse me. Array has played with back on CCG. And when I talked to Samikin about it, that's why his name was on my mind. He had said that, like, yeah, Kryra kind of feels like a natural fit into this team because he already has that synergy.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And it was like I was saying before, like, I'm happy to see Kryra back because I think individually he is a good player. And it is nice to see him being able to reunite with Array. Any bit of, experience playing together synergy, I think, will be really valuable, especially in a split like this where the regular season is so very short. Something that I think these two teams have suffered dealing with more than most in the league.
I mean, for Dorado, it's a completely new team filled with a lot of rookie talent. Shochi is the most experienced when it comes to this team. And Blue Otter, we talked about it earlier, but how many roster changes that they've had coming into the season. It was practically one a week at some point.
Yeah,
so that's not a lot of time to have to adjust.
No, not at all. So we'll see if either team has adjusted enough today in this critical match for both of them. For the moment, nothing is happening aside from that skirmish we saw earlier, which was really fun and exciting. I think that kind of just benefits Dorado Gaming. Again, I think as a team, they're the ones who want to keep this game low and slow. They want Sushi to farm. They want Shochi to farm. Shochi's committing even the ult to make sure he collects every wave he can and get good recall timers. Means that they're just trying to hit these item breakpoints before they do much of anything.
The first dragon will go over to Blue Otter. Easy enough to grab that. They saw the recall of Shochi. He was low on mana, so easy priority in the mid lane. That'll open up Kryra to be able to grab that. Still, no first blood just yet. The aggression did come out from Blue Otter, which is going to be an interesting take from Dorado for me to see them try and attempt a low and slow game. Because oftentimes they are a little bit more on the aggressive side early. They do have a lot of first bloods in the game. Somewhere in the ballpark of 80% of their games have been first bloods in favor of Dorado. Right now, looking for some counter jungling. Will still away the blue is Kaido.
Looking like he'll be able to get away with that scot-free for the most part. And this control they've had over the top side of the map means there should be easy access to the grubs that are spawning right now. And I think as a Ziggs team, if you're able to get all 3 grubs, that would really feel good. I think that's why you're seeing Oriana even get called up after the recall to the situation. just to ensure Dorado Gaming can get that control over this area. And Quacker with no TP, as soon as they see him show up on the bot lane, Dorado should know they have it.
Yeah, at least getting the majority of them would be the play here, but Kryra's now walking in. Yeah, Kaido will be able to secure that, but he did use his Demacian standard, so he doesn't have Flag and Drag. We'll have to burn his flash to go over the wall. Now Knockup going to be found by Mixture. Out comes the
First
bomb! Blood. It finds First Blood in the name of Shochi. Kryra takes down Mixture. Still the chase continuing. Cataclysm now popped onto Kryra, who jumps back in with the audacious charge.
Wow.
All the grubs will go to Dorado, and they'll trade up 1 kill.
Really nicely done from Dorado Gaming. Like you said, they get all the grubs. They come up in the kills. They are losing plates and waves onto that bottom side, but I think overall with how this team wants to play, this is super worth it. And really, this all just comes down to that numbers advantage. Orianna showed up, Quacker didn't. So it made it really easy for them to take this fight after and not give Blue Otter any chance to try and take away that last grub.
See right there, Kaido hopping out of his own Cataclysm right after he scores and nets in Kryra. And that was the moment he was able to grab the 3rd grub. This is a team that can push very hard onto the towers if they're given the opportunity. So as you said, Beat, high value were those grubs.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Sushi Mixture, they rush back to the bottom lane to catch the wave, some of the wave that Quacker had pushed in. The Quacker himself was able to get minor advantage off of that one, but again, I still think you're really happy with that one as Dorado Gaming, and you're setting your sights as Blue Otter on the next dragon. You got the first one. You're able to get a few of those early drakes, maybe threaten Dragon Soul. I think that would do your team really nicely. Give you that bit of oomph later on into the game. On top of this, Corki, who's going to scale up really nicely.
And also pretty nice for Shochi. You know, he's clearing his waves really well. He got a kill and assist on that last one, so he'll be the first one to complete his first item, being able to grab that Blackfire Torch and still continue pressure over into the mid lane. But you can tell that Blue Otter are still trying to sniff their way back into this as Kryra maneuvers around to clear his jungle.
Yeah, and I like the little Vision War fixture, trying to see if he can prevent Rovex from clearing that war. Unfortunately, he was not able to do so. I'm glad you point out the first item for Shochi. Yes, been farming well, and that kill and assist are really helpful. And that could be the difference maker if there's a dragon fight coming up in a minute 30 time. Because I mean, if he's the only one who ends up showing up with that first item, particularly the Blackfire Torch is really nice for Corki. That damage over time really makes a difference in these earlier skirmishes. It could be the edge.
I mean, it's kind of frustrating to have a burn Ziggs going against you, because he has so much he can really use to enable that burn. You know, the minefield, something you might have to walk through, satchel charge, bouncing bombs, and the Mega Inferno bomb itself to really take advantage of that. It'll be 50 seconds before that dragon is up, so it does give a little bit of an edge to Dorado.
That's right, and even Sushi got that first item too, the Kraken Slayer, so he's also going to be in a pretty powerful position. And you can see right now too, they're already doing some of their due diligence. Kaido actually trying to see if he can make a play, but gets played on instead.
Nice little flag and drag though. He goes towards the mid wave, mid lane, to get away from the wind becomes thunder. Take damage from that, which could continue the chase from Blue Otter. Blue Otter are definitely fighting for positioning onto this dragon. You can tell they want it as they're, I believe they were going to call down Quacker for a second, but he does make a U-turn around back to his lane. Still has teleport available if he needs to arrive for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I have a feeling both these top laners are going to show up to this skirmish, and that's almost certainly going to happen at this dragon. So keep an eye out on the equalizer. I think that's Quacker's way to have a really big impact in these team fights and turn things around on what's been a pretty Dorado Gaming favored set of fights in this early game.
Seismic shove goes wide. Kryra sees an angle onto Kaido. Kaido looking to get out of here. He's the smite, so he doesn't want to get taken down. But now the focus is on the Shochi. Mega Inferno Bomb goes out. Crescent Guard hits nothing. Still providing some defenses, but not much offense coming out from Dorado. Killer Instinct found by Sushi. A kill for Shochi. And now Sushi still looking for more. We'll get a few more autos in and take back that positioning that Blue Otter once had.
How about some aggression from the rookie Sushi? Going in with that killer instinct to snipe that one kill and basically guarantee his team the dragon.
All right, we do have a pause right now, so we are going to bring it back to our ugly mugs to hear us yap a little bit more while we get through the tech pause. But so far, so good for Dorado. The way they were able to play that out felt like a little bit of over-aggression coming through from Blue Otter. Sushi, the killer instinct, came in clutch.
Yeah, it's tough too because I think they're trying to take advantage of the fact that Xin Zhao did have that first item built. I think the Sundered Sky is a really powerful first item. So thinking you have the angle on somebody like maybe Kaido, being able to take him down early, I think makes a lot of sense. Again, we talk about how strong Talia and Xin are earlier into the game. So trying to use that, trying to isolate someone and take them out, they were very close too. Would have gotten the dragon guarantee if they were able to successfully do so.
I mean, you saw how quick Kaido was on that Cataclysm to lock down the Rakan.
Yeah.
But also how quick Shochi was to be able to flash out of that situation after the grand entrance did land onto him. That's the nice thing about a Ziggs. Even though you do have your flash, you have the satchel, which can help extend some of these disengages. Now the situation for Blue Otter looking in their favor as they're the first ones to start dragging.
Yeah, but will they be able to hold on to that position is the question. I think they're going to be forced away. Even with Mixture still walking his way down, the fact that Blue Otter have to respect this and are probably going to lose the break really shows the power they have right now.
Oh, all right. Dragon going to be secured by Kaido. He flashes out off of the engage in the Weaver's wall of Blue Otter. And Ariana will just pick off Rovex.
There you go. I mean, that kill, a little surprising, didn't need to happen, but that Dragon secure is really what matters here. So you get a Drake of your own, you halt the stacking from Blue Otter, and to top it all off, the cherry is Oriana gets a kill.
And these burns are starting to add up now because Ariana, just finishing the Leandries, did use that to help finish off the kill. And now we have two solo lane AP carries who are getting off to the races with the 202 scoreline.
And remember, we were talking about it in draft. Blue Otter's comp, no actual tanks to speak of. The only MR we're likely going to see, aside from maybe Kryra, is going to be Merc Treads. And if you look, Quacker hasn't built them, Samikin hasn't built them. Rovex might, I think he should. The point is, there's a lot of room for some flat magic pen coming through here. Items like Shadow Flame or Storm Surge, just to really get that burst damage in.
Yeah, Rovex having to use the grand entrance to bail out from the fight. And that's ultimate going to be down. Not the most crucial thing given the time of the game, but with Rift Herald coming up, it will take away some engage potential Blue Otter.
It'll take away a lot of it, because you don't just lose your health, you lost your ult, you lost your health, so you have to recall, you can't be on the map. You sacrifice a lot of that positioning that Dorado Gaming very happy to use to set up some vision of their own. You can see they have it nicely set up, so no one on Blue Otter can sneak up on them, and they have all they need to get access to the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Mixture, ultimate available, flash down for both Ariana and Shochi, so still have to be careful on the approach, but maybe not so as much with that grand entrance being down. Still a lot of poke coming in, and this is going to be something that's just going to terrorize Blue Otter. If they keep getting caught by this poke coming out from Shochi, a lot of these bouncing bombs.
Yeah, and that's the thing, the poke is so dangerous, and so Shochi being as strong as he is, even one bouncing bomb is really going to hurt a lot of these champions on the side of Blue Otter. So you can see how they're forced away. You can see how Sushi's doing a good job. He's got both of his summoners up, so he's very comfortably able to push out this mid wave. You still have the killer instinct to play with as well. So the fact that he's able to hold that alone is so huge for Blue Otter too.
And this has been a challenge because Blue Otter has been slowing this down, at least the start of the Rift Herald. It's bought a good amount of time for Rovex to get his ultimate back up, so there might be a way in. But I think it's coming too late. Recalls are being made, and Dorado will grab the Rift Herald.
Yeah, you're just giving up on this one. There's just no way. I think from that position they are able to make it happen. So Dorado Gaming, very slowly, very methodically dismantling Blue Otter here in this game, which is really nice to see because we praised how they played against Winthrop University, seeing signs of life from this roster, especially one with 4 rookies and Shochi, is very promising. And the fact that they're able to do this, even if it is against Blue Otter here today, again, makes this team one to be excited about going forward, especially if they make it into playoffs.
It's pretty awesome seeing it from Dorado, because it shows that they're cleaning up a lot of the mistakes that they've had in the past. One of them I've called out a few times is their over-commitment issues to a lot of these fights. You can see that they're peeling back and poking in onto Blue Otter. They're not over-committing to fights. They're allowing Blue Otter to be the ones to overstep.
Yeah, that's the Cincinnati fear in them. It might be because of Shochi. It's hard to say. But still, I think them being able to rein it in has been really nice to see so far. And you just see the gameplay that they're playing right now. It is pretty clean too. It isn't just the fights. You can see the vision game is really nice. The fact that now you can tell on the minimap where their focus is. They put it all onto this bottom side of the map. They have all the major parts of that bot side jungle locked down in terms of vision, so it's really hard for Kryra to navigate and farm, much less take a good angle for him to be able to try and set up for an objective. Now look where they are.
All right, now fight coming out. It's on to Quacker, and they just slam, jam. Thank you, ma'am, with the Cataclysm. Now Kaido coming out from the side onto the mid lane, but retreat has been called for Blue Otter. A simple pick onto Quacker for Dorado.
Oh, yeah, really nicely done. Quacker not being respectable of the fact that his entire bot side jungle is dark, so he gets punished for it big time, and now Dragon Pass should be really easily opened up for Dorado Gaming. I think this fight for mid lane really is just a formality, even with that healing coming through.
Ooh, I'm not sure about taking this fight. Knockup finds Ray. Ray gets stunned up by Mixture. But now Kryra here looking to turn things around. Sushi playing it carefully, but calmly and calculated as he brings a wealth of damage to Samakin's face.
And the health bars are low enough. Everyone on Blue Otter, save for Quacker and Kryra, have to leave. Rovex included now that he's lost all his health. And again, that pressure just makes it guaranteed that you're going to be able to take this. And I like this too from Dorado Gaming. They're holding off on taking the Drake. They want to take this turret and maybe fight.
And they can take it quick. Satchel comes out, turret is gone, and there's not a thing Kryra can do about it. Health bar is looking A-okay for Dorado. Mixture will take the recall. Dorado take positioning on the Dragon.
Oh, so they're not actually even going to go for the Dragon. They want to take that gold and spend it. Maybe we have some item breakpoints coming through, which would be pretty huge. We have teleports to work with as well, and a Rift Herald. So this could be a play that Dorado Gaming are setting up for to satchel their way into a tier 2.
All right, Mixture's caught out.
Mixture.
He's going to go down.
They got him.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Easy pickup. Mixture just completely out of position right there and kind of underestimates Blue Otter in the mid lane. And this will give the Dragons just straight over to Blue Otter.
Got a little too excited on that one. There was really an opportunity for Dorado to deny so much from Blue Otter off the back of that last minute of play or so. So instead, he goes down. They lose this Drake, and you give Blue Otter back that opportunity to maybe play for a Dragon Soul later on into the game.
So now taking stock of the game, 20 minutes into this 4K lead for Dorado. They're going to be down one Dragon. Blue Otter being able to play around that objective better. But for the most part, it's been Dorado favored as they've taken all the outer towers. They've been able to grab themselves 3 grubs to help with more tower taking, and now they're eyeballing the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, Quacker has no TP. They know he's coming from top lane, so if they can get this done fast enough, I don't know if there's a real answer for Blue Otter, especially now that Sushi is here on the Kaisa. That passive needs to take objectives really quickly. It's just going to be about poke, and can they get Kryra in to go for the steal?
And look at you try and go into those choke points, and you have the minefield that's put up by Shochi. So it makes you reevaluate your angle. Now Ariana in a bad spot between worlds going to be used and utilized beautifully to get away from the engage. Equalizer goes down, doesn't find much other than Mixture. Blue Otter still standing strong as they look for more engages. Weaver Wall cuts off Mixture, and Blue Otter will get a kill, but they'll lose the Otacon in the process.
I'm going to tell you what we say to that. We call that hashtag worth Eric. Otacon for your supports. I'll take that deal. Would you take that deal?
I'll take it any day.
That's right. And because that's a huge buff that Dorado Gaming are able to secure for themselves off that play. And I'm pretty sure Rift Herald timed out there. They didn't really find an opportunity to use it after losing that last dragon. But still, if that gets the charge in, nobody pays attention to it. That's worth too.
And this is going to get more and more frustrating to have to deal with, because look at Shochi's build. He's been able to get both burn items. He's got the Leandries, the Blackfire Torch, which means this poke, if you don't find a timely engage, it's going to burn you down slowly.
Oh, yeah. It is. Now, Things are kind of slowing down, but we have a TP coming through, and I lied. We're fighting.
Oh, man. It's been hamburgers a lot for Blue Otter as they keep hunting down Mixture.
Oh,
Look
they
at
got
another
him.
kill onto him. Kaido might be in a bad way. Will flag and drag out. Rift Herald going to find a crash. And now the recall instantly called out of Shochi, realizing he's in the wrong side of town. He might turn around and just take the tower.
Satchel?
Finds it with the satchel and give his life for the cause. Super Mega
And the
Inferno Bomb
wave!
goes down, so he'll clear out the wave as well. Shochi trying to trade up on his life.
I'm not gonna lie, he collected a lot of gold just there. It feels bad for him to die, but there is, honestly, it's not too bad. And you can see Dorado Gaming overall in aggregate, because of that, they maintain to this 4K gold lead that they're sitting on right now, and they are feeling good.
The only thing is they have to be careful about some of this positioning because it's not always going to be in their favor. They still got the tower. They still got what they wanted. Thing is, you're giving these small windows of opportunity back to Blue Otter by being disrespectful, and you're seeing it come through right now. Equalizer goes down into Ariana. Between Worlds going to be used. Tries to find it on the opposite side, but they're not letting him escape. But Ariana will go on a rampage before he's taken down. Flash over the wall from Sushi. Will find himself back to safety. Looking to fight over the wall. Kaido still there. And finally, Sushi getting some autos. Flag and drag going in. Kaido gets a triple knockup, but he realizes he's in the middle of 3. Still attacking over the wall.
Oh my
Sushi
God.
finds some more damage on the Karaira, and finally an escape gonna be found by the cow, but Blue Otter scrapping ahead in kills.
Yeah, and hold on.
Oh,
Oh, they're scrapping ahead big time with Mixture backing on a ward. Punished big time for yet another misposition here. And these plays are Blue Otter finding their way back, clawing their way back into this game, because now they've cut this gold lead in half. They've got some very crucial shutdowns, particularly the one on Oriana. And it does mean that, especially someone like Quacker, gets a lot of gold back into his pocket.
all right, we need Dorado, more specifically Mixture. Calm down a little bit. You've
Yeah.
been cooked many times now. The entire place smells like a fast food joint. Giving up 5 kills over. Definitely gonna be pretty brutal right there. I know your mission is to be that frontline tank, but not die this much.
No, and I mean, to the credit of Oriana, did get a kill, but the 1-for-1 there is not worth because you had such a huge bounty. And really, the rest of this fight, I think, was a little ambitious to be playing with. What really sealed the deal there was Kryra knocking 2 people over the wall with that crescent guard. The fact that Sushi was 2 walls away from this entire situation. Sushi is very strong right now. If he's not at these fights able to auto-attack, then Dorado Gaming don't have a chance.
And you saw a little bit of a desync in that fight as well. Mixture was knocked over that wall, as you had mentioned, but he was able to headbutt Pulverize right on back without issue. Kaido thought he was stuck, so he did that flag and drag to try and help out that situation over there. Ended up condemning his own life in the process. So moments like that definitely need to be quickly communicated within the team. Now Dorado communicating that it's time to take the Drake and even it up 2 apiece.
Right, both teams playing for a Cloud Soul. Otherwise, you can see, with the wave state being what it is, Dorado Gaming very happy to play hard for this mid lane, and I think Blue Otter are in trouble.
Here we go, Weaver's Wall going to be used. Mixture going to be the front line for this one. Rovex knocked the wrong way. Mixture still taking a lot of damage. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. Already one going to fall. The Recon 1-for-1 exchange as Kryro returns it onto the cow. Now Kaido going in, looking for Quacker. Will be able to find that. 2 kills now back into the pocket of Dorado. Samikin and Array go on retreat. They lost Mixture once again, but hey, that's par for the course. Now you got 3 more kills.
Yeah, that time I think it ends up being worth it. And this is brutal because Dorado Gaming's loss is twofold. It's not only the fight that ends in a 1-for-3, but it's also a huge wave that crashed and got taken out by that bottom tier 1 turret. There's really no reason for Blue Otter to all commit to mid lane in that situation because of the potential to lose what they ended up losing. So now that bit of a reprieve in the gold lead they earned over those last couple of minutes is pretty much gone. Dorado Gaming very much back into the driver's seat, and with Baron being on the table, that's not a place Blue Otter wants them to be.
And a lot of that is just the setup, the poke that comes out from Dorado. You saw how much damage Array took at the very start of that. That was pretty brutal to have to try and fight that when he was already Valkyrieing away. Still going to be rough to deal with. 2 more Feed and Dish Codex now in the inventory of Shochi. Will increase that CDR so we can bring in more and more of those heavy-hitting bombs. There's still a lot of standing gold on the map right now for Blue Otter to look to take, as they haven't claimed a tower just yet.
Yeah, very true. There is a world where even though Dorado Gaming are very strong right now, they take a bad fight, they get wiped. There's a chance for Blue Otter to earn everything they've lost and then some this game, but I think they're going to lose more first.
All right, here we go. Kryra looking to engage in, realizing that he's trapped. Same thing with Array. The rest of the team now going to teleport in.
TP.
We got a 5v5 on the top side, Beat.
You don't even have to fight. The fact that you
Yeah, you don't have to fight.
You don't.
Told Dorado that one. Here comes the Weaver's Wall looking to cut off. Flash comes out. Shochi will take that satchel over the wall away from the equalizer. Forward aggression from Blue Otter doesn't find a kill, but it finds a lot of pressure.
Yeah, we didn't have to fight for that one. The fact that you got 2 TPs out of Blue Otter, you could have walked away and felt pretty happy about that one, I'm pretty sure. And I mean, the only saving grace is that Orianna is not enough of a takedown for Blue Otter to go ahead and start the Baron. But I think they're getting to a point where maybe they should have tried anyway, because this game does seem to have been falling away from them.
Yeah.
I think they didn't want to take a chance. They're going to spend the gold they've earned yet again and try at the next opportunity.
And they're going to find themselves a turret over in the top lane at the same time. So some gold getting returned back into the pocket of Blue Otter to try and shrink down this gold lead. And so far, so successful. Only 1K now separates these teams.
Yeah, very true. A huge comeback for Blue Otter so far. And really, I think a lot of what's going to be decided isn't the Dragon, but it is the Baron. Because I think we're a while away from a Dragon Soul. That's why you're seeing so much focus on Vision Game on that bottom side. First by Dorado Gaming, then Blue Otter. After that fight came through. But really, nobody wants to let the opponent get that Baron. And I think we're going to just see a lot more poking, a lot more prodding, and as soon as there's an opening, a lot more fighting.
Samikin was definitely very dead serious coming into this game. You know, I talked to him. He was reflecting on the loss, you know, that he had against DZ, and he was very upset about his performance and how much they were able to pick him off early on when he was on that Aurora. Now on the Talia, it looks like he's out here for redemption because he's been fantastic in setting up a lot of these Blue Otter fights and picks to go into their favor. And it seems like we're going to see more as the seismic shove going to land alongside the grand entrance. Kaido eating a lot of damage in the process. Doesn't get the flag and drag to go the way he wants, but had a blast plant to get him out.
Yeah, so it kind of works out in the end. You get 2 ults for the price of 2. And I'm pretty sure both teams are just going to go back to neutral. There's not a whole lot is really gained or lost for it. There was some space for Dorado. They got some vision in and around the Baron, but with Dragon spawning soon, you got to imagine some of these players are going to have to put their focus on that side.
Between Worlds going to be used.
Ooh.
The focus is Array. Array creates the distance in time, has a backup in Samikin and Rovex. 9 seconds till the Dragon touches down. Dorado do have first foot into the river, trying to expand that vision. Looking for control over the mid lane. Both of these squads, still the poke coming out from Shochi. Dragon now started up by Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, Kryra gonna go over.
Kryra, he goes in. He doesn't find the steal. Will he give his life in the process? He goes for the 3-town strike, finds it onto Sushi, but no one's there to back him up, so he'll fall to Sushi. Now the chase coming out from the Hounds as they look for more against Blue Otter. A little bit of poke to dissuade Dorado from continuing their chase. Out comes the minefield, burning Quacker quite a bit right there. And Dragon secured for Dorado. We'll put them at Dragon Soul Point. They catch Kryra as well.
Yeah, and that's the jungler. I see pings for the Baron, so they might want to try and force this one. We still have 25 seconds, but maybe that isn't enough time. And Blue Otter, they're committing everything to make sure it's not going to go down very easily for them here. I think this position is really dangerous, though.
Yeah, here comes Kaido. There's 3 members right there. He'll have to burn his flash. Kaido's been caught out a
You
lot.
can still start this, can't you? You think this really fast.
Yeah, Kryra's still 3 seconds off of the respawn.
But yeah.
He's a jungler. He doesn't have teleport, man. So this is started up. No smite available. If Blue Otter want a chance at this, they can try and get the kill onto Kaido. But Kaido already now getting pressure. 2k health remains. They're still focusing down this Baron. Will get smited. Will get secured. Mixture will go down once more. But that is the objective that Dorado wanted, and they net it, and they're looking to get out. Now getting chased by Array. Between Worlds going to be popped. Ariana going to cancel it. Doesn't want to go into that direction, but Baron now belongs to Dorado.
Feels like I'm reading the Bible, watching Dorado Gaming play, because there's always this animal sacrifice to be able to get something that they want, and that sacrifice has been Mixture on the cow. He died again, but again, it's just so worth because you've secured the Baron. If Kaido can secure this red buff, that'd be pretty funny, but now he's actually in danger.
Yeah, he's waiting for his Flagon Dread to
Oh!
come off cooldown.
Oh, he missed!
No, it didn't go through! He failed it, so his life now forfeit. And Blue Otter will take that kill.
The only thing I will say about that, I saw the vision. If that hits, he's him. But unfortunately, he didn't, so he's dead. That's one Baron buff out of the picture, but you still have 4 more for 2 minutes. So it's not really the biggest loss. I think the only real downside, though, is not having the full 5. And the fact that only one tier 2 turret remains means that Dorado Gaming as a 4-man not actually comfortable enough to push very far on the Blue Otter side of the map, especially because you said it, junglers don't have teleport. It's going to take Kaido a while to be able to join the party once he respawns. So really, you just want to collect waves, you just want to wait till you're a full 5 and have maybe one last Baron push coming up soon.
See how Blue Otter play out these next couple of seconds. I mean, you still want to wait for some timers to come off cooldown. What I'm looking at is Samikin's flash, of course. The Flagon Drag comes out, Cataclysm catches you. That's a world of hurt now. Ray able to flash on out. Samikin looking for the cow
Mixture.
once more. Mixture, the sacrificial lamb, as you have put it. Rovex will find the knockup on a Mixture.
Oh, unless...
Headbutts onto a minion. You're not killing him today. No more burgers for Blue Otter.
My goat, actually. Nice escape. I saw the vision trying to... Oh, hold on.
Quacker, what's going on here? Equalizer goes down. It's a nice knockup to keep them in the Equalizer. Now looking to continue the fight is going to be Kryber. Finds a 3-talent strike knockup onto Kaido. Between worlds, going to get popped. Array might be popped as well by Ariana, but has to return back to the opposite side of the map. Trade coming out. Quacker, Rovex both fall in trade for Kaido.
I mean, 1 for 2, so it doesn't feel as good, but the map state, considering Dorado Gaming have had Baron in these couple of minutes, is actually not too bad for Blue Otter. The fact that they're able to fight, suffer minimal losses, but still losses, and are able to prevent any more tier 2s from going down, kind of really narrows the value of what Dorado Gaming could have gotten with these last 3 minutes. So it's not the best position to be in, but Blue Otter hold on. They're only 2k down. It could be worse. It could be a lot worse.
Mega Inferno Bomb not going to find Array. I got to give a lot of credit to Array in this game so far. I mean, he's 1-0-6. He's been playing the Corki well. Corki is rather short range. There's a lot of poke he has to deal with. There's a lot of dive that he has to deal with. He hasn't gone down, and he's been able to maintain some of the damage that Blue Otter needs to scrap in.
Yeah, very true. He's scaled up, and he's gotten to that point of the game where he is very, very impactful. It's just about being able to play his life and lay out that damage that you're highlighting. I mean, some of these fights that have gone well for Blue Otter, you can see how much Array is pumping. And it really is just about whether or not Blue Otter can make space for him to be able to do so.
Dragon gonna spawn. Blue Otter feel the pressure to deny this one. Dorado get it. It will be Dragon Soul for them. Soul point for Blue Otter if they can secure it for themselves, making an interesting equation a bit later. Now setting up over on the flank is going to be Array. A lot of those rockets, that's the poke that Blue Otter have to take advantage of. Ariana jumps forward, gets a big burst of damage. Out comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. Now the fight for the Dragon begins. Kaido's able to secure. Dragon Soul belongs to Dorado. And here comes Ariana looking for Array. Tries to escape. The cow over the wall. Here comes the Killer Instinct to chase down Array as Sushi sees Array in the crosshairs. And Dorado him down. The catch out onto Rovex. Rovex has yet to fall. Shochi stays alive. Kryro will give his life to take him down. Ariana looking for more flashes right out from the seismic shove and looks for the chase onto Samikin. Can't clean it up. Dragon Soul for Dorado. A 3 for 2 exchange.
And Kaido just doesn't miss. He keeps winning these 50-50s. He did it against Winthrop. He's doing it against Blue Otter. And it's given Dorado Gaming that Dragon Soul and a huge lead once again. I mean, we're going to watch this. The setup was really nice from Oriana to go in stealth and get the immediate burst damage, because look what's happening. Array is not in this fight. He is not helpful at all to Blue Otter, and because they're able to get on top of him as a team, Dorado Gaming, They get the numbers advantage, they get the kills, and they're able to walk down Blue Otter.
You can see right there, Rovex surviving by the skin of his teeth. Our producers let us know that was 7 HP. Well, it's redemption time.
And now it's 0.
Now it's 0 as Sushi will go dominating.
Yeah, I mean, Sushi has had a pretty big game. Once again on the Kaisa, our producers have confirmed that Rovex indeed has 0 HP. And I will say, I like that latest item from Sushi. It is the BT. So you do have that overshield to play with. It really helps you deal with some of the poke Blue Otter are working with. And of course, as long as you have access to a wave, you're going to be able to heal up really nicely.
Dragon, not Dragon, that's Baron.
Yeah, a little bigger.
Now. Yeah, a little bit bigger, just a little bit. And no Blue Otter in sight. They're just going to completely forfeit this one because they can't get on the map in time. They can't get in position in time. They would lose more if they challenged it. So now Baron belongs to Dorado once more.
That's right, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do a little more with it than they did the last one. And now the gold leaf's gone up to about 3,000. We're getting to a point, though, where last items are going to be coming up very shortly. So it will be interesting if Blue Otter hold on that long to see if they'll be able to bounce back. But for the moment, Dorado Gaming, they have the means to take down more structures, and as long as they're able to stay up as 5, you're going to have a better chance to be able to do it.
Again, Dragon Soul belongs to Dorado. They also have the Baron now. They're wearing purple, and they're looking to take down Blue Otter. 7th place teams doing battle 2 and 4 apiece for both of these squads. Really puts a lot of emphasis on how important this game is to try and make it into playoffs. And with Dorado in the driver's seat, they're looking the favorite at the moment as they lead these waves towards the base of Blue Otter.
Ooh. This time around, Baron buff is going to knock down some turrets for sure. Biggest guarantee is that we're already touching that inhibitor. And Blue Otter, all they can really do is wave clear to the best of their abilities, while Dorado set their sights on the top tier 3.
And it's so hard to stop this siege. Ziggs does Ziggs things. Watch him go auto the tower. Doesn't even need to get another auto, and it got low enough for him to execute it with the satchel. That's 2 inhibitor towers down, 2 inhibitors to follow, and it seems like everything's going right for Dorado.
Oh yes. Now this wave is coming through. It is Baroned up. Dorado Gaming, they could look for an end here if they're able to get the hits on. I mean, look at Ziggs doing. What am I looking at?
All right, we're splitting the team. Samikin's going in, but he's putting himself in a dangerous spot. Does not have flash. He doesn't have a chance to escape. And just like that, the Blue Otters, they're all getting decimated. 3 fall. The chase will continue. They want the full-on aces. Kryra looks for the escape, but he can't get away. The hounds go hunting, and tonight they're eating Otter.
And a nice finish to what was overall a really nice match for Dorado Gaming. This is kind of those signs of life we saw against Winthrop University, and I think this was even a better performance from them overall. I mean, there were definitely a couple of question marks, a couple of criticisms, but I think overall, compared to what we've seen in week 1, this was a pretty clean game for them, and a much-needed series win. This is a team now I'm immediately a lot more excited to see in playoffs to get there.
Yeah, I felt like this game was a little bit of mixture give it, mixture take it away. He kind of fed a little bit, but there were times where his death was actually really impactful for the rest of the squad to clean up fights and have that crowd control to focus down a lot of the members of Blue Otter. Ultimately, it was a pretty good team effort coming out from this team. I mean, Sushi looked fantastic on the Kaisa. This is definitely going to be a pick a lot of teams will look out for to ban away from him. Shochi put on a lot of pressure with that Ziggs. And I think even Ariana, a lot of the flanks we saw from the Polish powerhouse, as we're now dubbing him, were really tremendous in getting a ray out of a lot of those fights.
Yeah, I think overall, again, in terms of team fights and map play, it was a good look from Dorado Gaming overall. And again, a lot to be excited about going into the future. So I think now the only thing left is for you guys in chat to vote for the MVP. It's a little hard to see, but it says Oriana, Sushi, and Kaido. Whoever you think is deserving, go ahead and type it in Twitch chat exclusively. Not you.
It should only read mixture. That's what it should read for it. This guy kind of stole
He was
the
most
spotlight
valuable
from
to both
everything.
sides. I mean, okay, if we're being real, he had like 2 bad deaths. They were just really bad. The rest of them were good. It's fine. He still had a good game.
Yeah, credit to him. I mean, he still did his job quite well. Alistair's supposed to take damage anyway. But let us know who you think deserves that MVP. Will it be Sushi? Will it be Kaido? Or will it be Ariana? Type it in the Twitch chat. And we're going to throw it over to break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of our winners from Dorado Gaming. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2, Dorado versus Blue Otter. Dorado, they stay calm, they stay composed, and despite some scrap going back and forth, they take the dub beat.
They do. And honestly, even though Blue Otter gave us some pretty good signs of life here and there, again, I really just want to continue praising Dorado Gaming and how well I think they played this match overall, kind of start to finish, with a few exceptions. But honestly, all things considered, and this being a really must-win match for them, you know, give them some grace for it. Overall, I liked what I was seeing. I thought they played the map well. I thought they played a lot of those early skirmishes well and objective setups very effectively too. And the fact that Kaido just doesn't miss those, man. He is unstealable. He cannot be stolen from.
That's one of the reasons why I think he definitely deserves to be in that MVP picture. Because he was securing every single smite that this team needed. I don't think he got stolen from once. The dragons that Cry were able to get were uncontested for the most part, and Kaido really being able to handle that pressure, as well as get some of these engages going for Blue Otter with the Cataclysm. You know, there's one little hiccup there, but hey, we can forgive that when he's that on point with smites.
Oh, yes, we can. And it was nice to see Sushi again really get comfortable on the Kaisa pick, get a little saucy in the back half of this game, too. And you called it out. I think it's a pick that we should expect to see either played for him in future matches, or maybe we'll get to a point where that's going to be removed from his champion pool via bans.
I mean, from what we've seen from Sushi so far is, you know, it's been a little bit shaky compared to the expectations that we've had on him, but comfort through and through when he is on that Kaisa. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that banned away in the future from him, not allow him to be able to have that playmaking that he does on the Kaisa, because he shows that he's very calculated with a lot of his death sentences, and not death sentence, killer instinct, excuse me.
I was gonna say, I'm like, Fresh? What's...
A lot of his killer instincts to get deep into the fight when the team needs it most.
Yeah, really good positioning, really good spacing. I think being able to perform like that is really exciting. And you know what? He was a rookie, so those first couple of weeks, especially in such a short split, I think it's all right to see some of those stumbles. Now, it'll be exciting to see what else he's going to be able to pull out. He's going to playoffs, of course. It will be best of 3, best of 5, and it's fearless, so you're only going to see that Kaisa once.
And then we also have to put the conversation to Ariana, another one of the nominees for that MVP. I think it was really a lot of those objective fights that made Ariana stand out quite a bit, because taking the invisibility to flank in and get damage onto Array, onto this Corki to make sure it wouldn't be a factor in the team fights was pretty pivotal towards Dorado's success.
I think so. And I mean, honestly, again, we gotta be really excited about Dorado Gaming. I don't think they're quite guaranteed playoffs yet, but this win was a huge step forward for them. And it will be exciting to talk to one of the members and see how they're going to do going forward.
Yeah. I mean, that's a huge point to stress, man. I mean, they're now 3-4 on the regular season with 2 more games to go. This puts Blue Otter at 2-5, which is a very tough place to be. It has them now in the bottom end of the standings, where they very desperately need wins that are coming up. They have CTG to gotta fight. They got CCG they need to fight. Those are going to be tough opponents for them. So, you know, all the best of luck to Blue Otter, but what a great step forward for Dorado Gaming.
I mean, the way they played today, I'm less unsure about their chances going forward. I won't lie, against those teams. So, was a breath of fresh air. Hope to see more of it. And yeah, that's kind of all I got, Eric. What about you?
I mean, I'd be a little bit more hopeful if CTG didn't just take that game against Supernova, but we'll see how Blue Otter do. Conversations now, Dorado, and we have an interview lined up with Sushi, who will be joining us on the broadcast. You know, it's got to feel good. Welcome, Sushi. How you doing, man?
Hello, I'm very good. How about you guys?
Good. You know, watching you play Kaisa can elevate anybody's mood.
Yeah, and that's the first question I really do want to ask is Kaisa just this comfort pick for you? Because you always do tremendous stuff when you're on that champion.
Well, I do I would say Kaisa is probably like one of my comfort, right? I remember like at the first weeks of the NACL, I felt like I was, well, I thought I was playing some champions that I thought I could play really well, which I can also play really well, but I mean it's just not my identity, it's not really my comfort picks. And I feel like in the past few weeks I have in the games we've all won, I've always played some champions I was comfortable on, which I think it's definitely one of the best part of it. I think it's definitely helpful.
Yeah, and I think talking about past performances, I want to know more about what the journey's been like from you. I know it's a short split, but I think the fact that you in week 1 versus you in week 4, I think there's been a big difference. So can you speak to the work you've been putting individually as a team for you and everyone to get to this point you're at now, where you guys had a really clean game, you played really well, everyone played really well. So what's the journey been?
Well, at first, the first weeks it was definitely I was still getting to know the team, right? I was joining, I was the only one that they changed into team, so it was definitely a stressful moment. I didn't want my team to be sad about the change and all of that, but it was definitely a rough first week. But I think we've been working a lot on how to in scrims we've been doing lots of progress on all the things we have to do to get better, right? So it was definitely it was definitely some really good scrims, and we've been working really hard on it. So yeah.
All right, Sushi. Well, we got to get going because we got our next game coming up. So we want to thank you for joining us. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give before we let you go?
Shout out to the team, shout out to my family and all my friends that are watching, and also shout out to Blue Otter. Like my friends do, I was playing versus them, so it's definitely really sad to win versus them. But I mean, shout out to everybody watching as well that is supporting me from my stream also.
All right, we want to thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the well-needed win to try and keep you guys in the playoffs, and we want to wish you the best of luck on your future opponents.
Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you to Sushi once again for joining us for that interview. Yeah, it really does line up with what we've been seeing from Dorado. We talked about how they've been scaling and looking to be more cohesive and finding their identity. And, you know, Sushi talking about that comfort in playing that he wants to play, which, by the way, Sushi going to be our MVP, shows that growth that we've been talking about through the season.
Yeah, and it's been really nice to see. Nice for Sushi to be able to kind of speak on that a little bit. And again, excited to see what he and the rest of the team do going forward.
So we got to get on to our next match of the day. This one's going to be very interesting. It's going to be Citadel Gaming versus Dark Zero. Now, why is this interesting? Normally, I would be a little bit critical of Citadel, and then they beat Supernova. So suddenly, this puts the ball in a completely different park, and we're wondering just where Citadel stock is.
Yeah, and I think like taking a look at the rosters too, the thing is Dark Zero is still a team that, I mean, I think are really strong overall in the NACL. There's a lot to be excited about top to bottom. I mean, Kizno, Toasty, some of the new members who I think I've been thinking really highly of, I think will look good.
And then their opponents on the Rift, Citadel Gaming. Big Bradley was on that Yone last week, and it was a solid performance to see. This team definitely did step up in what was their hardest match of the season against Supernova.
Yeah, and that match, I think, was really just an example of the ceiling we expect from this roster. I mean, we look at this team where these guys have not placed low at NACL, basically ever.
Oh.
So the fact that, you know, they've been really shaky, they didn't qualify into Split 1, and the fact that now they're able to beat Supernova, a team who we tout as top 2 to finish off Split 2, really does speak more to that potential that maybe we're finally starting to see.
All right, we're already in draft. Dark Zero's first pick, going to be Rumble. Now, when it comes to Citadel, I actually don't know what to expect with this game, because if you look at Citadel's stock, it went up the moment they went against Winthrop and got that win. Then they lost against Conviction. Then they lost. Then they got a win against Dog, which was okay. That's kind of good. Then they lost against CCG, lost against LG, and now we're like, okay, it's all the way down here. Suddenly, boom! It goes to the sky when they beat Supernova. So there's a lot of questions about this squad that I definitely think might be answered in this game with an opponent as high caliber as Dark Zero.
Yeah, I think the summary is whoever's trying to bet on Citadel are just in shambles this split and aren't really sure what's going on. So, you know, for those people, I am sorry. But talking more on the draft, we're seeing the Maokai again from Kenvi. It was there paired with Bradley's Yone in the mid lane in that match where they beat Supernova. So I think overall the strength of this champion, while forgotten for a little bit, I think has been remembered.
And we're pushing back to the Trundle. Hasn't been locked in just yet. But they do go through with that. It is something that can make this Maokai even more of paper, considering a lot of Maokai's early on will get that Leandries first before we start to see the tank build. So make a pretty rough early game for team fighting when it comes to Kenvi. But yeah, that does get locked in for Dark Zero.
Yeah. Will be interesting. I could see Toasty doing a little bit of back and forth in his head. It really does feel like a juicy Silas angle. I feel like no matter what else Citadel picks, Maokai ult and Alistar ult just make it super worth. But, you know, instead of that, I'm just going to go for the Orianna. I think a much safer blind to be playing with.
Yeah, Orianna as well as Rumble together, that does bring some team fight oomph that Dark Zero will be looking for. It also plays towards the way Toasty has been playing with this squad, where it's been more locked in control mages. You know, we saw a lot of Victor from him last week. Now going to be on that Orianna as well, where usually you're looking for some type of setup for your playmaking, but when you make it, it should have a pretty big impact. Now Citadel going to look to lock in the Ezreal.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing too is that the Trundle Pillar actually sets up ultimates like Ori's and Rumbles really nicely. I think we lost SRX, so it's just going to be me here. I think the Ezreal is really important just because Instinct is going to have a lot of trouble being able to really get away from what Dark Zero is working with if he doesn't have something like Arcane. Eric, I heard your voice. Are you here?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I didn't even lose connection to the call. I just like lost connection to the feed for a brief second. So
Weird.
a little bit weird, but don't worry. I hope you didn't miss me that much.
Yeah.
So
I just
yeah,
want to do this by myself. This is scary.
I mean, you could. I'll just sit back, take it over.
No. Start talking words, man.
All right, Wordsman is here to talk
Yes.
Braum, not on Rift. Goodbye. No Braum. No
True.
Tristana as well. So, Tristana ban.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure if I've seen Instinct play too much Tristana, at least on this season so far. I'll have to
I think
double-check
it's a
on that
Bradley
one.
ban just because that actually lanes pretty well into Tristana.
Yeah.
And pairs really nicely with the Maokai. So I think that's a good shout from the Coach Niles over there on Dark Zero. So now it's just about whether or not they're going to try and throw something else at Bradley instead. It is going to be the Chase, which, technically, again, could have played mid. Either mid or top pairs nice with Maokai in those later stages.
Yeah, silly me. Not realizing ADC was already picked. And, yeah, it's picked
Happens.
again. Lucian getting locked in over for Citadel is going to turn things kind of twisted here for Citadel as they're looking for the double ADC comp to take in some wild strategies against Dark Zero.
Yeah, and honestly, you do still have some pretty good range to play with. It isn't the Alice, or rather, it's not the Lucian Milio or anything like that, but you still scale really nicely. You offer a lot of late game damage, and double marksman means as long as you're able to, auto attack, you're going to do a lot of work.
And Lucian has been like one of the champions to have pairings that work so concretely. Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami, Lucian Braum.
Yeah.
It's always been interesting to see that. Now we'll get to see Lucian Alistair hit the rip right here. Smolder now getting locked in for Dark Zero. So this is a pretty interesting pick. I think this is the first time this season that we've seen a Smolder.
I feel like
This
Sajid
split.
played it. Oh, this split. Yeah. I think so. We'd have to double check, but overall, Smolder, Nautilus, pretty classic combo as far as this champion is concerned. And I mean, you know the deal. As soon as we see a champion like that, there's a timer. And the timer this time, instead of a time specifically, it's those 225 passive stacks for Sajed. Something we know he's used to, as I'm sure he's played this champion before this year. And that's kind of the game plan. And on Citadel Gaming side, I think you have a lot to work with before that timer comes through for Sajed. So for Dark Zero, it's using your stronger skirmishing tools elsewhere on the map to be able to keep the game going long enough that Sajed can carry them to the finish line.
I'm actually checking it right now. So far for this season, it hasn't been played. So it'll be interesting to see. Not this season, excuse me. This play.
Okay, I was gonna say,
I keep
what?
juking you out, man. I keep
I
juking you
know,
out. I'm
what's
sorry.
going
I'm
on?
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm slipping up here. Let me check right now because I'm very curious about this. Smolder has been played twice.
Okay.
So we have seen play from it. One was Shogo, one was Levitate. So this is going to be the first time Sajid plays it this season. Okay, now I can say it.
There we go. Good job, Eric. Reading stats.
We got there. We got
that math degree's coming in clutch, bro. We like to see it.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Even, wait, reading stats. Math.
Yeah, math, numbers, stats. Hey, stop
Okay,
something.
just anything with numbers has to involve
Yes.
the math degree. But I want to know from you, Beat, because it's been a while since we've seen a Smolder. How do you feel about this Smolder pick coming in with the comp of DZ?
My only concern is that is there enough gas in DZ's tank to be able to get Smolder to this 225 stack count? Because right now, there are a good amount of vulnerabilities. If you look at champions like Mbessa, and you're looking at Mbessa, you're looking at Maokai, there's a lot of ways to get onto this Smolder and make his life difficult. It's about Dark Zero just giving up as little as possible before they get to that point. And Citadel, they want to take as much as they can before Smolder comes online.
I mean, that's going to be the scary thing, as you had mentioned. 225 is that break point where you start getting the execute. And that's when you really have to start to worry, because that execute does scale with more stacks. So late game Smolder is an absolute menace. There used to be a meme back in the day when Smolder first came out that Smolder pentakills were not real pentakills just because of that execute.
That's true. I mean, honestly, they were not of equal value. That's all I'm going to say. Because, like, especially with release Smolder, it was just laughably easy. There's not really much to say about it.
Yeah.
Now, Sajid, he'll have to work for it a little bit more. I guess we'll have to decide on whether or not small their pentakills matter now. Because I feel like that execute is not in the place it was when it first came out. That was disgusting.
It was super disgusting what we would see. Well, we got to talk predictions now, so let's see what the cast team desk thinks. Okay, we're split once again a little bit, you know, mostly biased towards Dark Zero, but at least this time on the desk, we agree.
We do. I love that synergy. Like, give me a handshake, bro, real quick.
All right. Okay,
No, the other hand. There you go.
There we go.
There you go. Good job.
My hand gotta be huge because I put it over the mic. Okay, there we go.
Honestly, I am basing my prediction personally on the fact that, yes, Citadel beating Supernova was pretty huge, but honestly, it's not the same as best of one, and I think a lot of Citadel struggles are still present. I hope they are able to turn it around, but that one win does not contribute.
Yeah, a best of one really does kind of reframe a way a lot of this season has gone. It definitely leaves some big questions as, was it a fluke? Did Citadel win off of a fluke? I personally don't think so. I thought their playstyle was pretty solid in that game, especially Bradley Zione. But they're going to have to prove that they can do this more than once against a lot of these top teams. We want to hear your opinion. Let us know in Twitch chat, who do you think will take this victory? Will it be Dark Zero, hashtag DZ into Twitch chat if you want them to win? Will it be Citadel, hashtag CTG if you want them to win?
I think what Eric's trying to say is, are you going to vote for Citadel, or are you going to be Chads like us who voted for Dark Zero? That's really the question on his mind. I speak Desserex, so, I can translate it for him. You guys know his true thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, pretty firmly exactly in the ballpark where I am right now.
I knew it.
The big reason for me is DZ brings a lot of consistency. That's what we've seen throughout the Maryville program and a lot of the players that they bring up. Of course, Maryville affiliated with the Dark Zero team, though all the players not on Maryville. K is one of them that we've talked about in the past. But they still really do have a great environment to make these players, incredible. And how many players that they've promoted, from Scary Jerry was playing in the LTA before, from APA, one of the big highlights for promotions from the NACL. What Dark Zero has been able to foster, it's been consistently good, and that's why at least I'm leaning my prediction towards DZ.
I mean, let's not forget about Yuji, who also passed through the doors
Yuji
of
too.
MU at a time, But otherwise, just the fact that a lot of players who make it to LCS/LTA North pass through there really speaks to the eye for talent that they have.
All right, so we're ready to hit the rift. A battle of juggernauts, 3-3 for Citadel Gaming as they face a 4-2 Dark Zero.
And we're going to see if Citadel Gaming are going to continue that immense momentum after giving Supernova their first loss this split. Whether or not they'll be able to make it happen. Oh, one thing we didn't mention in the draft? It says real mid.
Yeah, that's something I brought up, 2 ADCs.
Wow. But like 2 marksmen, it can mean another thing. Lucian mid exists, But like, I mean, I don't know why I'm giving you flame. I wasn't looking. That's me.
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you?
Yeah,
Shame on you.
My fault.
Shame.
Shame. I blame you though, still somehow.
Somehow it's my fault.
Yeah.
I didn't say it with a hype voice. Was that the reason?
That's it. I was not engaged. You figured it out, man. Thank you.
When I saw the Lucian lock in, I should have been like, 2 marksmen. What?
Yeah. See, that would have got my attention. I agree, Eric. This is your fault.
Jeez, you just got the flame all day. Yeah, I had to deal with it last week, and Zazel just being like, you'll probably still get bullied if you grow out that beard.
That's not flame though. He's just telling you his personal experience.
I mean, he's the realist overall, so I still
you.
respect the opinion.
He just wants to free you and tell you that a beard can make you happy.
But at the cost of your overall perception to others. But what do they think?
What does that matter?
What do they even matter?
Finish the phrase, Eric. I'm cringe, but
I'm me.
It's supposed to
I'm
be
happy.
I'm free, but close enough.
I'm free. It was close.
Yeah,
I got the rhyme.
You did.
Yeah.
I'll take it. You'll get partial points. Good for you.
And getting into this game, I still really do favor Dark Zero. I'm a big fan of Trundle. I think he's like just an absolutely fantastic champion for any team to really grab. I know a lot of teams have been hesitant to grab a lot of true tanks just in case Trundle does get picked. But the biggest thing for me has always been the pillar. I love Trundle pillar, especially once you're able to max it out. It's a really big slow, it blocks terrain, and it's a great setup for a lot of other champions to land some pretty crucial abilities.
Yeah, I mean, a good pillar can do wonders for a shockwave or a equalizer. So I think that's something to keep an eye out for Kizno. He's going to be able to set up those good pillars for his mid and top lane to get some pretty big team fight plays. On the other side, Kenvi, because Kenvi's really the only one where I think a meaningful amount of resistance can get taken. It makes me wonder if Kenvi is going to go Leandri's into a not so tanky build. Maybe not full damage necessarily, but, you know, maybe build those like bruiser AP items just because he is the only source of magic damage this game. It would help the damage profile a little bit. It would also mean Kizno has less to steal with that subjugate, especially considering he can't steal damage resistance. So, you know, stealing from Diamond, not as great either.
Still make him a paper tree.
Yeah, some origami.
Yeah.
Oh, Kenvi. Oh, Kenvi. Oh, Kenvi.
God.
Oh, Kenvi.
Okay. You know, even senior hands can have some problems here and there.
Yeah,
You said origami. It was kind of reminding me of some of the jokes I used to hear when I was training in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
It-
okay. I think I know.
Yeah. They used to call it the art of folding clothes with people in them.
That's pretty good.
And right now, looking to fold Zyko. Zyko's
Oh,
caught
he's
out
getting
big
folded.
time. Yeah,
Getting
he's going to have to
folded.
burn his flash for a chance to escape, but they might still be able to chase him down, and that's
Ooh.
exactly what they do as Instinct gets first blood.
I like that angle from Instinct to ensure he's outside turret range. And, I mean, the only downside, or rather not the downside, it's not as bad. At least Sajid's still able to farm under this turret, but Instinct getting a kill on the Lucians is going to make this lane more unbearable. Remember, guys, Sajid, he just wants to kill until 225 stacks. So anything Citadel can take from him and Dark Zero in the meantime is going to contribute greatly to their success.
I just got to say, it's been a little bit of a bummer to see this from Zyko because it feels like it happens too frequently. In the last game that we saw Zyko, he was on Alistair doing a lot of these headbutt pulverizes early at level 1, level 2, and just dying for them. And it's kind of a similar situation, stepping up into the wrong spot.
Yeah,
So,
Eric, do you think
yeah,
maybe Zyko needs some one-on-one coaching? What if
you know,
could
he
get that
might
from?
need some. I think I know a place where he
Okay.
can find that. And that's going to be ProDiff.gg, our sponsor here at
Okay.
the NACL. If you want to get better at League and stop blaming your teammates and all that and take some proper accountability, damn it, then go to ProDiff.gg to get one-on-one coaching from LTA players, from NACL players. We'll help you improve, and maybe one day we'll be casting you here on NACL. Be sure to
And remember,
not click, excuse me.
scan.
Scan. Thank you. That's
There
the word.
you
The QR
go.
code.
Yes. And remember, all the coaches are either active or recently active LTA North LCS pros. So, you know, you're getting the best coaching from ProDiff.
Now Dragon being started from Citadel Gaming. Very easy first Dragon take. I mean, you lost so much in that bottom lane with Zyko going down early, so that's guaranteed priority over already to a strong lane. That will be taken advantage of by Kenvi. His first strike belongs to Citadel.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for Sajid to be able to, or easy overall to go for the sweet spot because as Smolder, you typically give up a lot of Drakes to begin with. So honestly, it's just better to give yourself the 2v1. Maybe you can collect some turret plates. You're guaranteed to crash these waves in this situation. So whatever breathing room you can give Sajid in the meantime, I think is pretty huge. That's why you're seeing the rotation come through from Instinct and Diamond, because they don't want to give him any breathing room. They want to make his life as difficult as possible.
That level up might have saved Bradley's flash. He was very low on mana, and he leveled up at the same time the pillar came down. It gave him enough to get the arcane shift over. I'm not sure if that was the exact value, but that was really good timing.
It is low mana, but it could have mattered. And you know what? I'm going to go with you, and I'm going to believe that it did. I'm going to believe that
Thank
level
you.
up saved you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You know, once in a while, you gotta agree with your play-by-play, just so
We don't
it
get
hurts
much of
less
that,
when
man.
you flame them. Yeah, exactly. But you know, you dole it out in income.
Yeah, if you don't know, we have this thing called the caster clash. Play-by-plays get crushed. We only talk
God, they
loud
really
and
do.
fast, but when it comes to playing the game, we suck, bro.
Hey, you play fast too. That makes you feel better. Better.
Fast to the grave, bro.
Said it, not me.
I mean, to be fair, the only time we won a game was when Kangas went on to the host team. Shout out to Kangas over there. And, thank you for leaving our squad so we could finally get a win.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty direct flame. Didn't hear it from me, Steve. I would say something worse before you get too excited. And right now, back to the game.
All right, here we
Kennedy's
go.
level 6.
Flash
we
forward
have a
coming out from
fight.
Diamond, and remember, Zyko doesn't have flash, so he's caught once
Right.
again, rooted up, stunned up,
Oh.
everything and more. The kitchen sink lands on him, and he'll go down again for Citadel.
Yeah, although a lot of HP was lost in the process, so it's going to give an opening for DZ to actually get a head start onto the Grubs. And the fact that Toasty is here, able... Oh, you're joking.
Bradley.
You know what? This... Cool, man. That Citadel very happy to walk away from that one now, because really, the Trundle Oriana, I think, is going to skirmish really strongly. So really, that steal was the only way to prevent all the Grubs from going down. So good job, Bradley.
Maybe Bradley's looking for another role change from top to
Jungle?
mid. Well, actually, technically from mid to top.
From mid to top to mid, then jungle.
No, ADC. That was a nice true shot barrage. It's Ezreal, after all.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like objective. But you know, I like where your head's at.
I can see it both ways.
You know. Right now, we're back to slowness, but I think this has been a pretty good opener here for Citadel so far. Really, the focus on playing towards this Lucian, I think is a really smart call. Instinct has been playing out this lane really well. He has 2 kills already as his first item, and you just want to keep that snowball rolling because, again, Sajid cannot do anything for so much of this game. You want to stack Drakes. You want to gank the Smolder. You want to do everything you can to slow down the stacking and increase the gold deficit so that the Smolder stacks never matter.
Lane priority going over to Toasty, really going to push forward for Dark Zero. Now, Dark Zero, they have been one of the better early game teams. They're the top when it comes to gold per minute at a 2,207, which makes it really hard to match how much they actually generate. A lot of this is through good farm. Sajed farms like a beast, one of the best farmers in the game. Same thing with Toasty. And even with the kills that Citadel have been getting, it's not getting them that much of a lead thanks to the passive generation of Dark Zero.
Yeah, very true. But right now, being able to Dragon Stack can make up the difference there for Citadel. That's why Dragon Focus is so important against the Smolder team. We have seen some teams in the past with Smolder take a Dragon, and I just want it on record. That is purely because it has nothing to do with the Smolder team. It is because we int as the other team. So as long as everything happens as it should, Citadel will get at least 3 Dragons this game, and the 4th one is up to them.
Fighting for priority over in the mid lane. There's a lot of vision in favor of Citadel to get positioning towards that dragon pit and try and stake a second dragon to the name of Citadel. You can see right now Bradley kind of duking it out with K. Yeah, that's the pain in the butt. Once you do overheat, you can no longer use your abilities. You're effectively silenced, so Bradley taking advantage of that opening.
Yeah, and into melees, that's fine, because your auto attacks do max health damage. But into range, you just gotta run.
And speaking of running, you gotta get away from Philip, who's hopping all over the place. Public execution gonna be used onto Toasty. Toasty will pop that shockwave and now look for an escape out of here. He does have his flash available. Meanwhile, Dragon Fight looking to start up. Both gonna disengage. Philip and Toasty now gonna go their separate ways. Toasty does have teleport, so does Philip, so they can get into this dragon area, but so far, very controlled by CTG. Zyko getting punted away. Out comes Mom, getting some damage onto CTG. Now K showing up to the fight. Equalizer going to go down. Gets a good burn on some of the carries of Citadel. The hook comes out. It finds its mark on Decay, but first blood going to be found by Citadel. Traded out Zyko for Diamond. Support for support, but Dark Zero get positioning on the Drake.
Wow, and even without the Shockwave, Dark Zero are able to win this fight and are going to walk away with the Dragon. And again, this is huge because when you're playing a stacking champion like Smolder, getting any Dragon in the early game is nothing short of miraculous because now it buys you time to be able to get to that big threshold that we always talk about with this champion. So Dark Zero, very happy with that exchange. Even without the feats of warfare, the fact that they're able to get this dragon is monumental.
Take another look at how that fight broke out there. I mean, Dark Zero, as you said, they were down resources coming into this, more specifically that Shockwave, but fighting their way into positioning through a good equalizer nets them positioning that they desperately needed to take this fight.
And again, talked about it, the criticism here really is for Citadel. If you look, the target selection was not there. Everyone is looking at different people in terms of where we're throwing our spells, where we're throwing our damage. So it makes it that you can't reduce anyone's health to 0. So you end up losing out because of a big equalizer from K. And again, you lose the dragon to the Smolder, which I keep bringing this up because it really does matter. Feels bad to lose an objective like that.
Just getting an update from our producer. It's 125 stacks so far on the Smolder. So pretty decently off to the races here. And when you don't win a lot of these fights and Smolder is able to just land damage on pretty much anyone, the whole squad, you know, you are generating a good amount of stacks to get towards that 225 that you so want to get the executions.
Yeah, I mean, 125 is well on pace. Sajed, who you credited, rightly so, as being a good farmer, why this champion does suit him. He's able to generate those stacks very effectively, very efficiently. And he has the time to do so because of how this early game is played out. So it does mean there's this pressure on Citadel now to try and accelerate this game a little bit more. That's looking at the Herald, the Otacon, Drake stacking as much as you are able to do so that you can get the advantages needed to shut down Smolder.
You see the gold right now, mostly even. A lot of that through the way that Dark Zero do play the map. Again, they have great systems. This is something Toasty's talked about a lot of times. As Zyko looking for positioning forward on the good old ARAM. But even in previous interviews that we've had with Toasty, he spoke about how, you know, he spent a lot of the time on the B roster of Dark Zero just focusing on his own play because he knows how Dark Zero operates. He knows how this team plays, and he just needed to improve himself. And that's what he's looking to do here against some of his old teammates.
Oh.
As Mom goes down, it doesn't find the kill onto Diamond, but your tank is out of the fight.
Yeah, and the ult has been committed as well. So that's another objective going the way of Dark Zero. And they're going to be able to use this Herald to knock down more turrets and really get to this point where they can pull ahead in the gold lead if they're able to play this one just right. We're at a point where it's even, but depending on how that Herald is dropped, the lead could go to Dark Zero pretty effectively.
160, excuse me, so far on the farm of Sajed. You know, keeping it really up there. Just above 10 CS per minute. Pretty spot on for the play that we've expected from him. Like, you remember the past with this player and how hyped up he was, even as a rookie, back on the days when he was on FlyQuest Challengers. He's always had pretty high expectations put on his shoulders, and he lives up to them so much, got him onto the Maryville roster, and he still continues to flourish.
Yeah, pairing pretty nicely overall with Zyko, despite some of the from the latter party. I think Sajed has been a treat ever since he's joined the league. We joked about it in his first split, how FlyQuest just seems to have a knack for picking up the rookie AD carries, first with Masu, now with Sajed.
Yeah.
And the fact that Sajed is just continuing to thrive makes him such an exciting prospect in the future.
He's definitely up there when it comes to ADCs that we'll be looking to promote. I think that kind of comes with the Maryville territory. Same thing can be said about Toasty to that regard. But fantastic squad, fantastic system. Still looking to get to work against Citadel. As the gold, going to be even. 30 seconds till Dragon comes down.
Yeah, and I think right now, I'm looking at items. Should be at a pretty good point to fight it out here at Citadel. But again, in these next fights, target selection, we need to be looking at the same person to be able to take it down. A lot of this damage that Citadel are working with a single target, so it is imperative that they're able to look at the same person. Now we're already seeing some poke go down in the mid wave. They're trying to focus a control over this bottom brush. And remember, Dark Zero, not a lot of power yet on the Smolder, but a big wombo combo with Toasty and Kizno. With Kizno or even K, that pillar sets up so much.
Turret does not go down in the mid lane. Meanwhile, a fight breaking out between Philip and K. Teleport being used, actually, by Philip to get out of that situation. Philip will not have his teleport, so that means that Citadel are going to be in not the easiest situation to get over towards this dragon.
Yeah.
But with Dark Zero just conceding the dragon pit, doesn't really matter right there. Citadel will grab second Drake. Infernal belongs to them.
You're happy about it as Dark Zero, because at the end of the day, you saw the position Philip was in, and he was vulnerable. So the fact that Kizno, he didn't even have to go halfway up the top lane. He goes into fog, he knows he's in danger as Philip. So now, he's got to make up for using his CC.
Public execution going to be used, looking to take down K. Diamond's over the wall, but K turns it around. Do you feel the heat? As K will get the solo bolo on Philip.
And I don't know if there was vision, but K unintentionally juking Diamond, who seemed to be unsure of where he needed to, what path to take to assist with this fight, ended up guaranteeing it as a 1v1. It's bad enough that Philip lost his teleport just to escape, but now you see Diamond topside, Philip's off the map, so that's a mid-tier 1 turret also going to go down, and that's a gold swing in favor of Dark Zero.
See right there, K invoking his old team in Fuego by burning down Philip. Right now we're getting word that it's 201 stacks on the Smolder, so almost getting towards that critical mass now. DZ slowly scaling up, Colin going to be used on Kizno. He'll eat the majority of that as K joins the fray.
Yeah, and it was just mentioned to us, that Sajed is almost there at the big threshold at 225. He's ahead of schedule, by the way, because he's going to hit 225 maybe in the next 30 seconds to a minute, Eric. And the fact that he is able to do that and farm so effectively, really just proving the praise that we've given him through.
I mean, a lot of these top laners that have come out from Maryville, come out from Dark Zero, there's a reason why they're recruited. There's a reason why they're picked up. You know, Zamudo already with Lion, able to rejoin the team and go play on the LTA North. Niles having his own tier 1 experience to, you know, mixed success, to put it lightly. But now K really following in those footsteps and showing what these MU top laners, well, at least Dark Zero top laners can do.
Yeah. And now it's just going to be another turret here. It feels like the map is falling to pieces all around Citadel Gaming. And this is a catastrophe by no exaggeration, because Smolder is about to hit that threshold if he hasn't already. And the fact is, what do you have to show for it as Citadel? 2 dragons, 1 grub, and 0 turrets. That is brutal. That is the game losing, and it feels like that's the direction we are trending towards now, because what else is there?
I mean, even though Citadel still have the kill lead, you have to look at the entirety of the way this game is playing out, as the execution will now be available for Sajed. He's reached that 225, now going beyond 21 minutes in, and this is the sweet spot that Dark Zero were looking for.
Yeah, like the only game plan you really have left is Citadel. You try to force this Otacon. You have 2 marksmen. You have Maokai for making space. You should be able to take this down pretty quickly and effectively. Can you take it fast enough is really the process here, especially with Bradley trying to play defense, trying to play space creator. And wow, this is a long path.
Okay, it's still spotted out, so well
7K.
aware of this is Dark Zero. They
Oh.
have an idea of where the health bar is. Instinct going to take some damage from the Equalizer, fighting over on the top side. Zyko taking too much. Same thing with Kizno. Secured over to Citadel. Now here comes Mom as well as the Shockwave. Looking to find Diamond. Has a lot of resistances. 1-for-1 trade thus far, but Dark Zero want more to make this worth. Bradley will hop over the wall looking for Sajed. Sajed dodging out from those Mystic shots. And Citadel are able to steal away the Otacon and minimize the losses.
That really needed to happen, but the 1-for-1, you're already seeing what the Smolder is able to do. And okay, this would be a huge catch out if it happens. Looks like it won't, but the delayed backs, it will give Citadel an easier time setting up for this Dragon, and this Dragon is much needed Desiree. They need to get this. They need to somehow secure a soul in 5 minutes time as well. But it starts with this Dragon right here.
This has got to feel good for Citadel. This is some of that veterancy on display that we have from this squad. A lot of these players have not finished bottom in the standings. Very few times we've seen these names in the bottom of the standings, especially Diamond, who's typically been in the top 3. When you make calls like that, you're showing that veterancy on display and being able to grab that Otacon before Dark Zero could even react.
Yeah, it was a necessary play. I still think Citadel are in a tough position, especially with this TP.
Yeah, this is going to be really brutal right now as K is coming in. We'll throw down that Equalizer. It cuts
Oh,
off Bradley,
good.
providing an easy escape. But you can see the ultimate of CNV buys enough time for Citadel to disengage.
And we used all our ults as Dark Zero. Only the support ults remain actually for both sides. So this is still a tough fight ahead here. If Dark Zero deny this Dragon, it would be monstrous. Citadel, they need this objective to go through. They are not out of the woods.
Citadel's Kenby has always been pretty clutch at securing a lot of these dragons. He's up against Kaido.
Whoa.
Zyko's getting low here. Now it remains lower
Got
as
it.
Kenby will find that secure. Hook goes in, finds its mark right
It's
on
Sajed.
Instinct, and he's blown up by Sajed. Sajed, full health bar, wants to continue this chase. Spots out
Got
Bradley.
him.
Will execute his ass as he looks for more. It's another kill for Toasty, and falling apart at the seams. Yeah, they got the dragon, but they're getting dragged through the mud by Dark Zero.
And violently at that, and you're seeing this is the online Smolder. This is what Sajed is able to do. And now with that almost ace coming through, they just collected so much gold on the side of Dark Zero. The fact that this Dragon going down doesn't actually change anything. And this really here is where we see the value of securing that second Dragon early on as Dark Zero. Because the fact is, if Citadel were able to get it, we'd be having different team fights right now. We'd be talking a different story with Dragon Soul being in Citadel's pocket. But it's not there because you drop the Dragon to Smolder.
So Dragon Soul point, at least for Citadel right now, which does give them still an angle into this game, and it's not completely done just yet. It's still a double marksman comp, which has a lot of scaling that can go around, but you're still going against one of the scaling kings in the Smolder as Sajed will grab a kill.
Yeah, no support, no problem. Time to start the Baron, guys. Let's just go ahead and take that one down, especially with the fact that walking into Trundle, Oriana, and the Rumble feels really, really bad.
Remember, there have been times when Citadel were in bad situations, and Kenvy's ability to steal has been the clutch factor for this team. He has to get close, he has to get there quick.
Yeah,
He's jumping
Kizno.
in public execution, finds Kizno. This Baron should belong to the
Wow.
squad of
Oh, it
CTG,
doesn't
but
matter.
they get pulled right in. It does not matter a damn thing as a double kill for Sajed. CTG, they get the steal, but 3 members wiped off the map.
I mean, okay, I may have exaggerated. It does matter that they're able to deny this Baron, hold on to 2 buffs, but the fact that they lose 3 in the process really limits what Citadel are going to be able to do with this one, and you still put more gold into the Smolder's pocket, into the Rumble, and this scaling nightmare is only going to continue.
Just look at the shockwave that came out from Toasty to catch everyone inside that Baron pit. Even though the steal comes out, Senior Hands, he's good at these steals. They get tossed to their demise.
And I mean, in this case, it was a really good setup there from Philip to use that public execution onto the low health Kizno to remove the smite from the equation to ensure Kenby has the easiest time securing it. So the Baron buff will allow Citadel to hold on a little bit, making their wave clear easier, but it's really just a band-aid solution to the problem that they're dealing with. They need to win these team fights but the damage is just so difficult to deal with from Dark Zero. Speaking of,
Oh no. Kenvi can't get caught out like this. Very bad time for him. He will fall, and Sajed will go dominating 6-0-5. Is this Smolder? He's a big boy now. He doesn't need mom.
yeah, no, there's no more need for the Dragon training or whatever his passive is meant. He's trained. He's ready to go. And even with the Baron, you can see these tier 2 turrets are under very much threat. That's 2 that are about to drop right now, and that's more gold that Dark Zero are going to pick up.
And see how aggressive they are with their positioning in the lanes. Setting up 2 lanes, both in the mid and bottom, and it'll get them 2 tier 2 towers. Big pickup for Dark Zero. Philip looking to do some side laning of his own, but can't really get some alone time with that tower. Reset now coming out of Dark Zero. A minute 10 before Infernal Drake comes down. That's going to be a big priority to make sure Citadel don't find a way back in.
And this is that final hope here for the side of Citadel Gaming on whether or not they're going to be able to secure that Dragon Soul. It would actually be a pretty huge equalizer, especially it being Infernal. The extra damage output from those explosions would do a lot of work in these team fights. So, the question is, will they be able to actually secure it? Is kind of that big question, especially if Bradley gets taken down. It's looking like he's going to be okay. Dark Zero have that first move, and I think they have a target.
Yeah, they're focusing on the diamond. Just getting his ultimate out is a big deal right there, because he will not be able to use it for the fights. This makes him so much more vulnerable if he goes in for a full-on engage. That's definitely going to hurt for Citadel. Dragon up in 20.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is game on the line here for Citadel. Not securing Infernal Soul is just going to subject them to a slow death by 1,000 cuts this game. But they're forced off. It's going to be Kenvi. He's going to lead in with that Nature's Grasp, and the hope is for them to be able to take down someone, preferably Kizno, so they can get an easy fight.
And this is a tough one to try and flip. As Bradley gets caught at the dredge line, Arcane Shift will deny that. Because Kenvi is really spot on when it comes to getting these smite steals. It's saved Citadel in the past when they were in that match against Winthrop University. Thanks to Kenvi stealing away some of those objectives like the Otacon and Baron, it allowed them to actually beat them in the Nexus to Nexus. But here we go. Ultimate going to be used out of Kenvi.
Wow.
And he'll secure it once again! Dragon Soul belongs to CTG! Jumping forward is going to be Philip, and he's going to get burnt down by K. Now Diamond deep in there by himself. Sajed will find a double kill. Bradley looking to get away, looking to take whatever scraps he can and bring them back home to CTG. But flash over the wall will be Kizno. Pillar goes up. It slows down Bradley. He's chased. He's getting beat down with that club, and it's an ace for Dark Zero as they march for the end.
And even with the Dragon Soul, it just wasn't enough for Citadel Gaming. Smolder is here to play, and Sajed, with the most gold in the game, is going to get his team to the victory. And that's going to be 5-2 for DZ, and Citadel, who just beat Supernova, dropping to 3-4.
Dark Zero see a team high off their victory against Supernova, and they bring them back down to earth with crushing force. Dark Zero will take down Citadel.
And wow, what a game too. Felt like a good opening from Citadel, but they really kind of stumbled in those objective setups, particularly surrounding those early dragons. Again, like it is really just straightforward how you have to be dealing with Smolder in that early game. And losing a dragon, I think really hurts. Dropping a lot of early objectives is tough. Some credit, of course, has to go over to Dark Zero for how they played around that early game weakness. I mean, if you look at the top side of the map, they did a lot of work in this early game to give Sajed the space to farm the way he did and to become the behemoth he was by the end of the game.
Yeah, that's a terrifying dragon, man. I mean, a Smolder at 225. I would love to hear what
At
his
20
stats
minutes,
were
by
by
the way.
the end of the game. Yeah, 20 minutes. That's a brutal thing to have to try and take down when Dark Zero already have so much momentum on their side. Credit to Citadel, you know, they were able to scrap some of these fights, and Kenvi, Senior Hands, coming in time and time again with the smite stills to even get Dragon Soul, but that was not enough. That's why even in the position that Citadel were in, we still felt it was so heavily favored for Dark Zero because of stuff like that Smolder. Let us know who you thought was the MVP. K, Toasty, Sajed, I think any of them definitely pretty up there. I think Sajed especially with the Smolder and just how devastating it was in the late game.
Yeah, I think I know who's going to win, but You know, we'll have to see when the actual vote comes through. It was a really nice game coming through from Dark Zero. And again, like, it is credit to the situation they have going over on that camp. Just the fact that they're able to, despite these roster changes, still put out some really good plays, really good performances, and pretty good standings.
Yeah, so awesome performance from Dark Zero. We're going to take a moment to throw it over a break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of the winners from Dark Zero, so be sure to stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2 Dark Zero versus Citadel Gaming. Playing the long haul with the Smolder, and it tears apart the Rift Beat.
Oh, yes. Citadel started off the game pretty well. I think they were getting a lot of the things that they wanted, but there came a moment where they started losing these fights. And the fact that Sajid was able to farm freely for a lot of this game, and the rest of Dark Zero were able to dominate these skirmishes, dominate these objectives, made it so that the transition was clean and perfect to a 20-minute full stack Smolder.
I'll be honest, my only criticism of Sajid Smolder was he didn't get the pentakill by the end of it.
True.
But other than that, this was an absolute schmacklin that we saw on the Rift. And I think definitely a good team effort. Yeah, they had to overcome CNV stealing a lot of those Drakes back into their name. But what we saw from the team play, what they're able to set up, even a lot of Zyko's hiccups being redeemed later on into the game. It was a good display from this team that just constantly keeps growing, constantly keeps getting better, and constantly fosters better and better talent over the years.
Yeah, and a team to be excited about going into the playoffs here, Dark Zero for sure. Again, roster changes, whatever changes, it doesn't matter. This team is able to just output out performances. and this is a team to definitely look out for into that playoffs. We're going to be able to, contend with the likes of Supernova, contend with the likes of LG the way they've been playing.
Yeah, even gods can bleed, apparently, as we've seen Supernova taking their loss against Citadel. And I think it was Supernova who took down Dark Zero, so we got an interesting little triangle.
Oh, rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. But we do have an interview with none other than the marksman of Dark Zero, Sajed, excuse me. I don't know why I put a Z on there. Joining us onto the broadcast desk. So let's bring him on here. Come on. Here we go. Welcome, Sajed. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing fine, man. It was a lot of fun watching that smolder in particular. And that leads me to the first question I want to ask you is, you looked absolutely phenomenal on it. You scaled well on it. I believe you had 225 around 20 minutes when it came to the stacks. What was your cue to lock in and play this smolder?
Yeah, to be honest, I just wanted to play it. Like, I gave my options to my coach, like what I can play, and he just said, yeah, smolder's fine here. So, I mean, my cue is just the picks they showed so far weren't really that strong early, I felt, so I could get away with something that scales pretty hard.
So just vibes, man.
Yeah, I listed like the 3-4 champs, and my coach said pick smolder.
Probably listening to California Girls while farming, because I mean, you're just chilling, man.
Yeah, that's all I can do for 20 minutes. Yeah.
I wanted to ask too. I know it's been a short regular split, but these last couple of weeks playing now with Dark Zero for this long, I wanted to know kind of what the experience has been like for you. How do you feel like you've grown as a player this split so far? I mean, you've been playing pretty well, so I want to hear from you.
Yeah, I feel like this whole year on Maryville, I improved a lot more than I did last year. I think a lot of the things that I needed to work on really I was able to work on very fast here, especially like with the discipline Niles gives us. It was very like easy to work on my problems, and yeah, I feel like I've grown a lot in the last like 6 months.
It's definitely shown, man. Seeing your journey has been a blast, from FlyQuest Challengers to Maryville to Dark Zero, which essentially still Maryville. Awesome stuff to see. And that leads me to my next question, which, speaking of Maryville, I know Shimmer is part of the program. You'll be facing him tomorrow with Vancouver Impact. Then you'll have the collegiate showdown with Winthrop University. So any thoughts going into your next 2 and final matches of the regular season?
Yeah, it's best of ones. Anything can happen, but I'm really confident we'll beat both of them. I think Winthrop is kind of like, some days they're very good, some days they're whatever. So maybe we'll have to look out for them a bit more, but I think it should be 2 fast games.
Cool. I mean, that's all with the time we have. So before we let you go, Sajid, do you have any shout-outs you want to say?
Just shout out my family, my mom, my brother, shout out Maryville, shout out my teammates and ProDiff.gg, of course, and you guys always.
All right, well, it's been great to hear from you. I want to wish you the best of luck on your last 2 days of the regular seasons. Congratulations on the win. Look forward to seeing you again, man. So, big thank you to Sajid, as always. Definitely one of the big prospects when it comes to the marksman role. The 2 marksmen who always stand out the most to me, I know Tactical's up there somewhere, but Mobility and Sajid have been a lot of fun to watch over the course of their careers. So would definitely love to see that matchup that they have against Winthrop University. But now we got to get on to the next topic, which is going to be most valuable prospect. Most valuable player. I'm so used to our version.
You're 2
of
NACL pills. We're
I'm
doing
2
it. We'll do
NACL
most
pills,
valuable
man.
prospect
Most
later,
valuable
don't worry.
player for the game. Who's it going to be? It's Sajid.
What? That's
No
crazy,
way.
guys. How could this have happened? Jokes aside, I mean, he farmed well, he played well, and in those last 10 minutes of gameplay, he was the GOAT. So I think that's well deserved. I think he had a good performance, and he's a player we're gonna keep watching.
And I like it, Smolder was picked off of vibes, basically. Saw that, heavy scaling could very much punish that comp that Citadel had. And scaling didn't even begin to describe what he was able to pull off with that Smolder. Again, the 225 around 20 minutes, and it just kept going and going and going. And it makes it a very easy pick for the most valuable player.
There you go. And I mean, at this point now we got to present our next match, guys. It's going to be Conviction, I said the wrong name, versus CCG.
See, you can hiccup too.
Nah, I don't think.
Yeah, this one is definitely going to be pretty exciting. Conviction has been, to me, a pretty up there team when it comes to a lot of the performances that we've seen. More so on the hands checky side of things, whereas CCG, it's been kind of chaotic when it comes to their playstyle and their plays, and their ability to find consistency is kind of nowhere. They'll either beat the best team or lose to the worst team. It's a very weird picture when it comes to CCG.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. I think looking at the Conviction roster, this is a team that I was kind of thinking would need to scale a little bit more, but they actually they hit the ground running this split, and were able to have a pretty good record. If not for the FF, there's a good chance they'd be 5-1 right now.
Yeah, and then their opponents on the Rift will be CCG. Now, if they're able to take this win, it would definitely mean a lot to that towards that triple threat 7th place that we started off at the beginning of the season. They will be facing Dorado and Blue Otter after this, so a huge amount of pressure off if you could take a win. And this squad, definitely very capable, but they're just a little shaky when it comes to having a goal deficit. It's been a hard time to see them overcome early deficits, especially Music when he gets put behind, and Shogo when he gets focused in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the predictions. I think for that reason, a lot of people have voted for Conviction. Even you, Eric, Trader, thought we were good after that last game, but it's looking like we are not.
I mean, okay, realistically, if Conviction were to actually have that Blue Otter game, most likely Conviction win it. They would be 5-1 right now, so I'm just saying, man. And of course, Hawk, if Conviction has no more haters, he is no longer with us. So
he's no longer on this earth. Hawk, my man, wherever you are.
And now, as we get into the draft, already a lot of bans coming through. Lucian, Rumble, Orianna, not going to see the Rift. A little bit of mid lane focus with the Azir taken away, as well as Varus.
Yeah, I mean, first time we've seen Varus get any presence so far today. In their lastly going to ban that Jax that I think was an enormous pick that TF played last split. So it makes sense they want to throw a ban that way. Sion was another one though, which I know saw some play last week. So something I think they're going to have to be aware of.
He was on double duty for Sion last week. They play a lot. Pantheon got through.
Wow.
Whoa! This is the first time we're actually going to see it get through the draft, so it's going to be locked in. Perry going to be playing that for Conviction.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of early game presence. You become even more annoying as time goes on, so there's definitely going to be a lot of value there for Perry to be able to earn. The semi-global, of course, with that Grand Starfall, going to be very impactful as well. Makes side laning very dangerous for the members of, if they don't end up having something to match up their own.
I really do want to put that this has had 100% priority in this league. 30 bans is what we've seen on this champion.
Wow.
So to see it get through is quite incredible. I know I've talked with some of the players, and they do value this champion's quite a bit. So we'll see now that Pantheon's finally able to make it through what it can actually bring. CCG, they're going to look for the Tried, the True, the Trundle, as well as Cassante now locked in.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle, it makes sense. Less about the ultimate and more that if there is a bit of skirmishing early, the slope from the pillar is really impactful. And when it comes to melee bruisers, nobody outtrades Trundle because he's able to steal your AP with that chomp. So something that Perry's going to have to be aware of in the earlier parts of the game. And otherwise, we're going to see... I mean, we have mid lane hovers. If we want mid lane, it's probably Talia. Otherwise, yeah. Okay. I figured we're going to pick for TF lane because of that early Cassante.
And this is a pretty deadly duo. Talia on her own, good at objective setup for a lot of those fights, but also good at getting out of lane, clearing her wave, and affecting other lanes. Guess who also loves that kind of stuff? It's going to be Pantheon. So those two working together does put a lot of pressure for anyone who might be out of position on CCG to get picked out.
And the Gwen is nice too, because we know that's a good answer into the Cassante. She's a known tank buster, a good duelist in the side lane later on, and it's a lane that Perry's going to be able to play to with that Grand Starfall, maybe even with the wall as well from Evolve. trying to play to side lanes later on. There's a lot of map movement available to Conviction this game. And it does, for me, it makes that Syndra pick from Young, I will say, very brave. You do have range in the lane phase against the Talia, especially with that scatter of the weak. But if people get on top of you, like Pantheon, and even Gwen in some capacity, I think you're going to have a really bad time.
Yeah, this team can jump on you quite easily if you're playing the Syndra in the mid lane. So best of luck to Young, because I imagine there's going to be a good amount of pressure. On the plus side, at least you do have the pick potential. It still complements decently well with Pillar, which is the best move in the game. I'll stand by that. No.
Yeah, best move of the game. It's good.
It's really good. It's my personal favorite, man. That's all I gotta say.
You like? Okay. That's how I know you don't play mid or bot.
I did play a lot of jungle when I was going hard in ranked back.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
It does show, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, the pick potential really is there as long as CCG are the ones getting the first foot.
Think of where that Riven ban could have been going. But
it's ADC always, man. It's Viper.
Oh, yeah. I guess fair enough. Fair. We'll see now. If Shogo goes for something less mobile, I was thinking of a Bard angle. He goes for Zaya. I mean, it might end up still being kind of fine. It's going to be the Kaisa.
Okay.
Just that ability to move, I think is really useful. Being able to join with the Killer Instinct with the CCG that basically everyone on CCG has so far from who's going. And there's some value there.
Oh, there's a lot of value. Have you seen the way Conviction play? They're always jumping into your face, all the way down to Viper, who still plays like he hasn't gotten over top lane and will try and flank on a marksman. So that Killer Instinct is going to have a good amount of value, and what do you know? He's going to Vayne once again. So
wow.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be immense, and you're going to need every escape tool that you can get.
Yeah, and I really like the Braum. Just with what is showing so far, he's going to be able to eat up a lot of the damage with that Unbreakable. I mean, you already have Gwen, who's really good at absorbing engage as well. So with Conviction, you have this comp where, all right, CCG, you want to come into us, that is totally fine. We are prepared for that. We are ready for that. And for CCG, their only hope really is to double down on this identity, and they're going to do so rounding out this comp with that Nico. The big AoE ultimate, a way to stun multiple targets, kind of minimize the impact of that Braum and his ability to, eat up damage, eat up poke.
Yeah, and it's very synergistic with the Syndra when it comes to like objective fights and whatnot. If you're able to sneak Fadachan in there and get the Pop Blossom, sets up the Scatter the Weak quite easily, and vice versa. So as long as they can play around those two tools, they could find their setups, considering that these are some short-range champions, especially the Vayne. It can get popped out, and the way Viper likes to play, you need to lock him down.
You do, and I will say the one thing Conviction may have some struggles with early on is if you're playing Gwen, you have Vayne, you're also playing into double range, means that, the early game for these champions is a little slow. You want to farm, you want to scale, you want to team fight. So that's really the only angle that CCG could look to play for. Some early skirmishing with music. However, he's able to sync up with Young to get some early kills, and the hope is that you get to objectives first, because Conviction's team, they want to bury themselves in. They want to be the ones to step backwards. They don't want to walk into CCG's comp, because as you said, into Syndra, into Nico, very dangerous. You don't like it.
I'm sorry, Beat.
Hey, you're smiling. What did I say?
No. You didn't say anything
Oh,
wrong
okay.
if this wasn't Conviction.
Yeah.
Because in the Winthrop game, first thing does... did I disappear there?
I hear you. I
Okay,
think your
okay.
camera is just exploding.
Okay. I was exploding for a second. The first thing we saw in the Winthrop game was Viper throwing himself at mobility and almost instantly dying. So, I mean, you never know with these two squads, man. The volatility is up here.
Let's just hope Viper is like Tony Stark if he learns from his mistakes, because that's not the Vayne I want to see. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's kind of the vein I want to see. It's a lot of fun.
Well, no one cares what you want, Eric. Let's just keep
to be fair, I'm here for the dopamine only.
fair.
Well, let us know in chat who you think is taking this dub. Will it be Conviction? Go ahead and type in hashtag CNV, or will it be CCG? Hashtag CCG. A lot of teams with C in the name. We already had CTG a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and also, you have two of them. Really, in this economy, hoarding two, I think, is rather unethical, and I think something they would need to.
Yeah.
I think something CCG need to think about going forward with their team name, their hashtag, and I think it's very indicative of the fact that they have 0 fans right now. The people are not happy with their hoarding of the letter C.
One came back. But
Bootlickers.
he's why do you have to be so cruel, man? I mean, even though I'm very conviction favored, I still think anything could happen in this game, especially with CCG. Because again, very first game, they beat Luminosity. We're like, okay, this team is top. This team is at the peak. This team is going to dominate everyone. Then they lose to Vancouver Impact, and we're like, what are they now? What even is this team? So I don't know. I don't have a coin nearby, but I would flip one if I had one. Okay, wait. I got one coin
I
over there.
also don't have one.
Hold on.
So are you going to change your prediction based on the outcome of this coin? This is what I'm hearing, guys.
Maybe. I got one right here.
All right,
Got a quarter.
let's see.
All right,
Okay.
all right. Heads.
What did you vote for initially?
Conviction.
You voted for conviction?
Yeah.
All right. Heads, what's heads?
Heads conviction.
Okay.
Tails CCG.
All right.
All right. I didn't look. It's on the thing. Put it up now. It's heads. There we go.
I think it's a
Gonna
trick
be
coin.
conviction.
Show me the other side. Let me see.
It's got a tails, man.
All right. I'm watching you.
It's a very
Watching you,
screwed up
Eric.
looking coin, by the way.
I
Perfectly
mean,
dirty.
American currency. It is what it is.
Now, I always explain my reasoning why I have a hard time with CCG is because if they don't get a lead early on, or they're not able to temper early aggression, they tend to fall behind pretty hard. I do think Music is incredibly intelligent with the way he plays the jungle sometimes. If he gets jumped on, he's very quick to reassess the routing he's going to take. But it's going to have to be on full display here if they want to take this game as we head to the Rift for our third game of the day, Conviction versus CCG.
And I didn't even have to ask for the hype, Eric. This is what I'm looking for. Good stuff. Be proud of yourself.
Thank you, man. Give myself a pat on the back. Don't pretend
Yeah.
it's you.
Thank you. There you go. You remember when we did when we had hosts and the prompter would say thank the host?
Yeah.
Or it was usually for when we had guests, but I have a clip of me somewhere being like, "Well, I'm the host, so thanks, Beatdown." And I remember Josh just burst out laughing.
I mean, like,
I miss
the right
Josh.
thing to do. If no one's going to thank you, you got to appreciate yourself, B.
For real, because if you don't got you, who's
Who
got
does?
you? Exactly.
My mama got me.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed. Yes. She still owes me a shirt.
She said she was going to make you one.
Amazing. I'm so excited. As long as there's nothing inappropriate on it, I will wear it on the broadcast.
Yeah, for our viewers who don't know what we're talking about, every time someone makes a your mom joke, I instantly call my mom and
He's not
force
joking.
them to be on the phone with them.
Yeah, he will do that. Luckily, his mom is a very chill and cool person. You
Yeah.
know, it ends up being pretty funny for everybody. And then somehow we ended up with me making a deal that I'll wear a shirt of her choosing on the show.
She
I don't know how we got here.
she was pretty excited about that, by the way, not joking.
Oh yeah,
Her
that's
little
nice.
shirt thing, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
What's this? A trundle in the bot lane? No, I'm not getting fooled.
Just called it out.
I get fooled pretty often with Nico. I will be blatantly
Press
honest.
tab, guys. It's so easy.
As a caster, though?
Oh, wait. We have the spectator client. We can see when it's fake.
I don't have the spectator client.
No, we do. We're
you're talking
this
about that.
feed.
Oh,
yeah,
oh.
I was gonna say there's like a shimmer. Like, come on.
Yeah, okay, the shimmer is easy to notice, but when you're like real quick and in the zone, you'll just look at the shape of the champion, or sometimes you'll just look at their icon on the mini-map, and, you know, I get
Oh,
I
I mean,
get
maybe don't
bamboozled.
do that.
I look at the mini-map a lot, B.
All right. Okay.
That was in
I'll
my
accept it.
questionnaire, by the way, my least favorite champion to cast. Nico.
Ha! Really? Mine was
Yeah.
easier. I hate that champion.
I'm gullible. That's my problem.
Fair. You just get.
Trust
So
issues.
next you're gonna say Evelyn because she turns invisible. I can't see
can't
her,
see her.
guys. In the spectator
Twitch too.
client. Yeah. Oh,
Remember.
Twitch. Oh, yeah, true. Keiko.
Go back to the old days where Eve had permanent biz.
No, I don't think I will, but thank you for the offer. Instead of games, we'll talk about this game. What do you think about Perry and music, Eric? Go. Putting you on the spot.
What do I think about Perry?
Perry and music.
Perry and music. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I've already said what I had to say about music. When it comes to Perry, he's a pretty interesting player to watch because in this season, right, we had our expectations a little lower in previous season when he was try-harding to try and get, promoted and whatnot. This season, he still looks so damn good, and in interviews, he's just been like, yeah, I just treat this as a hobby now. So casual about it.
No. Reminds me of Alorum. That same idea where he's like, oh, it's just fun.
Oh, yeah,
that
the
level
old
of
gatekeeper.
competition. Yeah. I don't think that's what he said, but same. And yeah, I mean, Perry's always been, I think, a really intelligent player, and I think that's done him a lot of good in the performance he's had on teams, like when he subbed for Big Challengers, when he was playing on Cincinnati here. So he was a player I wasn't worried about when he came back. The fact that he went to streaming after he stopped playing to focus on educational content. When he came back, I was like, yeah, he still knows his stuff. He'll be good.
Yeah. I mean, you don't exactly, lose your bite when you're constantly in practice still.
Constantly sharpening those teeth.
Yeah. And it definitely does show for Perry.
Oh.
And as the seismic shove comes out, Young's already feeling some of that pressure. Scatter of the week, gonna miss. A lot of damage coming out from Evolved.
Yeah, also the psychic damage. Hitting that flick, dodging the scatter. It's does not feel good if you're the Syndra in that exchange. See now, so far, Evolved getting the better of Young in these early exchanges. You saw something. Was there a -1?
He missed the cannon creep.
No! Oh,
Oh, that hurts.
oh God.
Oh, stun gonna come through as stun steps up on Shogo. Shogo falling to about 300 health. Gonna be able to tick back up with those biscuits.
I like the bit of I like the large amount of skirmishing we've been seeing on this bottom lane. It is really interesting to me to see how the objective setups are going to be. Again, CCG's comp. Your ideal is to get there first. You're a really difficult team to walk into, and Conviction's comp does want to more kite backwards. So I think if CCG are able to find early advantages, get the proper setup, I think it will make it pretty hard for Conviction to actually play out a lot of these objectives. It's kind of their key to win.
And I mean, there's no other player you could really ask to step up other than music. Shogo.
Yeah.
Fantastic player we've seen in Collegiate for so long. It's great to actually have him in the NACL now. Used to play for UST, and a lot of good times coming out from Shogo. Definitely has a pretty high ceiling, and a lot of teams, they kind of live and die by Shogo's performances. But off of that, we do got a sponsor mention we got to pull up here. So if you want to get good, if you want to potentially challenge Shogo for his NACL spot in the future, it's not going to happen, kid. But if you want a chance at it, prodiff.gg is the place to go. You need coaching one-on-one from LTA North players, from XLCS players, from NACL players to help you achieve your goals within League of Legends. So be sure to scan that QR code if you want to see more from prodiff.gg.
I like the it's not going to happen, kid. But if you want a chance, which is pretty fair. But yeah, I mean, pretty valuable. You learn from pros, both recently active and still active, NACL and LTA North. And as much value as you can hope for in terms of quality of knowledge of coaching. So sign up, give it a shot.
So return back to the state of the game. This game going slow. I know you're talking about the benefits that Shogo and Fadachan get in this bottom lane. Well, now technically flipped over to the top, but I really want to see what benefits we're going to get at level 6 when Perry's able to tick and get the man drop, as I like to call it, on other people.
I mean, he does have the man drop right now as he's just ticked over to level 6. So I think there'll be a lot of opportunities for him. But right now, I think this early game is going to be more about these objectives. And right now, what's on the docket is the grubs. You see the pressure Gogo and Fadichan have been able to have this game, and here's the first man drop.
Yeah.
Oh,
Skyfall
yeah.
coming in, flash ride over that wall, and Perry will find first blood.
Yeah, Fadichan wanted to hold that wave, and he pays for it with his life. It does mean that First blood is going to go over. And it should give a pretty easy angle for Conviction to be able to get this next objective.
I mean, what better name for it, man? It's literally a man dropping from the sky.
Yeah. I mean, a better name might be Grand Starfall, just to think of one. But,
Isn't
you know,
Grand Skyfall, or did they adjust
It's
the
Grand-
name?
I think it's Grand Starfall.
I know they changed the name a little bit, so I might be
They
wrong,
changed a
but
couple names, I swear, without
Yeah.
like telling anybody. It was
for
so-
no reason whatsoever. How dare they? Well, here comes
Yeah.
CCG stepping up to the situation, but all grub's going to be secured by Conviction. Seismic Shove comes out. Now Fadachan looking for an angle in, will get caught out by Perry, who chases for a kill but won't get it. Instead gets the orbs of Young to his face.
Still, pretty big gain here for Conviction. They have all 3 grubs, so that turret damage isn't going to be anything to sneeze at. I think that benefits TF Blade a lot on this Gwen. Oh.
There's Viper. Yeah, he's always hiding around, flanking like he still plays top lane.
Them.
Dodging around looking to find Shoko.
Ooh,
Will catch him in
okay.
the sky. As a seismic shove comes out, Glacial Fisher will meet him. TF Blade looking to duke it out with Crimson. Crimson flashes away, looking to get away from the
Got
snip,
him.
snip, snip, but it catches him by the dome. And another kill goes to Conviction as they get the feats of warfare.
And all right, no teleport for Crimson 2, and you saw that skirmish on the other side of the map. TF Blade looking like he could make use of those grubs right now, and it only gets better with time as Gwen continues to scale and get stronger. That means that side laning is going to be very beneficial for TF Blade, and CCG, they don't actually have answers for the Gwen. But this is the early game. Crimson's not able to overcome him. It only gets more difficult.
Yeah, and it also plays into the weakness that we had talked about earlier when it comes to this team, CCG. I mean, for the most part, like when they fall to a deficit, it's very hard for them to come back. They've done so a few times, but it's only been around like a 2K deficit they had to overcome.
Yeah.
So I mean, falling any more than the way this early game is going could be very bad for CCG.
I think so, because Conviction, again, when you have this kind of lead that continues to grow, you're very likely, again, going to get to objectives first. And I think that is not how CCG wants to be playing this game. So the goal for them is definitely going to continue stacking Drakes and create a situation like Dragon Soul, where Conviction are going to have to walk into. That they will have a much more difficult time fighting.
It's definitely a tricky thing because at times like this, you have to show an understanding of tempo and how that influences the map when you're playing from behind, because there are going to be moments where you do have your opportunities to breathe, and CCG tend to just try and force plays when they're behind to get ahead. That's where things definitely get challenging as the man drop comes in. Seismic Shove finds Young. Young taking a lot of damage, getting chased down, will get killed by Evolved, but Perry will give his life in the process, and it's going to be 2 for 1 as Evolved gets chomped down by Music, flashing over the wall. 2 for 1 still, but Viper is not done. This is the way Viper plays. You tell Vayne to go play back. Most mains will say, yeah, okay. Viper says, no, I want kills, damn it, and he takes Music down.
Wow, so he's able to equalize alongside stunts. Shout out the concussive blows for setting up that kill. And as long as Viper walks away, not too bad for Conviction. And he's going to be able to do just that. I think this pressure that they've been throwing mid lane has been really impactful for Young this game. But you got to give him credit. Despite his flash being blown constantly, he's able to, for the most part, keep up pretty well in terms of farm and even itemization.
Oh, man. No Vayne spotting today, unfortunately. Viper is actually not going down.
What does that mean again?
Vayne spotting is like the old days when you used to get a Vayne in your ranked game and they thought they had the Vayne mechanics. They thought they were like double lift or something, and they would just instantly die.
Wait, so Vayne spotting is literally inting?
Yeah. It's when you're watching Vayne's in.
Ah, all right.
All right, here we go. Perry jumping in onto Fadachan. Fadachan has to bail.
Oh,
Seismic Shove. Glacial Fisher combo will lock down Music. And it's Music to Conviction's ears as they set up for Drake.
My God, Evolved is landing all these flicks like CCG are a misbehaving child because this guy just can't miss. And it's going to get Conviction their first dragon of the game on top of that kill onto Music.
I'm trying to remember the other big Vayne player from back in the day. It was like Gosu something? Oh, this is gonna bug me. This is where
Someone in
my
the
age
chat
is
might
gonna
know.
be. Yeah, so someone's gonna throw it out there. But that player did interact with Doublelift quite a bit. But yeah, we also got Viper, now that Viper's finally in the bot lane instead of the top role. Clearing out vision will be Conviction as they still away some camps on their way out. Gonna try and starve Music for some EXP.
Yeah, TF Blade on the other side of the map has just been feasting. Collected almost 4 plates. If he's able to get this next wave in without issue, then it's going to be 4. And that's a lot of gold he's been able to earn. You can see the CS difference as well between TF Blade and Crimson. And again, he's going to be the big problem this game that CCG don't really have an answer to. It's something to keep an eye on, especially as he TPs to catch yet another wave.
Okay, got it. It was Hayam Gosu. That's a player for boomers who've been playing this game for a long time. You might recognize that name. Do you remember the old Bane plays coming out from him? But yeah, just a little bit of a side tangent right there. Taking stock of what's going on so far. 2K lead, just barely, about 1.5K more for Conviction. A lot of that gold in the right spot because Viper has been picking up a good amount of kills. Perry's been willing to give his life with a lot of these man drops to net his team a lot of kills and picked up some of his own. He now has that Sundered Sky as well, which will help with some of these aggressive dives. Kraken Slayer finished by Viper all the meanwhile.
Yeah. I think Perry building towards that, what's probably going to be Black Cleaver, will really help with getting some more health, and of course being able to fully proc it basically instantly with that Empowered W. Going to really help both him and Viper just do that much more damage later on into these team fights. Right now, things have kind of slowed down. We're watching the Rift Herald that's currently spawning, and the position that CCG are in is not the best for a team fight, but the thing that they have going for them is that TF Blade TP bot, Crimson did not. So Crimson can threaten that TP, and I think Conviction just have to respect that they don't have an angle.
So at least it's a little bit of room for CCG to score this up for themselves.
I
wouldn't expect them to go in, but they are looking to disrespect it right now. Still gets secured by CCG. Eye's going to go over to Music. Coming forward will be Fadachan, but doesn't get the Pop Blossom. Flash going to be found by Perry.
So that's, I mean, you get Perry's Flash, which feels kind of bad, but Crimson TPing away from this, especially with the 3 grubs are working,
he's dead.
Does mean that turret's
He's
going
dead.
down.
Glacial Fissure catches him up, and yeah, just like that, Fadachan gets caught out. Now here we go, Viper once again chasing down the jungler. He doesn't give a damn. Double kill for Viper.
And first brick, again, TF Blade left to his own devices. Was the play worth it as CCG? I'm gonna go with no, because they're also gonna get this mid-tier 1 turret too. You can see this gold lead has become astronomical, as Conviction are probably going to hit that 5,000 gold ahead mark here after this, and oh boy, CCG are in trouble.
Viper's been the most fun to watch, by far.
Honestly,
in this
yeah.
league.
I agree.
Just the plays he's willing to bust out, he's so fearless in the way he plays a lot of these marksmen. I mean, like, how often do you have your ADC chasing down the enemy jungler? And the other thing about Viper is he tends to be a high death marksman where he'll die 4 times for like nothing and then proceed to get 10 more kills back to back to back. So now that he's starting off with a 4-0 lead, I am terrified for CCG.
Yeah, this is only going to get more painful as time goes on. And this, if you look at the items too, getting pretty dangerous for CCG.
Coming out here, Weaver's Wall. Seismic Shove! Evolve does not miss
guy.
these. Now Perry looking to duke it out with Music. Music having to bail out. Now Stunt over on the side. Looking to run some interference, but no catch for Conviction.
You force CCG outside of their own jungle. You leave Conviction the opportunity to clear out vision and just turn this whole side of the map dark for CCG, which means that their ability to actually contest this next Drake is basically non-existent. And the fact that someone has to answer TF Blade, but Crimson being the one is tough because he doesn't have teleport to work with here, meaning that if TF Blade can decide to leave, it's a guaranteed dragon fight win.
You can see how afraid Young is to step up because Cat has not been missing these seismic shoves. Time
Oh
and
my
time
God,
again,
yeah.
they land. It's been so brutal, and Young has to pay the respects.
Does now Herald? I think this is dangerous.
This is very dangerous. Perry's walking up, has an easy angle in, instead chooses to hop onto music. You can see the shield go up, blocks a lot of that damage. Pop Blossom gonna be met, and now it's a 2-on-4. Glacial Fisher finds a knockup. Viper kind of split, will focus onto Young instead. Unleashed Power doesn't do
Oh, good
enough,
stun.
but Young will be able to defend himself. Now Viper left by
Oh my
his
God.
lonesome, chased down by Shoko, picked off on the kill, and Evolve's got nowhere to go, running onto the wrong side as another missile hits. Jumping forward as Crimson doesn't land the Q3, but dead nonetheless, as Crimson will pick up the kill for Fall for Conviction.
Yeah, the only bright side, small as it is he was able to delay long enough that TF Blade almost took down the tier 3 on top of it. No scatter, Young.
Oh no, you don't have Scatter of the Weak, you don't have Unleashed Power, you don't got a chance against TF Blade.
No, sir. So that eases the sting of what Conviction lost around that mid lane fight, but still a big win here for CCG to be able to collect 4 kills and their second dragon of the game and a much needed reprieve after these last 5 minutes.
Young is not safe. This is something we brought up in the draft as well, that there was going to be a lot of pressure onto Young. Whether it be the Gwen, whether it be Cat Evolved landing those seismic shoves, there's been so much pressure where he's had to burn his flash pretty often, where he's died to both Evolved and TF Blade. And this is one of the downsides of taking this Syndra into the match.
We're going to see the replay here again. This was a pretty disjointed fight overall from Conviction. I mean, you can see how Viper is just split up from the team. And besides, he doesn't want to walk into this situation. The hope is that they can 2v1 Young, but he plays this well enough that he's able to walk away. And as soon as that happens, it's not a matter of if Viper and Evolve die, it's when.
You can see that Viper's so willing to try and fight that out and fish for kills. You know, unfortunate that it went the way it did, but, you know, that's the style of Viper. I wouldn't want to see it any other way. Will fall for the first time in this game. And now CCG, they're still keeping this at around a 1.5k lead in favor of Conviction, but that means they're not hemorrhaging, which is the important thing here.
Yeah, super important. Now the hope for CCG really is just going to be around this Otacon. Shogo at 2 items as the Kaisa offers you a lot of ability to take objectives, also kill people.
That's a good amount of damage on a parry. That's what that Scatter of the Weak is really effective at, finding picks. And if parry's not quick enough to press that empowered W, he will eat a lot of that Syndra damage. And you can see right there, parry falling to half health off of that little skirmish.
And now the choice for that turn does mean CCG don't really have an opportunity. Oh, is parry stuck? No chance really for the Otacon to start right away. But I mean, you can see the map set up for what it is. If CCG want to go for it, now would be a pretty good time. I think it's probably something they want to force to give themselves that little bit of an edge in these team fights.
Can't disrespect the burst damage that Young is bringing. I mean, already you had the revolver picked up, but now grabbing that that Shadow Flame does mean that a lot of this burst potential that Young brings with the combo, having Scatter of the Weak into the Unleashed Power, it has to be respected on its own right, so Young has been scaling up.
And now you can see CCG, they forego that opportunity to go for the Otacon, so it creates a situation that they don't want to actually deal with, but Conviction, they don't have to deal with anything. They get Otacon, they get to walk away and hit that mid-wave. You can see CCG are trying to pinch them, but at the end of it, unless Fadi-chan gets a huge Pop Blossom, I don't see it.
Yeah, here we go, fight gonna break out, and this is definitely gonna benefit CCG, because right now you're seeing the carries are unchecked. TF Blade still looking for the chase, going after Crimson. He will get taken down, being able to slay his own brother, and he's looking to take down the rest of his squad as Shogo falls and Conviction get 4-4-0.
Oh, almost an ace, and you can see the TP immediately. TF Blade is going to go and also threaten this tier 2. More structures being knocked down, and this gold lead ballooning once again.
Yeah, that's something we haven't really talked about is, you know, we always called it the Viper brothers. Viper did play with Sniper back in the day, but one of his other brothers is Crimson, and now going against him in this game against CCG. It's always a lot of fun to see that family history, even if you're getting kind of schmackled in this game.
How has nobody called them the Riven Bros?
The Riven Bros, that is a good way to put it.
For like, if we're just being real, like, I feel like it's just right there.
I don't know, what a wild family, though. I mean, to have 3 players who can play at such a high caliber, Viper's been pro, Sniper's gone pro.
Crimson's on his way.
Yeah.
I don't really know. Whatever it is they're feeding them, I guess keep doing it. Because seems to be working out really nicely. Although less so for Crimson at the moment.
Yeah.
Kind of struggling right now, but who knows? They could come back. Young being able to get this turret is nice. You can see the cover from his team in the top side. So that's an objective bounty, which is really nice to have. But you are sacrificing a lot in terms of Dragon priority because your whole team is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, late to the response is going to be Viper. He's still jumping.
Oh my god, he just popped the ult.
Viper C-fight, Viper wad fight. And he's still chasing Fadachon. He's going to get caught by Scatter of the Weak, so damage goes back, but he flashes back in time, takes out Fadachon, goes on a killing spree, and now he sees Shogo ready to take the fight to him. Will condemn him away. Music falls to TF Blade coming out from the flank is evolved, and CCG are crumbling at the hands of Conviction. Shogo nowhere to go but the gray screen, but can he take Viper with him? Will flash forward. Viper likes that challenge. It's an ace for Conviction.
Eric, I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me. What is this guy doing? Like, he is just sprinting at you full speed, and there is quite literally no response. And you can see the Braum pick coming in so big, Stunt being able to protect his 80 carry. And overall, this fight just wasn't it from CTG. You don't want an even numbers fight with the position that you're in. So they were really trying to hope they can punish Viper for being so aggressive, but that aggression came with a purpose, and the purpose was his team was near him.
That's the story of Viper. Why have a tank engage when you could just send your marksman face first into them, and the marksman still survives? 8-1-3 is Viper. Baron now being started up, now being taken by Conviction. It was taken so damn fast, and CCG already heading for the hills as a seismic shove comes out, catches out Fadachon. Parry in way too deep, will give his life for the cause, but Viper's dancing, he's grooving, he's moving, and you can't stop Viper from going onto this massive tear against CCG.
Oh my god, and CCG have just been torn right in half this game, Eric, because now with this Baron and this threat coming through in mid and top, CCG relegated to their base, not really being able to exit it safely, except for when Conviction are recalling to their base. But otherwise, this Dragon that's been left up for a few minutes is now up and available, and CCG, because they didn't go for it when it first spawned, there isn't really even a hope of playing for a soul. We're so far away from that, and I don't think they can afford the 5 minutes it's going to take whenever this Dragon supposedly goes to them.
Yeah, both of these teams don't give a damn about Drake. They just want to fight. They just want to scrap. This is some, what was it, like Sheamus and Rusev over on Raw right now, WWE. They just keep fighting, fight forever. Nothing about objectives. We just want to fight. And I mean, that's a tale that really does ring true for Conviction. Really does ring true for Viper as a whole. Second Drake for Conviction, 4 Drakes in total in this game. Now side lanes being set up by Conviction with this Baron. Fadachon, this jungle doesn't belong to you. Get out of here.
No, it certainly doesn't, and they have to run back to their base and collect waves basically as a full group and hope they can catch somebody out. But again, TF Blade, the man with no answer this game, is threatening that tier 3 turret.
Oh, here we go. Fight breaks out. Viper is in it. Goes dominating. We'll find 1 kill. Looking to clean up Fadachon. Able to get a double kill. Wants to chase for more. Triple kill going to be found. Still looking to condemn for more, but no. Evolved will take the Quadra away from Viper. How shameless of you, Evolved. But you know what? They have fortitude. They have strength. And their name is Conviction as they improve to 5-2.
And man, what a convincing win as well. CCG collapse. They go down to 2-5. a really difficult record to have right now at this stage of the regular season. But I mean, again, congrats to Conviction for playing that game out really nicely. Congrats to Viper for putting the fear of God into me. Because
Right.
what am I watching with this guy playing? And honestly, the real hero is Evolve. Because this guy just doesn't.
I mean, okay, credit to Evolved, you know, definitely deserves the credit, but this whole game was a Viper highlight reel. This was just Viper aura maxing as
And
much
TF
as
played.
he possibly could. I mean, diving after the enemy jungler by himself, looking to engage fights with his face as a Vayne. It goes against the logic of what it means to be a marksman, and that's why I love watching Viper so much. Let us know who you think the MVP should be. You already know my opinion. I don't gotta say much.
Yeah, that's tough. I think everyone on this list had a really good game. I think I'd be happy with any one of them winning it out. I can understand the pull, the vote for Viper, because I think he did have a pretty good game and a very exciting one, which I think carries a lot of weight. So, vote for who you think.
I mean, overall, this team is damn good. Again, if they didn't have that forfeit, you know, they would have been 5-1 coming in today, and this would have made them 6-1. So definitely one of those teams that is shutting up a lot of the doubters that called them a budget near airport. No, they're much more beyond that. Brilliant win coming out from them. We are going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of the members of Conviction.
Well, probably a lot, considering that I've never won a title before. But there is, if we do win, not saying we will, but I mean I am saying that we will. But there's the promotion tournament after, right? Or whoever wins. So I'll probably be more happy if I were to win that. But I'd still be very happy because I've never won a title before.
I mean, it would mean a lot if I was able to win with you, because previously in Tier 2, I've never really had like a winning performance. It was always like top 4 and just like on the upper end, but I never really made that jump into actually winning. So it'd mean a lot, as well as promotion on the line. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to win this split. So
it probably mean a lot to me, just because like I don't think a lot of people probably saw like me coming to like, can I still call it NACL? Yeah, but I don't see I don't think people really recognize me enough that I feel like I'm an NACL player. But I want to prove people wrong. I want to prove that I'll be able to like handle my own in NACL. That's the fun part of me like competing, is that like I want to prove doubters wrong. But yeah, that's just
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2 Conviction versus CCG, or what I'm just going to call the Viper highlight reel. A brilliant performance coming out from Conviction as a whole, but especially this chaotic suicidal player known as Viper.
Hey man, the whole team played well, but I think Viper,
I said
Viper
as a
played
whole.
well. Oh, okay, I don't know. There was this focus on Viper. It didn't quite sit right with me. He did play well. I think everybody on Conviction had a really good game. And I think something to be excited about. You said it. They go up to 5-2 now. Improves their record tremendously and pretty much locks them in for playoffs, which is got to be a huge load off your chest with how unstable standings are going to be.
Yeah, it's the first time we got to see the Pantheon get through the draft as well.
That's true.
I do feel like Perry had a pretty good influence on it. There were times where he got picked out. There were times where he got a little over-aggressive, but it didn't matter because his life had a lot of value in holding down CCG and absorbing a lot of the damage they would put through.
Right. And I think overall the team fighting aspect was really good. I think the thing that worked for Conviction a lot too is this draft and the fact that TF Blade, I mean, we were calling it out in game. He's playing the Gwen. He has a good matchup into Cassante. There's really nobody else who can deal with him one-on-one. And the fact that he had a pretty good situation early on where Cassante TP's away from him, he gets a whole turret to himself on top of the plates he got earlier, and he's literally just running CCG's pockets the whole game.
And in the team fight, it's such a frustrating comp to have to go against, because not only do you have the Braum and the Unbreakable going up, you have the Pantheon Shield. So two forms of ways to, negate a lot of this damage that was incoming from CCG and allow their carries to just take over.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been overall, I think, a really good performance here for the side of Conviction. And I was wrong on my prediction, but it's always fun to watch teams perform. So Eric, I think we have an interview.
Oh yeah, we do. We have Stunt on standby, ready to join us once more to grace us with his presence and the power that is Conviction. So let's bring him on to the broadcast, man. Welcome, Stunt. How you doing, man?
Again. Yeah, I'm not Viper, but yeah, he was a little bit busy, so yeah, I guess I'm here in his replacement.
So, first question I gotta ask, obviously you did fantastic as well on the Braum, but your bud in the lane is Viper. How is it like playing with an ADC that's that chaotic, man?
Yeah, he's very chaotic, and he's still getting used to the role in competitive because he previously played top lane, and so there's a lot of things that, ADCs do when they're venue, it was just like die on mid waves, whatever. So he's going through that and learning lanes, but I will say, like, mechanically he's the most talented that I've played with, and it really shows. Like, he always goes for outplays. Yeah, and he was saying he felt a little bit disrespected by the blind pick AD there because he felt like his Vayne is deserving of a little bit more respect than that.
Fair enough. I mean, I think he proved that pretty well this game yet again. And I wanted to add to that, talk about playing with him as a new AD carry specifically. What's your experience playing with someone who has played the game for a while but is still learning the new role? Is it like they're a fresh player, or is there some kind of mix of it because he's not exactly sure?
Yeah, I do think like a good player will kind of have like a baseline understanding of every role and what they should be doing in the game, and I do think Viper, he's our current rank 1 player. He definitely has like a really good understanding of what needs to be happening on the map and everyone's role within the game. So that kind of stuff comes really natural to him.
All right, next question coming up. This is a super week, technically, which means we're playing 3 days. And this is where your schedule is probably going to be its hardest. Looking at you and what you have coming up, Luminosity Gaming tomorrow, after that, Supernova. How are you feeling going into those games? Is there confidence? Is there any prep that you guys are doing? What's the situation for Conviction?
Yeah. Great question. So I think our season has kind of been like a ramp up. Like, we've had like less hype teams at the beginning, and then later on we are against the 2 top teams. And so I think that's really nice for us to have like our final challenge be at the end. I will say on Luminosity, there's Fake God, right? That's my little baby. I was coaching him on his very first team. And I got to show him who's daddy. And for Supernova, these are like, it's like a similar vibe to us where they're older players. And so we're going to have the battle of who's less washed up. No, just kidding. We're all still very good. Maybe. I don't know.
Seems like it. I mean, with that, we're out of time. So before we let you go, Stun, we gotta ask: do you have any shout-outs you want to give? Anything you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to everyone. Yeah, who's watching. Hope we were able to pay for some people's families. And yeah, have a good one, guys.
Well, I want to
Thanks,
thank you for
dude.
joining us so much, man. And, good luck taking care of the kids in your upcoming matches.
Right, little baby.
Yes, yes.
Have a good one, man.
Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
All right, so always shout out to Stunt, especially the way he's willing to get a little feisty with that. Talking about Fate God that way, that's stuff I like to hear. But that's the type of team Conviction is, man. That's the type of energy they bring.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, now we have our MVP vote, so we're gonna find out who you, the fans, thought was the most valuable player this game. Drum roll. It is Viper, and you know what? I mean, Vayne sprinting at you as a jungler, as a top laner, as a whoever, it doesn't matter, at like Mach 5, and picking up kills in the process. That's pretty valuable. I won't lie.
Yeah, in ways that, not a lot of people would advise. Again, I'm still caught up on that Vayne engage game where it's like, okay, I'm going to run in, get scattered the weak, and I'm going to flash out of everything and kill. Viper definitely deserves the MVP for this one. 16.0 KDA. You can't discredit the talent that's on this team, the experience that's on this team, and it shines through every day.
And I love getting that insight from Stun to see how Viper was feeling about blind AD carry, the fact that he feels Vayne should earn some more respect, and maybe this game will be what does that.
All right, well, we got to move on to our next match of the day. A bit of a David versus Goliath, but I'm not feeling good about David for this one.
Yeah.
Supernova will be taking on Vancouver Impact.
I will say I question the validity of that analogy simply because David is meant to win in that story. That is reference. And
Okay, maybe it's just like Bob.
maybe it's
Goliath
just like
versus
Goliath
Bob.
versus a cat. Who knows? Vancouver Impact, they didn't get their first game. We'll see the first win. We'll see if they can get it against Supernova.
Okay, we do got some information. I know you're looking for Hoarder. If you're part of the Hoarder Horde with a D, Raz, I heard you on your co-stream. There will be a sub coming in now over in the top because Hoarder has exams. So yeah, X-Royal gonna be subbing in.
Remember, guys, stay in school just like Hoarder. And we're looking over at their opponents. It is the Vancouver Impact. Recently got their first win, but we were casting Eric last week. I'm pretty sure it was against, if I'm remembering correctly, which was very exciting. And we'll see if they can get win number 2. Unfortunately, it's kind of like playing matchmaking in Call of Duty. You have one good game, and then you face some CDL pros all of a sudden, and it's like, what's going on?
So this is definitely a uphill battle that's at about an 85-degree slope for Vancouver Impact, to put in a very light way. But there still is shimmers even, of hope. Shimmer filling in for the squad. Had said in previous interviews that he feels like they needed a voice to really start to get this team to work together and operate together. He was even saying that he saw some weaknesses in the armor of Supernova. Some cracks in the armor, but talk is one thing, you got to show it on the Rift.
Still, we love that confidence. It is really nice to see. And to add to what he was saying, he mentioned that he believes he's learned so much already from his time at MU, and seeing Vancouver Impact believe he could apply that knowledge in that leadership role for this team. And I mean, when he came in, they got that first win. He says he sees a vision, and I hope we can see it with him.
I mean, we got to see that vision really come to fruition versus CCG the first day he was here. But only time will tell if he's able to follow through against Supernova. He did say he might pick some wild picks, so I'll be watching out for that. First pick coming out for Supernova will be the Varus. Vancouver Impact will follow up with Oriana. I don't know, man. Wukong is not that wild, but, Warwick, I'd be excited to see.
I mean, monkeys live in the wild, close enough. I will say, yeah. He played Shyvana in their last match, so he's definitely willing to break out the sauce. But sometimes there's a time for stock standard, and I think this is now. And for those who are new to Shimmer, that Nocturne ban is there for a reason, because that was how they got their first win.
Yeah, the Noct Ori combo is what we had seen. That was a little too much for CCG to handle with. While tried and true picks now coming out from Supernova, they'll have the Trundle to follow up. This does put the Orianna, if she burns her flash, into a quite tight situation. Gwen gonna follow through for the next pick in Supernova.
Right, so, I mean, we saw TF Blade honestly run a train on CCG with that pick. It's kind of in a sort of similar situation here. It is Gwen blind, but now you're in a position as Vancouver Impact to kind of try and answer this. Otherwise, losing that 1v1 to the Gwen and not having anyone who can face it in the side lane is pretty brutal. And Zed is the answer Dragoon wants to go for.
Yes, so some of the better glimpses we've been seeing from Dragoon is when he starts going back towards those comfort champions and some of these brawlers who have worked very, very well for him. Even in the last loss that Vancouver Impact versus LG had versus LG, he was playing the Darius and had a good showing in the top lane rather early. So I do kind of like this for Vancouver Impact. Go back to what was working in the past and Dragoon on the set.
Yeah, and I don't have the stats for this matchup, but overall, I mean, picking a duelist as the Gwen is kind of what I was alluding to, just to have someone who can potentially win that fight in the side lane, especially if we like the Ignite alongside the CTG, or maybe in place of the CTG. You know, Dragoon is okay with doing sometimes. And also, when you have someone like a Trundle trying to run you down, I think that Showstopper, uniquely good tool to kind of keep him away from your backline.
And it's not just getting him away from the backline, it's also a good tool to get you deep into the fight where you can land those multi-man stuns to set up for big haymakers. So there's a lot of tools you can utilize. I definitely like the matchup, and I like the comfort more than anything else. The next bans that come in, it's going to be very support focused now. Karma and Renata taken off the map. I almost forgot her name for a second there, as Nico gets banned away, and same thing with Jin.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it just feels like an instant Rakan angle. Good with Wukong, good with Orianna. Rel is fine too. I feel like those two are just like the picks with what Vancouver Impact are working with. I think because if you're not going to pick them, then I think you can go for a marksman pick, but I have a feeling Zev is very happy to go on 5.
That's going to be pretty nice. We have really ways to set up the Shockwave in every single kit that we have here. You know, the Cyclone, the same thing with the Set Stun, and of course the Grand Entrance from Rakan will do a lot of work to make sure that the Shockwave from Sudsy is going to come through. Sudsy has been a pretty solid control mage player. He was part of their big win where he cut the wave against CCG at the very end to make sure that Vancouver Impact is going to stay in it. So nice to see him on that champ, even if he doesn't have the Nocturne parry this time.
Oh yeah, he'll still be able to do a lot of work with that, and now the big question is, what's the answer for Orianna? What are we going to see here from Blaze Olive? Rise would be interesting, and okay, going to lock that one in. So a lot of magic damage, but overall, it's a pretty good answer into Orianna, and the nice thing is he's been pushing Roam. You have a lot of early game plays available to get that Realm War.
It's funny, I remember having a conversation with Rend and trying to bully him into getting a Blaze Olive to play Rise. And apparently we're going to see this through now as a very thematic comp that we have here as well. Very blue and purple, which are colors I vibe with personally. Kind of win the vibe battle right there. But last lock-in will be the Senna for Vancouver Impact.
And I kind of like that one, just in the fact that you have a lot of scaling on your side, and you have range, which I think is really important to Supernova's comp overall, even especially if Scary Jerry goes the poke build. But I think Rise is struggles with champs that outrange him, and later on into the game, I think the Wukong Ori combo are going to be able to deal with him, and the range of Senna also is going to be
having the Senna can definitely help out a lot, and keep in mind you do get a lot of shielding that comes through from the Senna ultimate, so that can also help out in these fights where you're looking to scrap with a lot of the damage that Supernova are throwing at you. But this is a tough team to really fight. I mean, Realm Warp can get you in there in a jiffy. You have a very solid front line on Supernova with the Alistair. Varus, strong pick. The Chain of Corruptions could be what's needed to zone control a lot of these big ultimates for Vancouver Impact.
True.
So I do like what Supernova are bringing to this fight.
Oh, yeah, I do too. And again, really part of how this side laning phase goes is really going to be dependent on top lane. Whether or not Dragoon or X-Royal is going to come out on top, I think will be really important. We saw what can happen last game with the top laner left unchecked, and I think both of these teams are looking to avoid experiencing that themselves.
No, it only feels appropriate that Supernova would have a sub for a week, because we had the same thing with Luminosity Gaming, the ones who have the NACL win streak. So now this is your time. Supernova or nerfed. Porter is an incredible player. We'll see what Royale can bring, but this would be the best time, better than ever, for Vancouver Impact to try and pull off what could be the most miraculous upset. And maybe they're not Bob. Maybe they are David.
Yeah, maybe they would be. And that's really the hope, because of the teams on those lower parts of the standings, Vancouver Impact are in the most trouble. So a win here, especially against Supernova, would do wonders for their chances here in this Super Week. It wouldn't be everything, but it would be a pretty good start.
So let's go ahead and pull up the predictions for what our casters... Yeah, who would have thought? Yeah,
I mean...
Best team in the league versus the worst team in the league currently, so it's kind of the way it goes.
Yeah, I don't really make the rules. This is kind of how it goes. But Vancouver, they have a chance. It's possible.
I'll tell you what, audience. If you guys vote enough, I will flip. Excuse me. I will flip my prediction for Vancouver Impact. So let's see it right now.
No,
Put in
don't flip
SN
it. Don't
for
flip it.
Supernova. Hashtag VI.
No, because if
for
we're
Vancouver
wrong
Impact.
and Vancouver win, the whole broadcast is wrong, which means clown emojis.
Clown emoji.
You can't take that away from us.
I know our producers have that on standby. We
Yes,
saw it
because I
during
begged
the
them
tech
to
check.
do it.
Yes. Yes. And he's already laughing menacingly in my ear right now. We just need the clown nose, brother. Get that with
It's
you.
the only thing, and then it's perfect.
Okay, the fans are burning bright right now. 100% over towards Supernova. I mean, that's,
Why are we impacting, guys?
that's no
There we
surprise
go.
Right there. And yeah, finally, Vancouver Impact.
What's
fans
their
can do
hashtag? Is it impacting or like?
No,
what
it's
are we doing?
VIP.
Oh, that's
VIP
good.
treatment. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Which is a little bit of a shame, because I really wish that their actual tag was VIP. The little thing we put up on the top up there. It should be hashtag VIP.
Oh yeah. Oh, I guess.
Vancouver Impact.
I think for them it just made sense, because if we're doing acronyms, VI is correct. So
Yeah, but Citadel Gaming, like, they do the CTG.
Yeah, but like, they're wrong. I don't know why this is so hard to understand.
We do it for the vibes, Beat. The VIP treatment. It's a good hashtag. It's a good.
It is a good hashtag. I'm not denying, but I'm just, trying to put myself in their shoes to understand why they chose VI for the tri-code.
It makes it more confusing, because now I think of vibe
Maybe for
whenever
you.
I see this.
I mean, okay, I will say, I do think of that too, so I'll give you that.
Okay. I'll give credit to Supernova too. Their hashtag Burn Bright, also a banger one. But now we're ready to head on to the Rift. David versus Goliath, or Bob versus Goliath. I don't care which way you see it. It's gonna be a tough match. Supernova taking on Vancouver Impact.
That's right, it is the top versus the bottom, and for VI's chances here in this, I don't know why I called it VI, Vancouver Impact's chances here to make it into playoffs to avoid that promotion relegation tournament. The wins have to start here. We have a sub top laner for Hoarder, who's busy with his exams. So this is as good a time as any, better than most, for Vancouver Impact to step up and make it happen.
I mean, truly, this is going to be an exam for Royal to actually show up. Because Dragoon, historically, has kind of been the gatekeeper, so much to say when it comes to tier 2.5 is what I like to call it, which is a lot of these NACL qualifiers. Dragoon was in all of them, man. So if Dragoon's able to beat you, you are not deserving of NACL.
I wonder if he still thinks that. We should ask him if they win.
But Dragoon
And if,
or Royal?
Yeah. Or, if they win and if Dragoon happens to be the one who interviews.
I mean, this guy is promoted 3 times, I think it was, to the
lost
NACL.
count.
Yeah.
He's done good. That's what matters.
In fact, the first time he was promoted, it was with Supernova. And I remember how excited I was that I bought a Supernova jersey, and then it turns out he wasn't part of the team for the next season, and I was just like, why did I do this?
Yeah, get owned, bro. Ah, that's too funny. You can't fall for merch hype. Unless the jersey has his name on it, then honestly it would have been chill.
I was going to put his name on it, but I decided,
You should have put his name. You should have.
teams are volatile in the NACL, so let me put my own name just in case. And
No. Oh, okay. No, but I feel like it's okay even if the team is volatile because you can look back, you know?
like, I was there for this one niche moment in history.
Yes, exactly.
So already looking at some of these early trades, Royal getting a bit of a treatment up there as he's bullied away underneath his tower. Both junglers starting bot side. Blue buff for Shimmer, red buff for Dardoch will be pathing northward.
Yeah, and Shimmer, being that new addition to the team, already showing a lot of promise, both on the brief time we saw him play for Dark Zero and the time he was able to.
This is first blood. Oh, nice flash on the Haymaker.
Oh my
He
god!
hit the tower!
Oh my god!
He hit the
Oh my god!
tower!
Oh my
Royal
god!
will get first
Oh my
blood
god!
instead!
Oh my god. He lives with 4 HP, and how about that sub top laner for the win? X Royal lives with 4 HP.
You deserve to be in NACL. Welcome, Royal. Good job.
Yeah, promote this guy right now. Oh my days.
He hit the tower, B.
I know.
Oh.
This is why we use target champion only, kids. It's a very good toggle.
That hurts so much for Dragoon. I mean, that was first blood, almost guaranteed. The flash out from the Haymaker. Dragoon's still going to chase down onto Royal right now, and Royal's kind of getting the better of this, but with the Haymaker, that flops it. Oh, God, that was personal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, X-Royal. You kind of ruined all that goodwill. Cloth armor does not make you suddenly win this game, I fear. Or win this lane.
Nice setup here from Shimmer. I mean, sure, you can't duel Trundle, but hey, you got Dragoon in the back pocket, so you can take that 2v1. Now, what's Sudsy doing? We'll have to flash over the pillar of Dardoch as Dardoch escapes a gank and makes a gank in the same breath.
Sudsy, you've been playing this game too long to get caught like that, I won't lie. You dodged the overload, so I'll give you a tiny bit of grace, but really, we're just going to watch this one again. It was a good flash from X-Royal, and yeah, real quick, just hit the turret.
And you know, the thing is, like, if he didn't use the Haymaker, he probably just kills and still survives.
That's where I thought it was going, yeah.
Yeah. So, that definitely hurts, but at least Dragoon got his
He got the kill right back.
Yeah.
And I mean, and the fact that Royal TP'd back with no TP and then died, kind of actually gives him a lead.
What's going on here? Breezy getting really hurt by Shimmer, but not enough to take him down. It will burn his flash in the process.
There's a nice response there for Shimmer to show up, but got a little dicey for a moment. At the end of it, though, wave crashes for the most part bot side in this 1v2 situation.
I'm sorry, I just chuckled at the fact that they already lane swapped.
No, it was good. I was like, what happened? What did I miss?
She's like, no, never mind. I don't want any of this set anymore.
I mean, would you? I mean, it's less about the. Actually, I think it's less about the set and more about just trying to get an early 2v1. And look what it's created for Scary Jerry. Like, you get the turret plate. Even if Zev is here to pick up the wave, that is a bit of an advantage for Supernova.
And let me have my head cannon.
I mean, the thing about head cannons is that they're objectively not cannons. So, you know, you still technically have it. Yeah, literally. Like, I've never seen the words, my head cannon is, proceed like irrational thought. So, you know, that's just my beef with fandom.
I mean, you should see my theories on Claire Obscure. I think I got some.
Oh, I actually would love to hear those later.
Well, when you finish the game, we'll talk about it then.
Oh yeah, I'm not done yet. Soon.
All right, getting back into the game. Vancouver Impact at least keeping up decently well in this early game. A lot of shenanigans that broke out between top laners, but now Breezy in a bad way. Does has that headbutt pulverize, so it's not going to be as simple as taking down the cow, and he will get back over to his lane mate.
Yeah, and both teams really showing effectively zero interest in the dragon. Really just trying to match the lane swap. We'll see if either jungler wants to try and go for a solo of the Drake, but we're getting close to those grubs spawning as well. And I think all 3 grubs, both teams would benefit from that one greatly. I think the idea there is just to make sure you can get 1 or 2 of them and then walk away. And I think that's probably, we probably won't see a swap back until that grubs come back.
Yeah. Now a nice piercing arrow still finds Zev. It kind of looked like he was going to aim for Nukes, and Nukes was expecting it, but nope. Psych. Gotcha. With that, now Dragoon looking to catch up on CS with this wave. That's the good thing for Royal is he's had some free time to farm because of this lane swap, and it's allowed him to get ahead of Dragoon. Now the focus onto Shimmer. He's getting chased down by Dardoch,
Oh my
and this
God,
is not an escape he
him.
can make because you don't have Flash, and Dardoch will take down Shimmer.
Man, that's tough. The panic, too. You need to hold the W until the pillar comes out. But well played from Darlock. Darlock to get the kill. Oh, Nukes.
Yeah, here we go. Ultimate popping out from Zev as Nukes gets caught out by Breezy. I mean, this is an Alistair you have to respect. Big Breezy, when he's on these engaged tanks, he can catch you out at any given moment.
And right now, the range, the damage from this poke Varus is already starting to be pretty impactful. You gotta imagine another turret plate is on the horizon here, and that pressure actually gives Dardoch, who got that kill on the other side, free reign to take this dragon, and then he should have a pretty easy time walking through mid, trying to set up for these grubs once Scary Jerry walks back. Or TP's back. Let's get his TP.
Dardoch's always very good when it comes to map play. He understands the map, he understands enemy jungle pathing incredibly well, and he knows where his strengths do lie. That's why it's such an easy dragon take for him. That's why it was such an easy solo kill in the jungle for him. Reading the enemy jungler is just kind of the Dardoch way when it comes to Supernova and watching his play.
I mean, so many players he's played with in Tier 2 over the years really credit him for his experience and knowledge and what he's able to offer for them in terms of their development. So, on a team where he has good laners,
Yeah, Nuke's gonna go down. I mean, he's ignited, so one more tick should take him out. No, he's gonna be able to survive, but Dardoch over the wall doesn't even need it. A Blaze Olive will still grab the kill, and that's feats of warfare for Supernova.
1 kill, 2 grubs. I'll take that deal. Oh, scratch that. I think it's all 3. Nope, it's not all 3. Supernova are going to get 2, which, I mean, is still pretty good. The fact that Scary Jerry has this pressure now with Nukes being off the map means it'll be easy for him to hit some plates. And whoa! What did I just see?
Royal and Dragoon just constantly locked in battle. Snare gonna find its mark on Breezy. Breezy might have overstepped right here because the rest of the crew of Vancouver Impact are looking to take him down. And yeah, he will fall to Zev, a kill back to Vancouver Impact, but here comes the teleport. Dragoon has joined the fray. And Scary Jerry, you're going the wrong way. A double kill for Zev.
Wow, that's actually really huge. That double kill onto the Senna, who scales like crazy, is really gonna ease the pain that Zev and Nukes have been going through in this early game to the Varus Alistar. So Supernova fighting off a little more than they can chew, and maybe these are the cracks in the armor that Shimmer mentioned in his interview last week.
I mean, we have to keep in mind where Shimmer comes from, man. He's part of Maryville University, you know, does play with their B team as far as I know. And so a very capable player who knows who has a lot of veteran experience to really capitalize around. Now Dragoon in a bad way.
3v1.
Already going to be caught up. There's 3 members there, so Dragoon's just going to go down. He will still try and stun up, get some damage back. We'll even throw out the Haymaker, but Royal's going to be the recipient of the kill against Dragoon.
Yeah, really going to do wonders for Royal's ability to fight him later. They get that kill over on him, and he's going to be able to collect some plates in the process. So what Vancouver Impact were able to earn, Supernova get a little bit right back. And unless they can secure this dive onto a Blaze Olive, I think we're just going to be keeping things nice and quiet.
Good catch out there, just too far out was the Dragoon. And I mean, he's kind of passing the test that we really put up for him. He's getting a CS lead. He now has a kill lead against Dragoon on top of it. 1 more plate to go through, he'll be able to cash in on that. So this is going to give the Gwen quite a lot of econ to work with now stepping up against the set.
Yeah, really tips the scales in Royal's favor when it comes to trading in that side lane and in 1v1 potential, which is what we've seen in the past be very impactful as recently as the last series. And right now, level 9 X-Royal, he's feeling it.
Oh, he really is feeling
No
it as he
haymaker.
jumps on Dragoon. Out comes the RKO,
got
but it
him.
doesn't do a damn thing. A Royal will kill Dragoon in the solo.
Now that is some top lane gaming. It's been super bloody. It's looking like X-Royal is starting to pull away. He's up 20 CS, he's up a level, and 2 kills to boot. So I think it's safe to say Dragoon's chances of winning the 1v1 have dropped down to just about 0.
It was looking so good early. Then he just
was.
punched the tower.
And then he punched
everything
the tower.
went wrong. Pillar goes up. Focus onto the bottom lane. A little bit of a skirmish breaking out, but Royal sees the angle. First brick has not fallen. Let's cash in the name of Hoarder.
Yeah, and with that, they also have the feats gained, as you can see with Royal's tier 2 boost being upgraded. It's another little bit of power Supernova are working with.
All right, Shockwave onto ABO. They need to stun him out from the Realm Warp, and that's exactly what they do with the Cyclone. Rakan combo shutdown found by Sudsy.
It's a much needed gold. I think we used maybe one too many ultimates there, especially with Dragon coming up soon, but still. Getting a Blaze Olive off the map, very valuable, and if they can get another kill.
Ooh, this would be big right here, but Breezy will run interference. He steps up, blocks the rest. He will be the bouncer. You're not allowed in this side of the club.
No, sir. Now Dragon's up in 10 seconds. It should be an easy earn for Vancouver Impact. So they're getting some small wins here in this game, aside from what's been going on in top lane. And much needed too, because Supernova, I mean, they have a comp where you can already see the value they're able to have at these early stages. And for Vancouver Impact, you're waiting a little longer, particularly for Zev on the Senna.
All right, the focus is Scary Jerry, and now the focus is to run away. As Scary Jerry returns fire, instills fear into their hearts, and forces them to back off. Scary Jerry getting a lot of time to CS, and now even cashing in on more plates as the plates do fall. 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I will say though, Static Shiv really showing its value to limit Scary Jerry's hitting on that turret this rotation. But the problem is, you put pressure one place, you ease it up elsewhere. So Dardoch going to be able to take some more farm away from Shimmer. And they're going to escort this wave all the way into this tier 2 on the top side of the map.
2K separating these teams. Supernova slowly inching their way forward. Zev, Sudsy, Nukes trying to reclaim their jungle, but that's very difficult. There's a Rise and Trundle in there. They'll just lose out on their red buff. But it's not the red buff by itself. It's also a tower in the mid lane that Scary Jerry is able to grab now. The focus on to Royal, who's looking to take the fight in a 2v1. Sudsy also having to bail away. Now Scary Jerry very low, but Sudsy caught out from behind. The tower dive gonna be successful and nowhere for Sudsy to go. He doesn't have a chance. Will not even burn his summoner spell, realizing he was dead to rights. And though it's getting chaotic all across the map, it's still going in favor of Supernova.
And this game is getting more and more out of control. With that kill, that solo kill going on the bottom side, the play on top, and the fact that Scary Jerry and Breezy are here. And, oh wow, good use of the McHales. Still able to interact with this wave. Is honestly super good for them, but they've overstayed.
Yeah, Shimmer makes it in time. Will get caught by the headbutt pulverize, but should be able to escape it. Oh,
unless
so close, but here comes Dardoch, puts up the pillar of filth and puts down Shimmer. Now Zev will get one kill back, but it will cost him his life as Dardoch is able to double up. Now Dragoon wants revenge. Level 9 versus level 11. I don't think this one's happening. Dragoon will still go in with the RKO. Misses the stun, misses the haymaker, falls to the tower, and Royal stays composed and gets the double kill as the substitute in the top lane.
That Dragoon, he had to go for the gamble. He had to guess the flash for the haymaker, and he guessed wrong. That was his last chance to get something back in this matchup. It is now officially over. He can do nothing against Royal, and we're getting to the point where he can't do much of anything this game. And again, really, like, it's tough Royal knows he just has to wait for the haymaker, and that's when he's going to blow his flash. And he dodges the face breaker as well. The level up, actually, I think, partially saved him there, and it gave Gwen a double kill. So Gwen's a monster, unkillable.
3-level lead.
Yes, and 6-1, 2 items. So, you know, there's no point really getting excited in any 1v1 involving this Gwen.
That's scary, man. This is supposed to be a nerf Supernova, and yet Royal is really clutching this out and showing what he can bring. Now, big thank you to our sponsors. You know, maybe it was ProDiff that helped this man out and get him into shape to be able to compete here against Vancouver Impact with Supernova. And if you want to be able to compete, hey, I got good news for you, man. ProDiff.gg, we're here for you. We want you to get better. LTA North coaches, we got them. People who have been around the scene for a long time, we got them. NACL coaches, NACL players, we got all of that. So be sure to scan that QR code as now an angle in the bottom lane. Can Royal deal with this? 3 men looking to take him down.
Yeah,
diving deeper underneath the tower. Royal still fighting it out. Will get a kill back thanks to the tower. Even when you dive this, man, it'll cost you something.
Yeah, and it's the best you could hope for in that situation. The shutdown means it's worth for Shimmer to go down, but the focus, the resources required, look what is lost elsewhere on the map. Herald bought tier 2, we're just beating down this mid tier 2, and even this inhibitor turret is going to get this work. Nothing is safe on Vancouver Impact side on the map.
This is the one thing about Supernova. Once they get a lead, they're very good at exponentiating it, and that's what we're seeing right now. You make a mistake to go after Royal on the top side, sure, you get a shutdown, but guess what happens? You lose so many structures, and that's not all you're going to lose. 18 minutes in, and they're already pushing towards inhibitor towers. This is a brutal display from Supernova.
It really is, and the fact that we're pre-20 minutes and so much has gone down really just shows you again why we praise Supernova the way that we do and expect this team to be one of the top contenders for that promotion tournament into the LTA North later on this year. And yeah, Disguised, this is a team you got to be watching out for. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I mean, this team, already a lot of these players have tier 1 experience. Like, their only true rookie was Hoarder, and even he plays out of his mind. And even when they substitute Hoarder, guess what? Royal plays out of his mind on top of it. So this is definitely a team you got to respect. Vancouver Impact, they're showing exactly why you should put respect on the name of Supernova. And Supernova are showing why they're going to be big contenders for that promotion relegation match as Breezy finds an angle onto Nukes. Gary Jerry going to look for the chain of corruption, finds it, but gets cleansed away. Sudsy gets away from Dardoch. This jungle does not belong to Vancouver Impact.
No, and the lead is just growing. Like it is growing everywhere on the map as Dardoch is just going to continue with his own advantage over Shimmer. He's up a level. He's taking the red buff. Otacon spotting really soon, so we're in a position now with Supernova where you absolutely can just send it, man. Like, who the hell cares? Scary Jerry, even as Poke Varus, this lead is just ridiculous.
All the money in the bank, and it's in Supernova's account as they'll find another kill onto Shimmer. No smite, no fight for this Otacon. It's an easy pickup for Supernova.
Yeah, it is, and you see the lack of teleports across the map. They know, Eric, they know that there is just no hope to stop this objective from going down. So it's going to be a quick take. Another neutral in Supernova's pockets, and another step forward to what feels like inevitable victory.
All right, 24-50. Will it finish before that or after that? What's your take, B?
24. Oh, we're doing over-unders again.
Yeah.
Good time.
I think
I'm going to say over. I think it's going to be over.
That's our shortest game in the league so far. That was Winthrop versus Blue Otter. Now, Dragoon tries to just hit the wave. I mean, that's all you can really do right there. It's going to be another kill coming in. Now
He's
Dardoch
so
looking
fast!
for the chase. He jumps right in. Sudsy's getting low. Ultimate going to be popped. Scary Jerry gets caught by Shimmer. Now the knock-up onto Dardoch, but he's a tanky boy when he has that ultimate ticking away. Now Blaze Olive looking to chase onto Nukes. Nukes has nowhere to go but to the gray screen. Here comes Royal as he'll chop down Sudsy. Another bonk onto the dome of Zev. I think it might be under beatdown.
We'll see. You have 5 seconds on Dragoon, 15 on Nukes, and only 30 on Sudsy and Zev. If Baron was the timer it used to be last season, I think I would go for under. But it's best of ones. Our teams, even the best ones, are a little cautious. So unless another team fight like that happens again in the next 2 minutes, I think we're looking it over. You said 24-50?
Yeah, 24-50 Winthrop versus Blue Otter. That was the best game.
Yeah. I'm still thinking over. I'm locking in my decision. 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
It could happen. Never
I
know.
think Vancouver Impact are going to do nothing for 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
They're just
going
going to make sure they don't get the shortest game.
I mean, I doubt that's exactly what they're intending.
Of course
just
not,
the
of
fact
course.
that in this game state, you're like, man, I just don't want to fight right now. I just want to.
I just want to live.
I want to get an item. I just want to live. And then, when an objective comes or if somebody ints, then we'll fight.
I just want to go to McDonald's, man. Just please, leave me alone.
Just want my spicy junior chicken. You guys don't have junior chickens. I just want my spicy McChicken.
So far, an explosive game coming out from Supernova. 10K lead, 22 minutes into this. They still got 2 minutes for that over-under that we were mentioning earlier. But for Supernova, they haven't cracked the base just yet. And I do know one of the things that I've heard from interviews from Supernova is as good as they look on stage, it hasn't looked as good on scrims. And a lot of the lessons they learned from scrims is to say, hey, okay, we have a lead. Let's not throw it away. Let's slow down. So I think that kind of plays to what you were saying on the over, that they're not just going to throw their face at the end of this.
No, I don't think so.
But I want them
But
to.
we'll see. Yeah. Yes, because you want to be right, which, is quite understandable. You just won't be. That's the way it goes. 1
Still
minute,
biding
20
their time.
seconds.
20 seconds to what? What are we looking at? Oh.
1 minute,
oh.
20 seconds.
Oh, 1 minute, 20 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a believer.
Are you still?
I don't know if Supernova don't. Okay, I'll buy a jersey if Supernova can do it on the under. I'll get another one.
All right, you heard it here first, guys. Ping Eric on Twitter if this happens and they don't do it. But honestly, unless Supernova go fight right now.
Go Supernova. Go,
We'll
get
see.
in there. You got Realm
And
Warp.
Baron's up in 50 seconds, man. I don't know.
Realm Warp in. Get in there, damn it.
Well, Supernova, they got their soul points. I don't think we're going to get to a soul. Nukes, though, trying to get whatever vision he can. A recognition that Baron is coming up soon. Any information would be positive for Vancouver Impact. So he is risking himself just to get that little bit that he can down.
Go, we got 15 seconds. Get in there. Realm Warp. Fight them. Win. What are you doing? Okay. Maybe we're not aura farmers like Viper, but they are the #1 team in the league for a reason.
True. Viper would try to end this game now. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Viper would have already engaged like 10 minutes ago and probably,
It would have been a 19-minute
game. Dying
game.
at the same time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, fine. We'll play it safe and we'll play it around the Baron Nasher.
I told you, man. It's best of
boring,
ones. There's no Baron until 25 minutes. We're just not there. Oh.
All right, here we go. Vancouver Impact looking for an angle on their own, but Royal is there, and Royal is fed, and Royal's doing damage with Breezy, holding them down. Out comes the Haymaker, but it does nothing as 3 members fall in the blink of an eye. Sudsy looking for an escape, but there is none provided by Supernova. Now they choose to fight. Fine, I'll take it as they look to close out.
And I think close out they shall. A Shimmer is still on the run, Eric, and well, it's looking like it was Bob versus Goliath because Supernova have knocked Vancouver Impact down.
It's another day in the office for Supernova, a team that feels destined for stardom, and Vancouver Impact can't stand the heat. Looking for one more off of the respawn. They'll die for it, pad the stats, maybe ruin some of them in the process, and improve to 6-1.
We gotta have a little fun towards the end, Eric, and nothing embodies that more than fountain dives, as Supernova have shown us. And there you go. They go to 6-1 and maintain their spot in first place.
Yeah, but they could have done it a minute earlier,
They could have, but you know what, Eric? In the famous words of someone, they did not.
enough. Fair enough. Well, 6-1 will now be the record for Supernova. They were already secure for their playoff spot with their 5-1 record. This is going to help improve their chances of getting first place, which is looking almost undeniable at this point.
Probably. We could still see some fun stuff over these next couple of days, but despite the blip that was their match against Citadel, I think for the most part Supernova are going to have this locked down.
Yeah, let's go ahead and vote for MVP to Twitch chat. Let us know who took it. Is it Dardock and his ability to bonk? Is it a Blaze Olive realm warping not into the base to my dismay? Or is it X Royal who subbed in, beat Dragoon, and then took heads across the rift?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure who I'd vote for in this instance. I think they're all fine answers. But a shout out to X Royal for subbing in this situation while Dardock handles his exams. He did a great job. It was a good series, and yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, my vote would personally go to X Royal. I think a lot of it was missteps from Dragoon early on, but to capitalize on that and to expand the lead, definitely gives a good argument. I think Dardock is definitely up there. I'm not voting ABO off of the fact that he did not realm warp into the base and ended in time.
Yeah, I thought so. That's
Shame
fair.
on you, man. Shame on you. We're going to throw it over a break. Let us know who you think should take the dub. Not take the dub, excuse me. Take the MVP. X Royal, Dardock, or Blaze Olive, and we'll be right back with an interview from Supernova. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2, Vancouver Impact versus Supernova. And dominant display, to say the least. What we thought could have been a nerfed Supernova. Nope. Royal steps up and fills the shoes perfectly.
Unfortunately for Vancouver Impact, not nearly nerfed enough because, yeah, as you say, Dragoon slipped up one time in the lane phase, and X-Royal just never let him live it down. And the game just kind of collapsed from there. It isn't just top lane, too. You look top to bottom all across the Rift, and Vancouver Impact were simply outclassed.
Yeah, I mean, everyone did their part, especially Dardoch, who I think is definitely another contender for MVP in this one, who was chasing people down left and right. You can see right here a brilliant flank from Royal that was set up through Dardoch's chase. The use of the pillar, his ability to understand when he is going to be hyper-aggressive, his understanding of a lot of the pathing of enemy junglers. It was a stranglehold that Vancouver Impact couldn't get free from.
That's right, and even though you were very upset that they didn't end the game before 24:50, it was still a very dominant and convincing performance, no matter what Desirx thinks. And Supernova, they again put themselves in a very strong conversation and contention for keeping first place at the end of this split and maintaining their spot as the best team.
Look, man, they have first place, sure, but they could have been the fastest victory in the league if they just round warped into the base. All right, I'm just making that straight right now, B.
That's true. It could have happened, but you know what, Eric? It didn't.
All right, we got an interview with none other than the sub in the top lane. X-Royal will be joining us on the broadcast desk. It's looking on my words already. Good timing for it. I mean, we're technically in between. Welcome, Royal, to the desk. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great, bro. I just straight up 1v9'd, obviously.
True, my goat.
Yeah, you did. So, how I know Zamudo had exams, but how were you chosen to be the one to fill Hoarder? Excuse me. I'm sorry. He reminds me of Zamudo. All right. I know Hoarder had exams, but tell me, how were you chosen to be the sub to slot in for his shoes?
Like a week or two ago, Shirley, the manager for Supernova, messaged me at night. I was just checking my phone and I was like, oh, there's a message. And then she's like, can you sub? Are you gonna play in OQs? If you don't, you can like sub, because they need to find someone who isn't playing OQs. They can't sub for NACL.
Yeah.
So I was like, sure, I'll take the opportunity. I get to play with these awesome players like Dardoch and like a breezy, a Blaze Olive. I'm sorry for saying that wrong.
Yeah.
Combining them.
Yeah. But like, yeah, everyone on the team is really good. And I was like, yeah, I'm down to experience it. Yeah,
Well, now that you played your first match, did it live up to the expectations? Like, how was it for you? Tell us how it felt.
I mean, like, before the game started, I was feeling a little nervous because it's like my first time, and I saw the NACL Twitch had like quite a few people watching. If I int, I am gonna get clowned on. Yeah.
But you didn't. You 1v9, so
Yeah.
there you go. They watched it happen.
So is the goal to climb into Tier 2 and beyond? Because you seem to take what was an opportunity to play on an NACL team with a lot of experience and make the most of it, really thrive out in that position. So what are you looking to do with your league career?
I mean, I would try to like climb, yeah, if I get the opportunity. But I am like focusing on trying to finish my school right now, like college.
Makes sense.
Fair. I think, but I hope this isn't the last that we see from you, X-Royal, but I wanted to ask before we let you go, as we're out of time. Do you have shout-outs? Anything you want to say before we let you go? Just share your thoughts.
I mean, shout out to my team. Like, they're very helpful, and when like, I don't know how to say it, they just help me a lot.
Yeah.
And they're like very nice to me.
Nice.
It's good to hear, man. Well, I hope you do well in your studies, graduate, everything, and I also hope that one day we get to see you again, because that was a great performance, brother. I want to thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
And congrats.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Well, interesting interview, man. I mean, you know, it's been cool seeing moments like these where players do step in very last second and really make the most of the opportunity that they're given. I think X-Royal is a great example of that, because not only was he able to get out from that sticky situation against Dragoon, he was able to prosper and be one of the primary carries in that game.
Yeah, so we'll see if we see more from him from the future. It would be really cool after a debut game like this. But now we got to throw it over to our MVP, who you guys voted for in chat. And who is it? And it's X Royal. There you go. I hope he's still watching. His first game in the NACL, wins the MVP. That has got to be a great feeling.
Oh yeah, I hope he's seeing this as well. As we take another look right there, the flash doesn't get caught by the stun, dodges out the haymaker, and makes Dragoon pay. He made the life of Vancouver Impact just complete hell. He was so damn good on this Gwen, and it was great to see, you know, a fresh face take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, and it's great too that he was able to perform on the day. It's got to feel good overall for him. And with that though, it does really hurt Vancouver Impact's chances of being able to escape the bottom two. I actually think 6 losses make it almost impossible, but we'll explore that more when we get to the standings at the end of the day.
Yeah, we will definitely see, because at this point you can only pick up 2 more wins, and I mean, just looking at their schedule, Dark Zero, CTG, you know, things are looking grim. They got to make the most they can. Congratulations to Supernova. We already knew they were a good team, but they just keep getting better. Now, let's get ready for our next match and our final match of the day. It's going to be Winthrop University versus Luminosity Gaming. Now, I think this one has, you know, a lot of potential to be a pretty interesting slugfest. We've seen a lot of consistency from Denethor and Mobility, and what they do bring to the game, and how good Winthrop's early game is. But we've always need to see more from them in the mid game, as we go ahead and pull up their roster right now. And that's going to be one of the vital things to determine if they actually can slug it out with Luminosity.
I will say team fighting is what this team do best and where they found a lot of their success. Group mid and 5v5. I think that's why I feel like, depending on the right day, this team could beat literally anyone in the league, and they're going to need that sauce against Luminosity Gaming, because while Supernova are our best team, LG, they're our reigning champs and still a force to be reckoned with here, especially with Insanity back on the roster.
Yeah, it's a terrifying force to have to go against. I mean, last week they took down CTG and Vancouver Impact, and they made both of those games look relatively easy. Ultimately, this is a team that is no stranger to victory. They're no stranger to NACL titles, 12 titles between every single member. So a lot of experience, and a lot of experience dealing with success as a whole. So let's go ahead and pull up the predictions. I don't think I'm going to be surprised with this one, Beat. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah? Really? You don't think anyone voted for Winthrop? I actually thought you might have.
I was thinking about it. I was really thinking about it.
A ride or die Winthrop believer, and here in their most dire hour, you abandoned them. Eric, you disgust me.
I deserve it. I deserve it. This is the only time this actually hits. Every other time, it's just like, yeah, you're beat down, but this one...
Yeah, but Winthrop, bro.
Winthrop,
those were
man.
your boys.
My boys.
Man, it really do be your own.
I'm sorry, Luminosity's scary, bro. So
you know, it's fine. I'm cool with all of us agreeing, because it opens another potential clown emoji, which I'm always here for.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. I'm down to get clowned on. Well, we're already heading into the draft right now. A lot of bands coming in: Rumblejacks, Azir, Gwen, Pantheon, and I think one of the big ones here is going to be the Talia. Shows that Deos and the gang have been watching very closely towards Winthrop games, because Sword has been on Talia duty multiple times throughout the season, and that's given Winthrop some of their best looks.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. Wow, okay, it's the instant Lucian pick up there for mobility, which I think is one of those picks you want him to be on, because I think mobility, especially when it comes to team fighting, has been instrumental to the successes we've seen from this team this past year.
Yeah.
And of course, we know that from talking to them that he's also that shot caller. So, you know, when he's doing well, when everything is going well, Winthrop are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that's one of the tricky things, because, like, if you do poorly, it's very easy for that to reflect in your calls. And, you know, Marksman is kind of live and die by the sword. And apparently the fist is what we're going to see potentially challenge mobility over here, as the lock-in for Tomio will be by.
Yeah, it's a great way to deal with those slippery ADCs like Lucian. So, especially if we see that pairing like an Ari or something for
Ooh.
Insanity in the mid lane. A pick he's played a lot this split with some great success. I mean, it's going to make it a lot harder for the carries of Mobility and Sword to have an easier time playing.
I mean, that's a very Joe Hendry moment right there. Say her name and she appears. The moment you said Ari, there she is. And yeah, that's a very disgusting 1-2 punch to have to fight against because they synergize so well. They set each other up very well. You buy cease and desist, will lock them down long enough for the charm to land, and that's hell to have to get out of. But we are going to get some chaos now created in the Cyclone as Wilson will be playing the Wukong.
Yeah, which I mean is slightly Vi favored, but still plenty of setup on your own. Especially if paired with a mid laner like something like the Orianna, like we've been seeing a combo very often today actually. There are a lot of things you could play here. Galio actually would work pretty well. So it also offers you some really great follow-up in these team fights once Wilson goes in.
Could dissuade any more AP solo laners potentially as well. Galio also having that nice follow-up as you had mentioned to make sure you're going to keep this backline alive and give it a really hard, difficult task to get onto mobility. We'll see what the lock-in here is for the top lane. Scion duty has been a thing we've been seeing over and over with a lot of these top squads. Fake God was talking about it last week on Friday when he had played it. To great success at that point, so Scion now locked in for Luminosity.
Yeah, and one of their recent matches too, though, this is actually a very similar opening 3 picks, and I will say an issue they could run into is damage, which I know it almost lost them their game. I don't remember against who, but it was the last time we were casting together last week. It was really hard for them to play the game, and even Zazel admits, like, yeah, you know, our I think they also had Varus.
The last time we casted, that was the Citadel game.
Yeah, and we'll see if they slightly tweak that one a little bit, depending on what Winthrop go for. Camille Ban is good, natural counter. Denethor loves the champ, and at this point, you're just removing elements of range priority for the side of LG. That's why you're seeing Caitlyn.
And yeah, for LG, taking away that Nami also takes away some of that synergy that is well known for a bot lane combo being Lucian Nami. Final ban coming in. Xayah going to get banned away from Luminosity. So give the R4 over to Luminosity. Now, they already have a pretty strong combo with what they've set up so far. I mean, Ezreal is something that comes to mind. If they want to go for the support earlier, Nico is definitely an angle you can take to try and set up these fights. And it does synergize well, again, with some of these earlier picks. They're looking to get in there and scrap.
And it also gives you this opportunity for a double range bot lane. Very likely going to be a melee support for Winthrop, and only 35. So it does mean that more than likely, Tactical and Zazel should have a pretty strong lane phase at the end of it, which should allow Tomio to get really active in this early game.
Alright, this is like old school Denethor that we're getting to now, when he just goes down the list because he's banned out too much of his stuff. He's a good Gnar. He's definitely a good Gnar, so we'll see what that can bring towards the fight for Winthrop University, because it will give you at least some sort of ranged advantage going into the Scion. Scion's a very tanky boy. If you don't take care of him early on, he becomes unkillable quite quickly. We're going to see the old school pairing of Lucian, Milio. I say old school, but I think that's like the newest combo that we've had with Lucian.
Yeah. Not necessarily the latest, but the newest. I agree. I will say, this is, while Milio makes sense from a pairing perspective, when it comes to how these comps will interact in fights, I actually don't think this is the highest value Milio game, because I'm pretty sure you can't cancel the Vi ultimate. You definitely can't cancel.
Yeah, the unstoppable onslaught.
Nico's either. Yeah. So I think it's really the value there is going to be in the lane phase and the ability to give Lucian range to go for really quick burst combos in that mid to late game. I think otherwise, you know, that Breath of Life is going to be for the speed and the healing.
Okay, so the only thing I could see working out as a cancel, but you would have to be very high skill with this, is the Spirit Rush. Like, if you're able to catch that, it could be a hard stop onto the Ahri, but that's
you're thinking Steadfast Presence. Remember, because Breath of Life, it's just cleanse. It's a cleanse.
No. I'm talking about the soccer ball kick to actually. Oh!
I'm talking about the ultimate. The Q is the Q has value for sure. This game.
Yeah. But yeah, that was the main thing to focus on. I know you're talking about the cleanse of crowd control that you can bring in,
Okay.
which is still definitely valuable on the Milio when you're looking to lock down with the charm and something like that.
True.
But yeah, there are some ways it could work, but I do kind of agree with you. Maybe not the most effective in the current context of Luminosity's comp.
Yeah, I mean, that's just good recognition, banning Nami, because that, I think, would have been better this game. But still, you have a lot to work with in terms of team fight as Winthrop University. You have the Gnar, Wukong Galio, so your ability to lock people down and play front to back, which is Winthrop's style, is very strong. It just means that in terms of damage and carry threat, it is all on mobility. So if this Viari combo kills mobility early in these fights when we get to mid to late game, then Winthrop are out.
Yeah. Now, that is going to be the big question, mid to late game. I do think Winthrop are really good when it comes to early game plays and early game map making. They generate a lot of gold by the 15-minute mark in a lot of games that they've played out. But where we've seen them fall is the mid to late game. A lot of the issues that they have, sure, they have good objective fight setup, but they don't have good overall objective setup where they'll ignore some of their side lanes and not let wave states, not set up wave states in a proper way to actually contest.
Yeah, I mean, they're really focused on that ARAM game style. It works for them. They have the comp to make it happen, especially with Denethor on that Gnar pick that he's so good on. So this is kind of the comp I would expect if you were to tell me, yeah, Winthrop have a chance at beating Luminosity Gaming. So we'll see if they can actually make it happen. But what do you as the viewer think is going to happen? That's the real question. That's what we want to know on the broadcast. I'll have you know, no caster values anything more than Twitch chat. Don't let anyone else tell you different. That is a fact.
Who are you voting for, man?
Let us know.
Who are you voting for? Let me know. Let me back up my camera again. And yeah, we're already getting it right now. Hashtag LG for Luminosity Gaming. Hashtag W for Winthrop.
The Throps are coming out.
That's the thing. Winthrop, Maryville, they're probably the two most popular collegiate orgs when it comes to the League of Legends space. And Winthrop's definitely been up there for a long time, you know, especially with their old roster back when they had Doxa being able to win a C-Law championship. Now trying to grow this new roster that has been growing. That's the one thing I do want to give credit for. For the things I harp on in their mid to late game play, they have shown growth from season to season where suddenly we're like, okay, maybe they're starting to reach above that middle of the pack. Maybe they can punch above their weight class. But again, this is a tough opponent to go against. History of success in Luminosity Gaming, especially this core of Zazel, Tomio, and Fake God, who have constantly won NACL as a unit together, now bringing in other squads that have won, other teammates that have won NACL. It's going to be a lot to overcome for Winthrop, but as you said, if they're trying to take down Luminosity Gaming, I do think this is the draft that they should run with to try and make it happen.
Yeah, and to their credit, Winthrop, who we know have some success in the early game overall as a team, they have some early game tools to be working with here. I mean, Wukong can get really active. You have Galio in a good matchup against Ari. You have Gnar into Scion, which is also pretty good as well. So there's a lot of chances here to make things happen.
Final game of the day. I'm going to keep the energy high because we need it. After 5 games, Winthrop University taking on the reigning defending champions, Luminosity Gaming.
I love that you're keeping it strong towards the end there. That's the good stuff. I want you to know I'm engaged, I'm listening, and I'm here because of you.
Mama didn't raise a... Can't say that word on broadcast, but...
Good.
Should I?
You know, you shouldn't.
I shouldn't, okay. One of my friends would actually tell me that all the time, and it just stuck to me. And like every time I'm faced with a decision where it's like, you could be cowardly or you can prove that Mama didn't raise a coward.
True.
That's what you need right now, Winthrop. I know Datathor, aka Pilscar, is watching right now. Don't let him down. Give him another birthday present. He didn't raise no coward. Get in there, Datathor. No, don't listen to me. I'm a terrible coach.
I mean, he has impact this game. His Gnar is honestly really good. He's been able to have a lot of clutch ultimates, a lot of great team fights, and honestly, for the most part, good lane phases. Like, he performs well on this champion, and even if Camille doesn't get through, I think this is the next best thing for a player like this.
You know, and I had said, like, the early games of Winthrop are super good. You know, and maybe one of the ways to beat Luminosity is not allow it to get to the mid game like they did with Blue Otter, where they took him down in 2450.
Yeah.
Seems relevant again.
Hey, maybe LG will beat the record, huh? There you
So
go.
anyway.
Play over under again. All right, my fault.
And speaking of records, it was that game that Mobility had the best farm that we've seen in the season so far. He had 282 in 24 minutes, just shy of 25.
Oh, wow.
Definitely a lot for
That is a lot.
ABC right there. That's 11.36 CS per minute.
That is insane. It was crazy that when I first started, people told me perfect CS was 10. And then
That
I
was
started
the-
seeing more.
That was like the
and I was
golden
like,
spot.
yeah, but now I'm just like, oh, I guess there's something beyond perfect.
Ooh, look at this.
Oh my God,
Insanity
Insanity?
landing the charm onto Sword.
Goat?
And
Goat?
a lot of damage onto
Oh,
Sword.
oh,
Gonna
oh.
force him down to about 100 health early on in this scrap in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's nicely done by Insanity, who, you know, Galio usually plays well into
Oh.
mages. Ooh, he's forcing him to stay as well. Well, that just feels bad.
Well, I
But,
mean,
you know, as a person who's a bit of an Ari enjoyer, it's very fun to watch an Ari own a Galio.
well, at least with the potions and the level up, it does give Sword a bit of breathing room since he's got his HP back over 100. It's falling a bit lower right now, and that's the challenge. It's like, can I get this farm? Can I get this minion? Or is this mofo gonna charm me?
Yeah. And overall, for the most part, in terms of priority and lane pressure, really the only one that went as expected is bot lane here. Again, mobility, only 35. Strong combo in the Lucian Milio, and mobility is really the one to look to in late game in terms of getting all that damage done. I know Nar can do a good bit, but really the bulk of it is going to be on this Lucian.
Right.
So anything you can do to set him up.
Here we go, looking for the dive early onto Tactical. Tactical flashes back, but First Blood still belongs to Wilson. The balance of the turret aggro working out beautifully for Winthrop.
It cost a few flashes, but we take those. And by a few, I mean just mobilities. So nicely done by Winthrop University to get the ball rolling in this bot lane. And it's so crucial the Tactical's the one who goes down because he has his flash, he's more vulnerable, and he loses out on this wave in the turret.
A lot of patience coming out of Wilson because he didn't pop his E right away. He was really waiting for that flash to come out to chase him down.
Yeah, nicely executed, very clean. And we're just gonna walk away now. Looked like mobility, because Tomio showed up, had to back a little further than expected, but overall still a very positive exchange.
Again, Winthrop University, they are an early game team. And this does show it. A nice setup that was really presented by Wilson to get that dive going and get some income for his bottom lane. You know, assist going to be split nonetheless, but it still feels good for mobility, especially as you said, slowing down Tactical.
Yeah, on this Kaisa, who is going to be a very late game threat in his own right. It's good to be able to set him behind, have him fall behind a little bit in that experience battle. And you can see it now in a position where Tactical can't really interact with the wave. At least it's coming back to him. So it could be a lot worse. Just don't run into the Milio. Okay, great.
So early game shenanigans working in favor of Winthrop University. Now Winthrop, they just need to keep this really going if they want to see their odds improve against the juggernauts that are Luminosity Gaming. Some of that money going over to mobility is always going to be a good thing because it doesn't take a lot for Lucian to get online and really get going. And to make those callings start to hurt, to make those dashes forward that punishes out any mispositioning start to hurt.
Yeah.
Mobility has been a solid player when it comes to the ADC role as well, so it's definitely someone you can rely on.
Yeah, and the improvement, I think, over the years of seeing him play compared to when he first subbed in for Evil Genius's Challenger in 2023 to now, really has been a pretty magnificent growth as a player. Especially for a player who maybe we didn't expect to be able to play this long, to be able to improve this much. It's nice to see.
I remember those days on Evil Geniuses Academy, Challengers. I forget which one it was. I think it was Challengers by then.
What?
But he did step in quite well while there was visa issues and still fulfilled a lot for Evil Geniuses, and that kind of put him on the map. And if you want to get put on the map, here's
There
the
we
segue,
go.
baby. ProDiff.gg. Stop sucking at League. I can help you out. One-on-one coaching from the pros, whether it be LTA North, NACL, coaches who work within the space. We can make you better. We can improve. Just scan that QR code, ProDiff.gg.
Yeah, and remember, just to be clear, Eric himself is not the one helping you. That is not something you would ever want to pay for. It's the
God
QR
forbid.
code. It's the coaches who are either active or very recently active LTA North or NACL players. That's where the knowledge is. That's where the coaching is. That's where the value is. Sign up now.
Yeah. You want to look like mobility, dodging a lot of those snares coming in from
You want to
Zazel?
press E like that guy?
Yeah. Or do you just want to be a Scion and learn how to weak side properly? You know?
Yeah,
you can do that
either
too.
way.
Kind of reminds me of
Yeah.
what Zazel was saying in his last interview, where he was like, yeah, it's a best of one. We can pick a lot of these different things, but I'm just going to be a good little support and follow my role.
I think that's fair. I think best of ones have been really interesting this split because you look at a team like LG, you don't expect them to have 2 losses.
No?
You really think, especially how they finished the regular split in split 1, how they dominated playoffs and won the split, you'd think they would just come back ready to dominate it. To be fair, 4-2 is a good record. They have been looking pretty good, but you know, best of one's a little unpredictable. They lost a little more maybe than we thought they would, and now it's going to be pretty tough for them to actually contend with Supernova for first place.
I mean, Luminosity has always been a team that scales really well into playoffs. It's definitely a challenge getting through the best of one and kind of adjusting to what that is. That's what we've heard in previous interviews, that like that was the biggest change for this team going forward, was adjusting to what best of one means. It kind of puts you in, you know, not the best situation where you do have to play, you know, the same champ over and over and over for a lot of these games. You know, fortunately for Zazel, it's not, you know, Rakan Nautilus duty again. Now he gets to actually play some of that Nico. But it is an adaptation you have to make nonetheless. And as Luminosity get more and more comfortable, we start to see them more and more as a threat. It's happened in past seasons, and it's starting to show up now.
Yeah, and of course, there's still the chance for, once you make it into playoffs, best of one's over. It's going to be BO3, BO5. Then teams are going to be back to flexing their champ pools into Fearless and Mobility. Okay, flexing a little damage right now.
It's taking advantage of that charm cooldown. Saw that Insanity had missed it and just hops right in to capitalize. That's one thing that's definitely going to be real interesting for me, is because we're not doing Fearless for the regular season. I wonder how that's going to be for the prep for a lot of these teams going into Fearless when you're no longer that used to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like it was in Split 1, but just the idea that
You have
you're going to make decisions based on the champ pools people have shown throughout the regular split. And that's really the best you can do. Maybe scrim data is going to help you, and part of it is going to be that bit of learning process through the first couple rounds of playoffs. So, you know, you work with what you got.
Yeah, that's what made last split so nice is, you know, when you have the best of threes with Fearless, it helps you to, at least as coaches, at least as players, understand how to maneuver in that type of environment. You know, we've seen a lot of teams that will like sometimes forfeit or handshake a lot of picks just to get them off of the board.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be the case when you're doing a best of one round robin with just no Fearless to be seen.
Right. At the moment, Fake God fearlessly trading and fearlessly walking to Proxy. Oh my god.
That was a good chunk of damage. Nice flash from Denethor will get him out from the unstoppable onslaught. And this puts the ball in Denethor's court.
Oh.
He gets caught by the smash, and that will be the disengage Fake God needs.
Didn't quite go how he hoped, but should be able to TP back. No problem to catch the wave coming through. Right now, eyes are going to be on Drake. It's coming up in less than a minute, and you can see with the back timers there on Winthrop University, it's going to give LG an opening to start clearing out vision, give themselves a little bit of control on this side of the map.
They're pushing forward. Tomio and Insanity together is something you have to be scared of. So Winthrop want to play this very carefully, otherwise they'll eat that combo in no time. And with no priority, that means you can't really force your way into the second Drake. So this should go over to Luminosity.
I think they want to fight for it on the side of Winthrop, and I think that's something LG are not really interested in just yet. I think they're especially wondering where Denethor is going to be. But Fake God, oh, they're calling him down. He's just going to go ahead and walk, hold on to his TP.
Yeah, Denethor is already headed back to the top lane, so he'll have to teleport in. That's one of the benefits of at least walking back to the team when the fight's going to break out, because once things are done, you can just get back to lane in no time and start trying to take tower plates.
Yeah,
Winthrop,
I think you start now.
yeah, starting the leash. On to the Dragon, now stepping forward. Clone goes out. Tomio steps up. He's looking for a target. Would like to find mobility if he can. Tomio staying locked down. Cyclone's going to come out, finds 2 members, but it's the front line. Pop Blossom lands onto 3 from Zazel. Insanity jumps in, finds the charm onto Mobility. Mobility able to stay alive, will burn his shield in the process, get that barrier up. But already one has not fallen just yet. It's only the Dragon, and Fake God will be the straggler left behind as he will collapse at the hands of Wilson.
Wow, and that fight really looked like it was going to go LG's way because Denethor was so late, he didn't have time to properly stack his Rage Bar. And even still, LG, they couldn't quite get it together. The target selection wasn't really there, so they lose out on the fight. Winthrop are the ones who come out on top and get themselves a small lead as a result of it. And that's tough because that fight was really ideal circumstances. You lose those, it makes me worry about the upcoming fights where Denethor has his Rage Bar stacked up, where he is in position to fight.
Fake God still refusing to use the teleport. We'll just walk back to the bottom lane. But yeah, for Winthrop University, it definitely does bode well for them. You know, sure, they lost the Dragon. It's okay. It's only 1 Drake apiece at this given moment. So it's going to be a situation where they're not in any hole to really deal with. They still have at least a slight lead in their favor. And I also want to commend Insanity for that flank on top of it. The way he was able to get around was pretty spot on. It forced Mobility out of the fight. And even the patience of Mobility to not burn his flash, knowing he was going to escape. Pretty spot on right there. So both teams, you know, swinging for the fences. Winthrop just slightly ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, Winthrop, skirmishing, fighting, it's where we see them flourish, do their best work so far in the NACL. So it makes sense that they'd be able to perform even against the likes of LG. And if they're able to keep that up, that can be their 4th win. And this is what I mean when I say this is a team, it feels like they can beat anyone in the league. With how well they play out team fights specifically. And, you know, in the NACL, it really does come down to the ARAM most of the time. And Winthrop, they've taken that identity and they ran with it.
If you're going to be good at something, you better be good at team fighting for starters when it comes to the NACL. And then you might have a chance to scrap it out with some of our top dogs out here. And that's one thing Winthrop are very, very good at. Now, there's one thing I will say. A lot of their objective setup came around Sword and his Talia. This time, he's going to be on the Galio, which is going to put a different role onto him. He's tactical, out of position, gets a tactical, comes out. Tactical taking a lot of damage. Will use his barrier to get out from that. Even flashes out thinking he was chased by Wilson.
Wow.
Wow, the mind games from Winthrop.
Yeah, that is actually a really huge win. Tactical feels like he's flashing on cooldown so far this game with the pressure he's under. Now it's going to give a great opening for Winthrop. They secure Rift Herald. They have a play that can set him up for this next Dragon, that can set him up for a first brick, and really allow them to push this gold lead.
Yeah, Winthrop, I mean, you take this game by game. If you're Luminosity, this is what we've heard from them in a lot of their interviews. And you can't count out Winthrop, but when you're caught out alone like Denethor is, you see the power of that combo flash now coming out from Denethor. He's able to escape the engage, and teleports are coming in. Now Fake God too deep, all by his lonesome, will use the unstoppable onslaught to find his way out of this, and a gank goes awry for Luminosity.
Really nice flash from only 35 to ensure that shield goes down. So you got to teleport, some flashes coming through. Really the small bright side, tactical, you can see him being able to get some hits on this mid-tier 1, but I don't think it's actually going to go down.
Yeah, first brick is going to be found by Winthrop University. They chase on to Fake God. Fake God is a tanky boy currently. Pop Blossom going to be used defensively as looking to run on in will be mobility.
Wow.
There is the Mega Gnar ultimate as he'll wallop them into the wall. And Winthrop University now looking for a way out. Sword getting caught out in the middle of two. Tries to use the heroic entrance but won't find his escape. A kill return to Luminosity Gaming, but first a brick over to Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, and 1 for 1 to at least make it a little better for LG, but overall, Winthrop finding yet another successful play. They got first brick off the back of it, which got them the feats of strength, so that's a little more power into their back pockets as well, too, and they back just in time to set up for this next dragon.
Instantly hitting the map, Denethor is going to teleport in, and you can see right now, Luminosity are looking for a contest, at least to get the vision over there down in the bottom side. Dragon now spawning. If it hits the map, it's going to be an Infernal Drake. That will be the map for the day. That will be the Drakes for the day. Luminosity Gaming will be the first one to leash.
First to leash, and as soon as they have eyes on Denethor, his Mega Gnar is expiring. So this is actually a pretty tough situation to fight in. That's why I like what Winthrop is doing. Focusing on mid-tier 1 instead, trying to see what else they can get.
They need to take this tower down, and they need to do it fast. Fake God is there, looking to get a decimating smash in, giving up the dragon. It was definitely a smart move. A lot of big ultimates are down, more specifically Wilson, his Cyclone not being available. So Luminosity go for the Drake, Winthrop go for the tower.
Yeah, and the value's there in terms of gold. Allows them to increase their gold lead just a little bit. The answering this mid-wave means LG can't really trade. And look at Sword's movement. He's going up top. And I like what Wilson is doing too. He's hanging around trying to cut off anybody who tries to get nearby. So it is going to waste a little time from Fake God. They shouldn't be able to hit this turret, but the wave getting in is still big.
And that's such a pain.
Nice.
What Sword's able to do, just using the taunt to cancel out the decimating smash, gets that tower low, but Wilson has to flash out now. Winthrop got to be careful, but they still get the tower. They'll be able to claim that. Sanity in the bot lane looks for one of his own.
Yeah, but it's a tier 1, so the trade value is not there. Winthrop trade up very effectively, and it cost them a flash, but they got Fake God's ultimate out of it. They still increased his gold lead a little bit more, and they don't lose much really as a result. Only downside, they cede all control of the bottom side, and that happens to be where Otacon is spawning.
This is definitely showing that a lot of the scrims that Winthrop had, you know, some of their biggest scrim partners was Dark Zero, Luminosity Gaming, Supernova. So when you have a lot of time with these teams, you begin to pick up on some of the habits that they have. It's something that Only 35 was talking about in his post-game interview. And there is definitely some truth to that because it feels like Winthrop have always been one step ahead. Now, looking for an angle onto Denethor. Denethor going to go Mega very soon. Heroic entrance looking to come in. Denethor A-OK, gets the slow. Now Sword still looking for more. He'll dive forward with the Justice Punch. Finds the taunt onto Tactical. It will allow a little bit more damage onto Tactical. Fake God now going the wrong way. Otacon had been pulled. Winthrop University get control of the river.
Yeah, I don't think they actually want to go for it. If LG killed Denethor, that goes a huge way towards securing Otacon. But he lives, has to back. Tactical also has to back. So everybody is actually going to go back to neutral and push waves out. But this is what LG, they like to do, especially with this comp. Any pick opportunity that they find, they're going to try and send it, especially because it's really important for them to be able to win this next objective.
I like this so much more from Winthrop. They're actually playing the side lanes pretty well. They're reading a lot of these attacks coming in. They're not in a high-pressure situation, even though this is a high-pressure match, and they're controlling a lot of this map.
True. Something I think I've been pretty critical of Winthrop in the past really isn't that present today. And being able to do this against Luminosity Gaming, a team we lovingly call the LTA Rejects, teams who have been in Tier 1, teams who have dominated this very league on more than one occasion, even in Best of 1, that is something that I wouldn't have bet on. None of us on the broadcast team were really expecting, I think, this kind of performance from Winthrop, and it's a pleasant surprise.
Very much so. As you see, even with the lanes that were set up earlier on the top side, guess what? You can't crash the wave fast enough even after that bottom lane fight. And Sword will catch that wave and deny some of that pressure onto his tower. Winthrop have only lost one tower in the game so far, but they've claimed a tier 2 and 2 outers.
Yeah, and they've cashed in big time as a result. Now, that's why LG, they're putting their all into controlling this bot side. It really is all about here, especially with Dragon coming up in a minute. And with Otacon being up right now. And I like this from Winthrop. They're actually covering Denethor just in case they try and commit onto him.
And you can see the idea was there. He had Tomio, he had Insanity. A good 1-2 punch to lock down Denethor. But only 35, Wilson, Mobility, they all lie in wait.
Yeah, and it's good recognition, Luminosity Gaming. A team of very experienced players. Not going to fall for that one too easily. You see the pings. They know someone is nearby.
Yeah.
So.
Death Rush is there. Charm will land onto Denethor. The trigger is now pulled, but it's only to take the tower. All outer towers are going to fall. One more whack from Wilson seals the deal, but now Luminosity Gaming looking to pinch into a fight. Fake God leading the charge. Zazel also there. Big engage tools available for Luminosity Gaming. A slow but sure escort now found by Winthrop University.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is that Denethor has to back. He is going to TP. So the plan to take him out doesn't really work, and I think that means LG, they're just going to focus on the Drake, play defense, so Tactical and Tomio have a pretty easy time. The tough thing is for Tomio, you need to make sure you have Smite for the Otacon.
Dragon secured. This will put Dragon Soul Point over to Luminosity. Winthrop still having the lead, about 2k. They'll begin the Otacon.
They're just sending it.
Denethor looking for some damage in, doesn't get caught by the Decimating Smash. Tomio now looking for an angle onto Denethor. Denethor has someone to attack to get that Meganar form, and it's coming up right now. He's ready to jump in, but he's got to be careful. That Charm is awaiting his engage. 7k health remains on the Otacon as Winthrop begin to pull away.
It's the Narbar now.
Steps up. Narbar is getting lower and lower. Denethor needs to get an angle, and he needs to get it fast. Will only get it onto Fake God. Gets knocked up by the Decimating Smash as Wilson goes in. Now looking for the knock-up. Second part of the Cyclone. Here comes the heroic entrance. Zazel, Pop Blossom finds it. Tactical looking for mobility. Will be able to cut him down, but here comes Denethor. They need to return fire. Tactical gets a double kill. High value was his life as Luminosity Gaming. They're the veterans of this league, and they're able to fight back and take down 3 of Winthrop University.
Really nice fight, played out slowly but effectively, but the Otacon take, it's going to be really slow. No 80 carry. You need to back off as Luminosity Gaming. Otherwise, this is a very dangerous 50-50, but they want to commit. They don't want to back off. And this gives Wilson an angle to steal. Oh,
Wilson, 7k health remains.
Never mind.
You can't die right now, and they'll just target on to Wilson. Wilson looks for an escape. He looks for a way out, but I'm sorry. There is no reprieve. Insanity will get the kill, and Otacon gets reset.
Yeah, it's not letting them recall as well, which means Sword can actually waste a lot of time if he catches them. Okay, never mind. He's not going to be able to. But overall, LG, they managed to secure their soul point. They managed to even up the gold. And they knocked down only 35 and Wilson off the map to ensure their reset gets Winthrop University nothing.
And it was all around dancing around Denethor, making sure his Meganar couldn't find the backline. When you see that timing, you can take advantage of it. And now taking advantage of more will be Luminosity Gaming. As they see an angle to grab the Baron. No one is nearby. Off the respawn is Wilson. You're not stopping Luminosity. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Stepping up, Insanity. Spirit Rush #1 gets blocked away. Charm's not going to land. Denethor on the opposite side will go Mega. But Luminosity got what they came for as they look to bail wearing purple.
Damn, that's a couple of ults used rather unexpectedly. We're going to get a replay of this fight here, and honestly, really nicely done by Luminosity Gaming. Zazel in particular covering the fact that Sword got a massive taunt with that Pop Blossom, I think really clutched out this fight. And then everything going forward was a little help from Otacon and some good play from Insanity and Tactical.
I mean, definitely the problem was, I know they felt the pressure to force given Denethor's Narbar was about to be up, but it just wasn't a good angle to take, man, and they really did lose so much onto that with, you know, everyone going at the very end of it. You know, even Wilson will fall at the tail end of this fight. The moment you give anything to Luminosity, they know how to move with tempo, they know how to move with urgency. And they transition it not just from the dragon they took, not just from the fight they took, but transition it all the way to Baron.
And an Otacon, because again now Denethor is running out of that Mega Gnar ulti. They're just wasting his time and kiting back. And it just gives you the perfect setup you could really hope for. I don't think Luminosity, I mean, they're posturing, but can they actually get the fight that they want?
Yeah, they're looking for it. I mean, they're leading with Fake God right now, 2 items completed. Definitely a tanky boy, but here we go. Tomio goes on to Denethor. Denethor trying to build that bar. Fake God getting lower and lower. Here comes the heroic entrance now coming through. As Sword looks to defend his team. Insanity goes forward with his last charge, Spirit Rush. Will get caught out by Sword, but is able to make some distance. Denethor grabs a kill on a Fake God. Fake God going into zombie mode, looking to get damage of his own, but the charm and combo lands onto Denethor, and he's dead to right. Cease and desist follows through. Tactical will get a double kill, and Winthrop beginning to fall apart at the seams.
Oh, and he predicted with the Bramble Thorns. Nice E coming through from Zazel, and it's going to get them a complete team fight win, and they're going to use this Baron to start decimating Winthrop's base.
The amount of patience Luminosity has stepping up into these fights, it rewards them oh so well. So many turrets they had on the table that they weren't able to break. Now they're crumbling one after the other. An inhibitor now exposed in the mid lane, and Dragon Soul up for the taking.
And it's Infernal Soul too, just buffing up the damage LG can do in these team fights, and it seems like they have all that they need to be able to put this game to bed. It was shaky. It looked like Winthrop were able to make it happen, but LG, clear understanding of Winthrop's comp, how important it is to manage Denethor's Narbar, and the different kind of combinations you can pair with this Vi. It's not just Vi Ahri. Sometimes it's Vi Kaisa, as Tactical and Tomio showed us.
That's the thing. Denethor is struggling to get a flank in. He's struggling to find an angle where he's not spotted out. Because Luminosity Gaming, they keep allowing that Narbar to time out, and they force Winthrop into these super disadvantageous fights. And it just keeps happening, man. That's the way Luminosity Gaming play. This is late season for them, so this is when they really do start performing, looking to get into playoff shape, and it's looking good.
Yeah, it is. Right now it's looking like LG with their almost 5,000 gold lead. Now just maintaining control over this top side of the map. Top tier 1, really easy gold for them to pick up. I think that's going to be their next focus as they just try to stack as much as they can. And see, oh, we have a fight.
Tomio over the wall, looks to challenge Winthrop, cease and desist, goes through Insanity, looking for a flank Pop Blossom, gonna find 2. Already 1 gonna fall, and it's Tomio who eats the dirt first. Blast Plant used, knocks Tactical over the wall. Fake God still stepping up, has a lot of hell to work with, but Wilson getting cornered, waiting for the clone to come up, will just jump right over the wall. It's a 1-0. Winthrop get the win, but boy, it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, the hit cost them a lot of summoner spells to make it happen, almost all their flashes. But still, you take Tomio off the map, that is valuable. The play they were going for didn't work, and the stacking that we know has been so invaluable for Winthrop and their success is what pays off there in that skirmish. It gives them a little reprieve, and this numbers advantage on the map means they're going to be able to push out these waves a little bit. 'Cause right now, whatever setup you can to try and do something about this Baron is critical. Because if you just get stuck on the side of the map as Winthrop, LG will just very easily get this Baron up in 50 seconds. But instead, Now they win that fight. They're able to secure a vision foothold and maybe even set up a trap.
And this is where you wish you could take Snowball from ARAM and put it on this map for Denethor.
Ha!
Because he is not getting the way, the angles that he wants. The flangles, as Joshi used to call them, the flank angles. And definitely a difficult task for Winthrop to now overcome this beast that is Luminosity Gaming that's only getting stronger as the game goes on. They have that Infernal Soul, 31 minutes. Sure, the lead is only about 3k, but that doesn't really matter given the composition that they have. Fake God can absorb so much damage. He's looking to absorb more. Charm lands onto Wilson. Clone now coming out. Denethor, he wants to get an angle in, but he's not flanking in, so that means going straight for the ARAM makes this Meganar very predictable. Still wants to find an entrance, but has to bail out with the hop instead. Clone over the wall for Wilson, and it's just not in the court of Winthrop.
No, all that vision they set up after taking Tomio out of the picture was already cleared away. There's no Meganar to work with, so LG very happily starts this Baron.
Yeah, and no choice but to fight for Winthrop University. Fake God able to flash out. Still looking for an angle in as Tomio will hop right in with the Vault Breaker. Flashes out. Cyclone gonna find its mark onto Fake God, but doesn't get much else. Here comes the Pop Blossom. Only able to land onto Do. Tomio's deep in. Tactical hops in with the Killer Instinct, but he's fighting Wilson, and Wilson's got no chance. He will send it back to the zoo as Denethor looks to scrap it back for Winthrop University. Tactical at half health. Getting low is Sword. He tries to Justice Punch, but he hits nothing as Denethor fights it out with Tactical. Tactical's able to return fire off of the autos. Missile goes wide, but 3 fall for Winthrop, 3 fall for Luminosity Gaming, and Winthrop at least stop the Baron.
Yeah, a big comeback in the back half to keep it even, excuse me, as Luminosity Gaming. But you can see the opening to this fight. Start out pretty well. I'm surprised they don't immediately go for that commit onto Denethor, because at this point, when you committed, he's going to be able to turn Mega and have an impact. But at the end of it, he gets it done. Big Gnar ulti, big damage, as we've seen so often before. And even though Tactical clutches up in the big half, it only allows him to keep things even instead of ahead.
And you can see how intelligently Tactical played that game. He waited for the cease and desist of Tomio to land onto mobility before he Killer Instinct in and made sure that mobility was going down. So this team play that we're getting out of Luminosity Gaming, very calculated. And now Winthrop, they still feel the pressure on them as they'll pull Luminosity away from the Baron. They're getting some good damage in before the fight even begins, but there it is again, that Mega Gnar form now being channeled by Denethor at the same time that Luminosity retreat.
Yeah, just like that, Fake God's out. Looked like he maybe even want to TP back, but with 30 seconds on the Elder Dragon, that was the last chance LG were going to be able to get for the next minute or so, because Elder is up. That is everyone's focus now, and that's even Winthrop quick back in.
Unstoppable Onslaught, you're seeing the chain of CC. Four-man on the Pop Blossom from Zazel, but the Cyclone still ringing true, looking for the back line. Denethor still up. He's trying to get that Mega Gnar ultimate. A lot of damage coming out, only 35. Now looking for his way, but the carries are down for Winthrop. Only 35 is down for Winthrop, and Denethor is all that remains. Luminosity Gaming will chase him down with Insanity, with Tomio killing 4 members. It only cost them 2 in Elders on the board.
And Elder will be in their hands as LG get the keys to close out this series. It was a big fight, but now they have the best buff in the game, and Winthrop shouldn't have an answer.
This is looking like game if I've ever seen it beat down. The way that this team has played, Luminosity, again, scaling, looking better and better as the season continues. It was a great effort coming out from Winthrop University, but at every single round, LG has their number. They know how to play around this Mega Gnar. They know how to play around their own tools, around this Ari combo, around this Kaisa, this Vi that they keep finding the backline with that's not allowing mobility a chance to breathe. They're the reigning defending champions for a reason. They're the vets of the league, and they're hungry for another title.
And we talked about how important mobility is for this comp success. The Lucian 3 items, probably close to 4 at this point. You see what he's able to put out. So if LG focus him every time, that's essentially a 1 fight. That's why Winthrop doing their best, only 35 sword, everybody trying to protect him, trying to keep them in the pocket just so that he's able to output the damage he can. Because there's still that potential when Elder is not in play for Winthrop to win these fights.
Feeling good right now is Luminosity Gaming. Right, purple having Elder, everything is in their hands. Seems like the fate of Winthrop now in their hands. Decimating smash lands on the sword. Sword taking so much damage, has to be careful of that execute, man. And the Nexus Tower is under attack. Jumping in is going to be Tomio. We'll find the cease and desist. Flashes out. Already 1 picked up. It's only 35 who falls. It cost Tomio his life. Tower getting lower and lower and lower. Denethor goes in. He finally finds the Meganar, but it's not against a wall. And Tactical will dive onto the back line, and he'll chase down the remaining members of Winthrop University as they'll fall like flies. Denethor almost caught by the missiles. It's a triple kill for Tactical, and Luminosity have a damn reputation to keep, a streak to maintain, and they'll take down Winthrop.
And they'll put themselves up at 5-2, differentiating themselves in the standings just that much more compared to everyone not named Supernova. And this is the team we had such high expectations for, and them being able to perform today, I think, again, really shows why. Gotta give credit to Winthrop. I think they had a lot of good looks this game, and moments where I was questioning whether or not they might actually be able to win, but at the end of it, I think their comp, you said it really well, Eric, the Gnar gameplay from Denethor, very predictable. And I think it was well understood by LG, well focused on, and well executed.
Very well executed. And you can tell they played their comp with purpose. If it's not going to be, you know, Insanity diving in with Tomio off of the assist and desist, it's going to be Tactical coming in with the killer instinct. And it made this such a threat that Mobility couldn't handle. You know, Lucian is on the shorter range side of things, so when he steps up, he's always at threat of Tomio's ultimate. And it really did collapse for Winthrop. You know, credit to them for the early game that they were able to pull out, because it was pretty good up until about the 20-minute mark, but then the old issues came up of not being able to continue that into the mid, into the late game, and it was Luminosity who came out victorious.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think Winthrop are a team who still have pretty good chances to make it into playoffs. I'm not as worried about them. So seeing these highs, that ability to kind of go blow for blow with LG, at least for a little bit, does make them an exciting team to keep an eye on. It surprises a little bit last playoffs. Maybe they can do it again.
I mean, they do have a tough road ahead of them. Winthrop are going through the gauntlet right now, to say the least, because, you know, Luminosity Gaming is who they just faced. Who are they following up, Beat? It's Supernova. It's Dark Zero. It's pretty much every single top team that has been power ranked very highly in the league, so it's going to be a tough road for Winthrop.
Yeah, so we'll find out a little more at the standings when we look to end the show and see where everybody's at. But who knows, Winthrop, with how they showed today, they could beat one of those teams. And really, the safety net that you're looking for is like 4 wins. So all they need to do is win one of their remaining 2 matches.
All right, Twitch chat, let us know who you think is the MVP, Tomio, Zazel, or Tactical. This is actually one of the toughest ones for me. I'm leaning towards Tomio because I think his cease and desist is what made Mobility quiver in his boots pretty much. But I think Tactical's positioning and his ability to follow up Tomio is definitely a big contender there. Of course, Zazel had the dopamine plays with the Go Pop Blossom. So how you feeling, B? What do you see it being?
I think Chad is going to vote for Tactical because he had the most popped off moments. And Tactical did play well. If I had to pick somebody, who would I choose? Probably Tomio. I think I pretty much agree with how you called it out, Eric. I thought the ults were good. I think the target selection was good. And even the way he played his life and his health bar in a lot of skirmishes and team fights, I thought was really good.
Yeah, I mean, he was a big role in getting exactly what you needed for these engages for Luminosity Gaming to work. And it was because it's the right priority targets. I mean, the moment you see that there's Galio in the mid lane, that means, okay, there's one carry in specific that I need to kill. It's going to be Mobility.
Yeah, and like that was the really the issue, the Achilles heel of that composition was the fact that mobility was him. He was the guy this comp, and while we've seen him succeed being the guy in a lot of circumstances this year for Winthrop, the problem is, once you recognize that, especially when you're running a comp with Vi, Ari, and Kaisa, and your only threat is Lucian, like, I'm sorry, man, unless he's like Viper, like, I don't know how you live these.
You can see how a lot of these plays win. A recurring theme you're going to see is Denethor not getting Meganar ultimates. I mean, sure, he'll get them late in some of these fights, but you need them at the start of the fight. They're the big influence that's going to keep Winthrop University into it, and the ability to maneuver around that timing to make sure that Winthrop were always fighting on the back foot was absolutely brilliant.
Right, and again, even until the very end, I think Winthrop team fought very well, and were able to keep things pretty close. Even in the situation, well, I mean, this one, not so much, it's Elder Dragon, there's really nothing you could do, but until the Elder Dragon came through, they were keeping it close.
Those executes are disgusting, dude.
I like the noise they make.
Oh, man.
Very fun.
If that missile hits, I mean, Denethor is probably executed too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it really
Maybe
was
hit
like
it.
Luminosity taking their tempo to the highest level that they possibly can, man. Because again, this was very even up until like the 20-minute mark where Winthrop University did have their lead. But that's the thing about going against a team like Luminosity Gaming. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And that transition from, you know, getting the Dragon Soul to getting the Baron to getting the Otacon to getting the Elder Drake, it just kept coming in.
Yeah, and I think that's something LG do really well. I mean, these are a team who have experience in Tier 1 play at one time or another, very recently for a lot of them. These are very experienced and knowledgeable players. So, you know, you expect them to be able to have that better understanding of how their comp works, how they need to play things out down to a lot of the smaller details, and it really shows in a lot of the games LG play.
All right, well, we have our interview ready. Tactical is on standby to join us on the broadcast, so let's pull him up, man. Get over here. Get over here, man. How you doing, Tactical?
Doing good, doing good. We just won, so
No,
great.
the mute bug.
No, wait, I could hear
Oh,
him.
hello, hello.
Whoa,
I can hear him.
really?
He's fine. He's fine,
Is it just me?
Yeah, it's just you, man. You gotta fix your ears beat down. Well,
Okay.
first question's gonna come in, Tactical. I want to ask, so far playing out that game, Winthrop were able to get some pretty decent early game leads, leading all the way to 20 minutes. What was your guys' game plan at that moment that led to this snowball of a victory that you guys had?
Yeah, so we had a really tough early game. They had a good dive on me bot. I think that was good by them. It was honestly really scary because our champs really needs like 2 or 3 items to really activate, and they had full control the whole time. I do think they choked a bit on their progression mid game, especially around the Otacon. I think we got a little bit lucky in that regard where they kind of messed up and they gave us some breathing room. But even after we got some items, like 2 or 3 items, it wasn't completely free for them because our comp is like, we finally do some damage now.
Yeah. And you guys were great at pretty much kiting out that Meganar and making sure that they couldn't actually fight with it and couldn't even flank with it. So now looking ahead at the schedule that you guys have, I mean, you have Conviction coming up, you have Dorado that will be on a Friday. How are you feeling about the rest of the season? Do you think this is a walk in the park, or are you still taking every match as serious as you can be?
Well, obviously we take every match seriously, but to me personally, I don't really think about too much when we're playing versus. I think for our team in general, we prioritize on ourselves more than others, because for us, if we do lose, it's more like we lost to ourselves, we're not doing something, and yeah, we'll just keep focusing on that. Obviously, as the season comes to closer towards playoffs, we'll focus more on opponents because the stakes are higher for standings.
So that's the next question I want to ask now, because we are reaching the end of the season, and it's been very weird doing a best of 1 round robin when this league has been so known with Fearless. So now getting into playoffs, you're going to be doing Fearless. Have you guys started any prep for that stage of play when you do hit that Fearless bracket?
Yeah, we've had some scrims where we start the first 2 games on regular, just, no fearless, and then the last 3 games are fearless, so we get some games in there. I think generally before we already naturally did pretty decent at fearless. Maybe it's because of our experience and like a lot of like maybe most of the experience, yeah, but we definitely do pretty well in that regard.
All right, we got Beat back with us. If you want to ask a question, Beat.
I do. So I'm curious, Tactical, what your opinion is on a team. Who do you feel like, in your opinion, is the best team in the league aside from your team, of course? You guys are playing really well. Who's like a rival you look towards going into playoffs?
That is a great question.
He has to think about it. There's no rival,
Yeah.
Beat. No one's able to touch him.
How does he say he's the GOAT? And there are
I
no
didn't say
rivals.
it. You guys said it. It wasn't me.
Respect, honestly. I love it.
All right, that's great, man. Well, we want you to go celebrate your victory and have a good time. But before we do, you got any shout-outs that you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my team today. We had a little bit of a nervous game, but early game especially, but we pulled through toward the end, which is all that mattered, I guess. So, good job, everybody.
Good job.
Awesome stuff, man. We look forward to seeing more of you and what else you guys can bring because, man, late season Luminosity has heavy hands.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing the rest of your season. All right, that was fun. You know, fun interview that I had with Tactical.
Yes.
Of course.
That I watched, one half of because I couldn't hear him for most of it. It's life. It happens.
No, one of the things that's great to hear from Tactical is some of these teams have already started preparing for the Fearless format, where
Yes.
they're actually scrimming in Fearless. So it's great to see that prep is being done rather early.
It feels necessary, even though players in this league, I think for the last year now, have been experiencing Fearless in some form or another. I think really falling out of that practice can be harmful. So the fact that they're practicing, it sounded like most of their scrim games on Fearless, if not all of them, I think will be very valuable going into playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a best of 1 single round robin that's ending this week. So you don't get much time with Fearless. You literally get 0 time with Fearless before you head into playoffs. So being proactive to that regard and, understanding that you need to get used to a format that is much different from just, draft 1 game and done, where you need to actually be able to play more champions. It's
Yeah. I think so. It'll be fun to be back in Fearless too, Eric. Just the fact that he's still here. Surely you're still here, right? Oh, you're messing with me. I can see you in the call. Nice try, buddy. Nice try. I know you're here. This guy thinks he can mess with me. Oh, he left the call. That son of a. Okay, well it's just me now. So
Okay,
we're
okay,
gonna. Oh no. Okay, never mind. You left the call, didn't you? I will never believe you. Oh, do you see?
Okay, I don't know if they were able to hear that. It had fixed at the same time I pressed refresh, so that's why my face came back for like a brief second. But yeah, I just had to get revenge on you, Beatdown. That's truly what the situation was. there.
Revenge for what have I ever done to you,
How
Eric,
dare
in
you
your
make me
whole
do a
life?
solo interview?
True. My bad, man. I thought you were gonna say like, how dare you not play Peak with me?
That too.
Yeah, there you
Beat.
go.
Come on, man.
I know.
I got you the game, man.
I know.
Cold as ice.
I'm sorry. It's not on purpose. Soon we will play soon. And also Expedition 3. I must finish.
Yes. It's Claire Obscure. Let's finish that so we can talk about it on broadcast as well.
Yes.
Well, it's been a fun day so far. I believe we're going to get into
so far, it's over.
most valuable player. Yeah, we will be getting that into in a second. So definitely some big contenders for that. I mean, I think overall, like the entirety of Luminosity Gaming is one of the most sound teams of talent that we have seen here. But now we do have our MVP ready to figure out which one of our incredible performers are going to take that. So let's go ahead and pull up our MVP. Personally, for me, I was thinking Tomio, but is it going to be Zazel? Is it going to be Tactical? It is going to be Tactical. I think that's a good one, man. His follow-up, his positioning, his spacing, everything was spot on.
Yeah, I think it was a little slow from him early on because he was under a lot of fire from
Oh, that's a
Winthrop
cool
University. Had to, yeah, that was really cool. Had to blow his flash pretty defensively, was not able to participate, but I think once the items started coming through, once his team was better able to make plays, he was really able to flourish and clutch up a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Tactical's been fantastic on the season. I mean, that was 8 KDA. That's already very high, but he's done higher in previous games. It was the Blue Otter game where he got 14 kills in a single game. So this man knows how to play marksman. It's almost like he used to play tier 1 or something, B.
What?
No way, right?
Sure, I don't remember. Nothing comes to mind really.
And it's always great to hear from him too, and what he was saying in a lot of that interview. One of the things he was bringing up before we lost you beat down was that, you know, they were worried a little bit when it came to that early game because they were struggling out, and they just knew how to hold back and pull their punches at the right time to make sure that, you know, they didn't get flanked out and they could just demolish a lot of these fights. Again, the focus that came down on the target selection of Luminosity Gaming. You know, it's not your front-to-back comp. It's a comp where you have to get in deep, and Tactical did that, man. Found mobility plenty of times.
Yeah. It'll be very interesting to me, in particular, to see how LG play in playoffs, because, you know, very often they'll drop a game, one here or there, and I wonder if the way they've been kind of locking down every individual game they play so well will have an impact, and maybe we'll see more sweeps from them.
I mean, if it's playoffs, they'll lose a game one once. Because that's what it was last time. They only have one loss throughout the entire playoffs bracket and smash.
And they'll just spank everybody.
Yeah. So let's pull up the bracket. You know, it's the end of the day, so we want to see standings. We're not there yet. We're not in playoffs just yet. I want to see how things have shaped up. Of course, Supernova's still going to be at the very top there. You can see that some teams are climbing, some teams are falling. Dorado, with that very needed win against Blue Otter, will push themselves up out of that 7th place cluster that we had earlier. But still, Vancouver Impact are looking destined for the bottom, especially with some of the teams that they have coming up, and even CCG getting knocked down there.
It's not impossible. There's still a bit of movement there. Particularly, I think Blue Otter are fighting for their lives, just barely treading water. But overall, a lot of things could change. We have a super week, 2 more days of games. So I honestly think 5th place onward, you're not really safe. It's only the top 4, 5 wins or more.
I mean, that's such a struggle for Vancouver Impact.
Yeah.
If CCG win no more games and Blue Otter win no more games, then Vancouver Impact might have a chance, considering they're against DZ and CTG. That chance is still on the lower side. But even if we're to talk about that, I mean, Blue Otter, one of their opponents is CCG. So someone is going to get one more win. It literally means that Vancouver would have to try and net out through a tiebreaker to potentially break into playoffs. So it's looking rather grim for them.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We've seen some crazy stories before. We've seen some really exciting stuff. So, if it's not over until end of day Friday.
Yeah, and we need to progress with what's going to be going on tomorrow, Thursday, as we'll pull up the schedule. Still have some good matches. I'm always looking at that triple threat I had mentioned earlier, the Blue Otter, Dorado, CCG kind of stack that we had starting off the day in 7th place. We'll get more of that as CCG will be taking on Dorado, and some pretty also banger matches like Luminosity Gaming versus Conviction. I think that's volatile as all hell, dude.
Yeah, I think that'll be fun. Winthrop versus Supernova could be fun. I have now begun to enjoy every single Dorado game, so that one will be fun. There's a lot of fun games tomorrow. Beyond the ones you said, I don't know the rest though, Eric. You need to read them to me.
Vancouver Impact versus Dark Zero. Blue Otter versus Citadel. There, those are the rest. Those are the only ones we didn't talk about.
All right, fair enough. You got me on the technicality. Respect. But I'll take it. Thank you for reading the games out to me. Because if you don't, Eric, how do I know what matches are on?
I know. I got to do all the reading, even though English was my worst subject. I still got an A in it. That's why I said a lot of stats today. One more shout out to our sponsor, ProDiff.gg. Stop sucking at League. We can tell you how. that QR code right there. No, now it's down here. Woo! See how fast it is? You didn't even see it coming. That's because you're bad at League. This can make you good at League. You'll get coaching from NACL players, from LTA North players, from players who have been in the LCS, coaches who have been involved in the space, all that and more to help you climb in ranked and maybe even participate in the NACL qualifiers. Wouldn't that be big? Have us casting you. All you gotta do is go to prodiff.gg, scan that QR code, and you might just be good enough. How do you feel about that, B?
I feel amazing. I feel like I might scan the QR code now. Where's my phone?
Get it. Yeah, right now. I need to be better at my ARAMs. I need to know how to...
Ah, buddy, I have bad news for you. That's they don't do anything. They don't do that.
It's North America. We always ARAM. I'll be good at one part of the game only.
It's true. There you go. That works.
But that's gonna do it for the day, man. It's I actually had a blast today. I think this was a good time. Before we do let you guys go, we of course got to have you follow our socials because that will allow me to start the games and not blame all of you guys. And let me repeat this: follow our socials.
Guys, I just want to thank everyone in Twitch chat today for participating to Deserex's satisfaction, because that's why we didn't have any tech issues. That's why the show went off without a hitch. Really, the play-by-plays control the show. This is what big NACL doesn't want you to know. So that's why we need your follows. We need your interactions, please, so the games can happen, so we can go home to our families.
At Watch NACL on Twitter, at NACL on YouTube and Twitch. Twitter will keep you updated with the match results, and we'll have some clips there as well as any news. So yeah, please do follow that. Otherwise, I don't get to see my family. So that's going to do it for the broadcast. I want to thank you so much for joining us. Shout out to the players, shout out to our producers, shout out to all the coach and staff that make this possible, and of course, a big shout out to you for tuning in to our Ugly Mugs. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, same place, same time. I've been Deserux. This has been Beatdown. See you tomorrow for more NACL. Inferno Bomb. Now the fight for the Dragon begins. Kaido's able to secure Dragon Soul, belongs to Dorado. And here comes Ariana looking for Array. Tries to escape the cow over the wall. Here comes the killer instinct to chase down Array as Sushi sees Array in the crosshairs. And Dorado him down. The catch out onto Rovix. Rovix has yet to fall. Shochi stays alive. Cryro will give his life to take him down. Ariana looking for more flash. Going to be used out of Kenby, and he'll secure it once again. Dragon Soul belongs to CTG. Jumping forward is going to be Philip, but he's going to get burnt down by K. Now Diamond deep in there by himself. Sajed will find a double kill. Bradley looking to get away, looking to take whatever scraps he can and bring them back home to CTG. But flashing over the wall will be Kizno. Pillar goes up. It slows down Bradley. He's chased. He's getting beat down with that. Started up. Now taken by Conviction. It was taken so damn fast, and CCG already heading for the hills. As a seismic shove comes out, catches out Fada-chan. Perry in way too deep will give his life for the cause, but Viper's dancing, he's grooving, he's moving, and you can't stop Viper from going onto this map. Vancouver Impact looking for an angle on their own, but Royal is there, and Royal is fed, and Royal doing damage with Breezy, holding them down. Out comes the Haymaker, but it does nothing as three members fall in the blink of an eye. Sudsy looking for an escape, but there is none provided. Jumping in is going to be Tomio. We'll find a cease and desist. Flashes out. Already one picked up. It's only 35 who falls. Cost Tomio his life. Tower getting lower and lower and lower. Denethor goes in. He finally finds the Meganar, but it's not against a wall. And Tactical will dive onto the back line, and he'll chase down the remaining members of Winthrop University as they'll fall like flies. Denethor almost caught by the missiles. It's a triple kill for Tactical, and Luminosity have a damn